pain. So much pain. It feels like someone shredded his heart. Anakin Skywalker takes a slow, steadying breath to no avail. Nothing can dull his pain. Nothing. Obi-Wan, his brother, best friend, mentor is dead. Gone. From the galaxy, from the Force. He's just gone. Dead. And it's all so very wrong. He rests his chin on his palm, staring dully out the window of their apartment in the Jedi Temple. He needs to get away. He can't stand being here, where the memories are so overwhelming. Everything about the buildings reminds him of Obi-Wan. He can't even turn around without thinking about him. This is too hard. His eyes fall closed. He's tired. Exhausted. How many days has it been since he's slept properly? Too many. Ever since Obi-Wan died. Even sneaking into his brother's room at night doesn't help. It both soothes and tortures him. He needs Obi-Wan right now, but he's not here to help him. Anakin is alone. Completely alone with his grief. I can't do this. Anakin opens his eyes, turning away from the window. His only escape. Flying. So, he slips away to the hangar to go find his starfighter. Maybe it will help take his mind off everything. He ensures that his astromech droid, R2, is in place before climbing inside and starting the engine. His jaw is firmly set as he flies out of the hangar into the sky. He wants to fly and fly and fly until there's nowhere else to fly to. If not for his Padawan, Ahsoka, he thinks he'd probably leave the Order. Convince Padme to take a vacation so they can do somewhere all alone and just be together as husband and wife. Being with her, it would help him dull the pain. But it will never, ever, ever go away, because Obi-Wan was part of him and now he's just gone. He flies higher until the buildings beneath him are smaller, and he's in the upper layers of Coruscant's atmosphere. Anakin takes the fighter twisting and turning through space, trying to just stop thinking. But his mind and heart won't stop screaming in agony. He shakes his head, trying to wool away the tears misting in his eyes. It would be so easy for him to crash his starfighter. Except he doesn't really want to die. Not yet. He fears the thought of death. He pushes the fighter to go even faster. He likes flying so far away from the surface of Coruscant, cut off from the rest of civilization. Who knew that someone dying could be so hard? No. No. Not someone. Obi-Wan. Anakin chokes back a sob. He shouldn't be dead. It's just not fair. Why did he have to die? Why did it have to be him? He wasn't supposed to die. He was supposed to stay there, to be with Anakin. They weren't supposed to leave each other. So then why? He can't answer that question. No one can answer. Obi-Wan. His former master, his best friend, his brother. Gone. Dead. He can hardly bring his mind to accept it. He knows death, of course. He's seen so many people die in the war, but this is different. It shouldn't hurt this much. Why does it have to hurt so much? And maybe if he goes fast enough, he'll damage his starfighter, and it will crash on its own. That would be nice, he supposes. If he's dead, he won't have to feel like this. He won't feel like someone stole his heart. It's his fault. He should have been there. He should have saved Obi-Wan again. But he couldn't. And now he's dead. Tears slip down his face. No. It really shouldn't be this hard. But it is. He he doesn't want to undo time. He just wants Obi-Wan to still be alive. But he's not, and Anakin swallows past the tears blurring his eyes. Now his thoughts are becoming repetitive. And it just hurts even more. Flying has always been his release, his escape, so why can't he just stop thinking? And feeling? That's hardest. No one can help him. Not Padme. Not Ahsoka. Not Palpatine. And certainly not the Jedi. No one would understand what he's going through, and the only one he knows could and would help is. He cuts off the thought. Not helping. He just needs to land. Anakin sends the starfighter streaking down towards the ground, searching for a landing platform, somewhere quiet. He almost forgets that R2 is there, until he lets out a whistle. Where are you going? I don't know, mutters Anakin, not bothering to wipe away his tears. Somewhere. Anywhere. And this is why Obi-Wan warned him about attachments. But he's not a droid. He's not. He has a heart, or had one rather, before it got shattered into a million pieces. And how any sentient could simply pretend to be heartless doesn't really make sense. That's why I was never a perfect Jedi. That's why they don't like me. Because he cares about people, maybe too much. He lands the starfighter and climbs out, looking around at the abandoned warehouse. No people around. This is perfect. He sits down on a crate some distance away. He wants to leave everything. Just go to a different planet and pretend that everything in his world wasn't destroyed. He doesn't really want to be a Jedi. Not without Obi-Wan there to help him. There are just too many emotions. Pain and anger and hatred and fear and grief and pain and the Jedi would just tell him he needs to release his emotions to the Force. But no one can just let go of something like this. They just don't understand. They probably never will. And they don't care. None of them did, except Obi-Wan, but that's already been covered. Anakin groans quietly, burying his face in his hands. Somehow it all comes back to Obi-Wan. Who is dead. So, it doesn't matter. He finally gives in to his emotions, letting his tears run freely down his face. How can anything hurt so much? He can't be dead. He can't be dead. He just can't be. Because he's Obi-Wan, and he's always around. But he is gone, and Anakin will never be able to hear him or see him or talk to him again. No. 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 It's not fair. It's not right, but there's nothing Anakin can do to change it. Nothing. He might be the most powerful Force sensitive, but even he can't bring the dead back to life. He doesn't know how many minutes or hours he sits there. Eventually his tears stop flowing, and he just feels numb inside. Not really feeling much of anything. The sun has set, but he can't bring himself to get up and move. We should go home, whistles R2, sounding almost anxious. Right. Home. The temple. For another sleepless night? No. Anakin shakes his head. Not yet, R2. I don't want to go back. He closes his eyes, trying to accept the mind-numbing, heart-shattering truth. He can go back. But it will never, ever be the same again. He'll still be alone. And nothing will change. And Obi-Wan will still be dead. And a quiet groan escapes him. No. He won't go back to the temple tonight. Maybe he can go to Padme's apartment. She'd probably be happy to have him there, and she might be able to help him. Not likely, but maybe it's still worth a try. Or maybe. Anakin sighs. No. No one will really understand how he's feeling. They won't be able to help him. But they will try. And maybe help him somewhat, but he knows the pain in his heart will take a long time to fade. And it will never be gone. Maybe he should tell Ahsoka he won't be back to the temple that night. She'll probably worry otherwise. It irks him that she'll badger him with questions when he gets back, but he supposes it's only because she cares. He's slightly surprised that she's the only one to have made a comment about his anger. Yes, he's angry. He has every right to be. His brother was killed. At least the assassin is in prison. That's a small comfort, though Anakin would have much preferred just killing him. Obi-Wan would not be happy. Revenge is not the Jedi way, as he always said. But this isn't just something that Anakin can let go of. It's simply wrong that the man be allowed to live when he killed Obi-Wan, who was so much more the hero than Anakin ever was. He could control his emotions. He didn't act rashly or do stupid things. He was everything Anakin wasn't. Was. Past tense. No. He doesn't want to have to get used to talking about Obi-Wan like he's gone, even if he is, because it just hurts too much. Arto lets out a series of concerned, if not alarmed, beeps, pulling Anakin out of his thoughts. He looks up, suddenly realizing that the Force feels tense somehow. His eyes fall on the last person he could have expected to see on Coruscant. What? Count Dooku stands about 100 feet away, a curious expression on his face as he regards Anakin. Anakin stares back at him, stunned. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Reaching out with the Force, he feels the Sith's familiar Force presence. Actually, he's not sure how he didn't feel it a long time ago. Probably because he was too busy thinking. His hand creeps towards his lightsaber. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. If Dooku decides to fight him, he doubts he'd be able to hold him off. He knows he couldn't. He's too exhausted to put up much of a fight. And maybe he'll die quickly. Yes, that doesn't sound so bad. Dooku, hisses Anakin, narrowing his eyes and finally finding his voice. What are you doing here? This is a surprise, Skywalker, returns Dooku, still watching him carefully, though I must say it's not an unwelcome one. Just say whatever you want to say, unless you're planning to kill me, in which case, go right ahead and try, retorts Anakin coldly. It's such a pity that Kenobi is dead, muses the Sith Lord. He was a very fine man. Honorable. A worthy opponent. I had dearly hoped he might join me. Don't you dare talk about Obi-Wan, snarls Anakin, his fury rising. He was a much better man than you ever could be. He would never join you. He's not a traitor. You can't be too certain about that, chides Dooku as though he's talking to a child. Kenobi never heard my most recent proposal, and I dare say that he would have joined me so we could put a quick end to the war. Considering that you started and are prolonging the war, I really don't see how or why you would suddenly end it, snaps Anakin, standing up. His pain is gone. All he feels is anger. And hatred. May the Force help Dooku if he hired the bounty hunter to kill Obi-Wan. He'd never find a safe place from Anakin's wrath. That should scare him. He's talking about using the dark side, but right now, he just doesn't care. Dooku sighs slightly. You have much to learn, young Skywalker, and since your master cannot help me, perhaps you might be interested. I will never be a Sith, Anakin replies, his hand inching towards his lightsaber again. He could never be too careful. If he's going to die, he'd rather die fighting. No, I wasn't going to ask you to become a Sith. Dooku's answer, it surprises him. He'd been certain the Sith would want him to become his apprentice. But if not, then what is he planning? Anakin just stares at him, one eyebrow raised questioningly. Seeing his unspoken question, Dooku keeps talking. I don't like what my master has planned for the galaxy, he tells Anakin bluntly. It is not what I had in mind when I joined him. He's getting out of control, and I want to stop him. That it's a shocking confession. He is, intending to turn on his master, whoever he might be. So, what do you want from me? Questions Anakin, intrigued despite himself. Assistance, Dooku answers without hesitating. I could never defeat my master in a duel alone. I need someone who is skilled. And you thought that someone would be Obi-Wan, Anakin deduces, wincing slightly as he says his former master's name. Dooku nods in confirmation. There's a brief silence between them as Anakin mulls the Sith's words. He wonders if he's going insane. It's possible. Here he is talking to a Sith. Talking. Not fighting. This is messed up, but if it works to end the war and the conflict in the galaxy. He shakes his head. What is he thinking? Joining a Sith? But if it would work? Did you kill Obi-Wan? Anakin asks bluntly. He'll never help Dooku, even if it could save the galaxy, if he harmed his brother. Never. Ever. Let the galaxy fall apart. He'll find a way to help it without Dooku if he must. The Sith shakes his head in the negative. My master has tried to have Kenobi killed numerous times, but no. This time was not one of those times. Not that I am aware of. If the bounty hunter was hired, it was by another party. Anakin digests the words before nodding. Okay. So, let's say I believe you. Why are you on Coruscant? To meet my master, replies Dooku, and I had been hoping to recruit Kenobi to help me while I was here. He just looks so sincere that Anakin finds himself wondering at his sanity again. Why is he even considering helping a Sith? And why does he think that the Sith is being honest for once? What's your master planning? Anakin inquires cautiously. Even if he doesn't help Dooku, the information could be invaluable. He could inform the council or do something on his own. Either way, it might give him a mission, a purpose. Something to do to forget for a short time that Obi-Wan is gone. That he'll never come back. He flinches away from the thought. No. He'd better focus on Dooku. He intends to destroy the Jedi Order and create a Sith Empire, replies the Count. I'd hoped to disrupt his plans, but I've been unsuccessful. I now feel the only way to stop him is to destroy him altogether. The Force doesn't warn him of any ill intent in the man. Maybe he's telling the truth. And if he is, then Anakin should probably help him. No. That's insane. It's preposterous. Teaming up with Dooku? But he's still thinking about it. Even though Dooku cut off his right arm and electrocuted him and... Am I still in my right mind? He almost laughs at the question. Almost. No. Of course, he's not. He'll never be in his right mind again. Not without Obi-Wan to help him. And somehow, it all comes back to Obi-Wan, even though thinking about him is too painful. If Dooku is really telling the truth, then Anakin knows he must do something. Even if it means teaming up with an enemy of the Republic. And that just so happens to be treason. Right. Well, the Council would understand, wouldn't they? Maybe. Probably not. They've never been particularly receptive of his reasoning. They'd say he was being foolish, and maybe they'd be right, but helping Dooku, it would get his mind off Obi-Wan and him off Coruscant. It might work. It could be arranged. Except who's your master? Dooku hesitates. I'll tell you, but I want your agreement to help me first. I don't want you to simply take the information to the Jedi Council. They're inefficient. That's why I left the Order. It wasn't to join the Sith. It was to find them. All right. That's interesting. Anakin had always thought Dooku betrayed the Jedi, but maybe he hadn't. And maybe he needs to stop making assumptions about people. How can I be certain that you don't just want my help to eliminate your master so you can take his place as Emperor of the Galaxy? Anakin demands. If he agrees to this, he absolutely refuses to be played for a fool. He will not help his enemy before he knows everything. The Sith Lord is silent, contemplating. Because I'm willing to tell you all his plans. I wanted to fix the Jedi Order and the Republic, not destroy them. Both have become corrupt and complacent. That must change. Anakin crosses his arms. He can be stubborn when he wants to be, and right now, he's not completely certain that Dooku isn't planning to double-cross him. I still can't be certain you're not lying to me. Bluntness. It's always been his way. He just can't be subtle. About anything, it seems. Not that it matters now. Dooku sighs, almost as though he'd expected Anakin's words, and he probably had. I can tell you that the Republic will never win this war. If I can't stop Sidious, the Republic and Jedi Order will fall. Sidious. So, That's his name? Anakin muses, before looking at the Count skeptically. Do you really think that the Jedi won't be able to defeat two Sith? You don't understand, replies Dooku. Sidious controls both sides of the war. Every single participant in the war other than the Jedi are under his rule. Not the clones, Anakin reminds him. They're loyal to their Jedi commanders. They're loyal to the Republic above all, Dooku adds, and they can be controlled. They appear to have free will, and they do unless Sidious gives them a pre-programmed order. Anakin is frozen. He can't move, refuses to understand the implications. The Sith couldn't really know. It's impossible. It should be impossible. The clones will turn on the Jedi, Anakin says numbly. Please say no. Tell me I'm understanding wrong. Dooku nods, his expression grave. If I can't stop Sidious, the clones will be used to wipe out the Jedi. Oh Force, mutters Anakin, stepping backwards, Rex and Cody and, all of them. He takes a deep breath to strengthen his resolve. If Dooku is telling the truth, this is serious. He'll be better off trying to destroy Sidious than staying here to fight a useless war. He meets Dooku's blue eyes, which have a spark more emotion in them than usual. I'll do it. He prays that he didn't just seal his own doom. A sigh of is that relief? Escapes Dooku. There is something else you must know, he murmurs. Anakin freezes again. The Count's expression, posture, tone, everything screams serious. If it's enough to concern the Sith Lord, Anakin knows he'd better be alarmed. Yes. Sidious, he has an interest in you, Skywalker, Dooku tells him. He intends to make you his apprentice, and I suspect he will have me killed. Anakin just stares at him for a moment before laughing. Seriously? I'm never going to turn to the dark side and betray the Jedi. You could, disagrees the Count. You have a lot of anger in you, more so now than I've ever seen. Anger leads to the dark side. Fear leads to the dark side. And my master is confident that you will fall. He's wrong, denies Anakin. He must be, right? Anakin doesn't know why he'd ever betray the Jedi by joining the Sith. It's simply unthinkable, because he's not a traitor. He wouldn't do that to Obi-Wan, except his brother is dead. Anakin swallows. Another harsh reminder. Something he's still desperate to escape. No, counters Dooku, he has plans for everything, and I know he's been working on you, but that's neither here nor there. My point is that for you to help me, Sidious cannot suspect anything. That's why I'd initially wanted Kenobi. I'm afraid you will have to fake your death. Anakin just stares at him, trying to comprehend what he's saying. Fake his death? Make everyone think he's dead? Not likely. I can't do that, objects Anakin. I can't lie to Padme like that. I can't hurt her like that. I can't hurt Ahsoka like that. You must, insists the Sith. If you do, then we'll be one step ahead. It's crucial that he not think I've captured you. If you disappear, what would happen? The Council might assume you left without telling anyone because you're upset over your master's death, but after a while, they'll probably think you were captured. Sidious will order me to find you, capture you. It would not be an ideal situation. It could compromise my plans. Anakin sighs. How does someone argue against flawless logic? If Dooku is deceiving him, he's doing a really good job, and he clearly thought out a perfect plan. Still, he doesn't want to be responsible for the galaxy's fall. Fine. Fine. He'll do it. Even if he doesn't like it, but there will be stipulations. He won't make Padme and Ahsoka think he died. How do you think I should do it? Dooku looks thoughtful for a moment, and his eyes dart towards Anakin's starfighter. Crash your fighter. It can be set onto autopilot, and you can arrange it in such a way that everyone thinks you died in it. Anakin shakes his head. I can do it, but I don't think anyone will buy it. I'm an excellent pilot. The chances of my crashing are low. Perhaps accidentally, agrees Dooku, but some might think it was intentional. Anakin gapes at him, realizing what he's suggesting. I wouldn't commit suicide. He hisses, suddenly outraged at the insinuation. Dooku chuckles quietly, I wouldn't expect you to. He looks serious as he continues, but with your master's death, some people might think it's a possibility. At the very least, it will take them time to figure out what might have happened, and by the time someone suggests that you were captured, Sidious will hopefully be dead. I hope so, mutters Anakin, I'll do it, but I want to tell my Padawan and someone else that I'm still alive. I can't put them through it. It's risky, Dooku warns him, clearly not happy with the idea. Even if you're certain they'll keep your secret, the thoughts of non-Force sensitives can be read. Anakin furrows his brow. Why would Dooku assume that he would tell a non-Force sensitive? Does he know about Padme? The thought is more than slightly alarming. He shifts uncomfortably, eyeing Dooku cautiously. He'll never openly ask, and the Count is clearly not intending to reveal what he knows. I'll be careful, Anakin replies finally. He feels completely drained. Even though he's managed to distract himself from Obi-Wan's death, he knows it will be temporary. He suppresses a sigh. It would be better for him not to let on how depressed he is to Dooku. For now, he knows he must be exceedingly cautious around the Sith so he's not tricked. Let's go then, mutters Anakin wearily, running a hand through his blonde hair. He glances over at R2. The droid has been watching silently throughout the entire exchange. Come on, buddy. We're going. R2 whistles a response. Dooku motions to him, and Anakin follows cautiously. The Sith leads him away from the abandoned warehouse, through a few alleys which Anakin hadn't known were there. He realizes he's being escorted down what appears to be a secret route. Soon, he finds himself walking up the ramp of a small shuttle. He's too exhausted to pay close attention when Dooku orders one of the men on board to retrieve Anakin's starfighter and meet him at the transport ship. With a sigh, Anakin remembers that he needs to tell Ahsoka and Padme not to worry about him. He can talk to his Padawan through the Force. For his wife, he'd rather see her in person. Dooku, I need to inform a friend and my Padawan that I'm still alive, Anakin informs him. Senator Amidala, remarks Dooku, smirking slightly, yes, I am aware. You may do that tonight before we leave the planet to return to Sereno. The comment, while delivered offhandedly, clearly hinted that Dooku knows more than he's saying. What did you say? Hisses Anakin, narrowing his eyes, his body going rigid. No. Dooku shouldn't know about Padme. No one should. It was a secret, right? The Sith shakes his head slightly, I am aware you have a relationship with the Senator, though I do not know any details. My master has told me as much. What? How does he know? Demands Anakin, frowning. A careless shrug. I couldn't know that. Perhaps you told him. Okay. Anakin is getting tired of playing this game. Really, he is. His temper is already on a short fuse, and now, it's about to blow up. He does not bear responsibility for what happens if Dooku makes him lose it. Who is he? His tone leaves little room for argument. He wants answers, and he wants them now. And Dooku seems to understand that because he doesn't refuse to provide an answer. I know this will be hard for you to accept, Skywalker, he begins slowly, but Sidious is Palpatine. The galaxy comes to a standstill while Anakin stands rooted to the spot. No. That's not even possible. Palpatine is the one who'd always helped him. He'd given Anakin advice. He'd helped him. How can he be a Sith Lord? But Dooku's expression shows only an understanding. It's almost as though he understands how Anakin feels. Betrayal and denial rage for the superior position inside Anakin. He can hardly make sense of his own thoughts, much less say anything. It's all so surreal. He almost wonders if he's not trapped inside a horrible nightmare. When he wakes up, Everything will be fine. Obi-Wan will be alive. Palpatine will be his friend, not a Sith Lord. How? Mutters Anakin finally, the council would know. They've been deceived, like everyone else, replies Dooku somberly. Anakin cuts himself off and simply shakes his head. This is too much. He needs to take some rest. He's exhausted, completely worn out. In a way, he doesn't think he'll ever be normal again. I sent someone to get your fighter and take it to the transport, Dooku tells him. We need to leave the planet tonight, so I'd suggest you contact your friends now. Anakin nods, biting his lip. I'd rather talk to Senator Amidala in person, he mutters. That would be safer, agrees Dooku. If you're going, you'd better go now. The shuttle will still be here when you get back. Anakin sighs, rubbing a hand over his face. Yes. I'll go. He turns and walks down the exit ramp, leaving R2 behind. He doesn't need the droid to accompany him. As he disappears into the early evening, he wonders how his life got so messed up. Here he is, going to reassure Padme and Ahsoka that he's still alive. Obi-Wan is dead, and he's allying himself with Dooku to defeat Sidious, who also happens to be Palpatine. Yes, his life is definitely a mess. Ahsoka Tano is worried. Her master disappeared from the temple earlier in the afternoon and hasn't returned. And he's not answering him COMM link either. She knows, because she tried calling him several times. She has no idea where he could have gone this time, and she's only worried because he's been acting so different. Ever since Obi-Wan died, he became extremely quiet and withdrawn. She's never seen him look so exhausted when not at war. But what worries her the most is his anger. He didn't lash out at anyone, but she could feel a burning anger simmering in him through the Force. And it scares her. Ahsoka paces back and forth in her room, trying to reassure herself that Anakin is all right. He'll be fine, she mutters. He'll be back soon and laugh at me for worrying. Not helping. She stops in the middle of the floor. She just has this feeling that something is off. And it seems to center around Anakin's absence. Maybe. She closes her eyes, reaching out with the Force and trying to sense what's off. Around her, in the temple, the Force is flowing as it always does. There is no whispers or warnings of impending danger. What then is wrong? Because she knows that it's something. That's when she feels Anakin. He feels different somehow, not that it's unusual. But he doesn't feel angry or sad, just something else she can't quite place. Resigned? Maybe that's it. Ahsoka, he calls to her through their Force bond, and she starts slightly, not having expected it. Yes, Master. She replies. This is odd. Everything is odd. Even his voice seems slightly odd. He sounds strained and maybe a little cautious. I know I can trust you, but if I tell you something, can you keep it a secret from everyone? Even the council? I don't want anyone to know, Anakin explains. That's strange. Anakin has never been one to tell her secrets before, and Ahsoka wonders what it might be. Only one way to find out. Of course, I'll keep your secret, Sky Guy, she answers, almost hurt that Anakin thinks she wouldn't. What could be so terrible that she would betray him? Did he break the Jedi Code? That seems to happen on a regular basis. The only thing she would never keep a secret, is if he turned to the dark side, but that's not the kind of secret that someone would tell. She feels a sense of relief through the Force before Anakin responds. There's something I have to do, and I need to fake my death, snips. I'll be back. I promise you, and then I'll explain everything. That takes her off guard. What could be so serious that he would fake his death? From his tone, she knows she won't get any answers. Now she understands why he told her. He cares about her. He doesn't want her to be hurt. Thanks for trusting me, Master. I won't tell anyone. I promise. He doesn't answer, but she can feel his smile and gratitude. With a smile of her own, Ahsoka opens her eyes, pulling out from the Force. She hardly feels Anakin pull away from her as their bond goes eerily silent. It's not broken, but it's being buried, and she doesn't like the feeling. Ahsoka frowns, realizing that this means she won't be able to contact Anakin until he decides to return from wherever he's going. Please be careful, Master. I don't want to lose you too. B. Padme Amidala is very busy. So much is happening at the Senate, and she's having a hard time keeping up with everything. It doesn't help that one of her closest friends, Obi-Wan, just recently died. As heartbroken as she is, she's even more concerned for Anakin. He's not been himself. He's been sullen and moody. He hardly responds to anyone, and she hasn't even seen him since the funeral. It's been bothering her, though she won't let her concern affect her work. Anakin usually let his emotions out around her, since the Jedi won't listen to him. If he's not talking to her, then he's not talking to anyone, and the implications are disturbing, to say the least. As Padme prepares to sit down to her evening meal, she can't help but wonder about Anakin again. Where is he? What's happening to him? Is he all right? Shaking her head, she leaves her bedroom and walks towards the dining room, stopping dead in her tracks when she sees Anakin standing in the doorway. He looks terrible, like he hasn't slept in days. But the expression in his eyes is worst of all. Padme stands frozen, staring at his emotionless eyes. He looks totally numb, but beneath his shield, she can almost feel a raging storm of pain and fear and anger. "Oh, Ani! Ani!" she exclaims, rushing to him. "Padme," he whispers, but even his voice sounds off. He's not acting right at all, and she can tell that depression doesn't even begin to cover how he feels. She can't really relate. She's never lost a parent, and Anakin, he's just so different from everyone else. He needs people, he can't bear to lose them. This Obi-Wan's death, it's destroying him, and she doesn't want to consider what might happen if she can't help him. But does he even want her help? Or anyone's? She throws her arms around him, hugging him tightly. "I was so worried about you," she murmurs, holding him. He wraps his arms around her, but his actions seem almost robotic. He's closed himself off from everything, and she's terrified she won't be able to reach him. "I'm fine, Angel," he replies, resting his head on hers. And that is a lie. He's not fine. Not at all. "No, Ani, you're not fine." "No one would be," she replies firmly. When he doesn't answer, Padme steps back, looking up at him with her dark brown eyes. "Will you stay?" she asks hopefully. He just looks at her, his eyes dead, before shaking his head. "I can't." "Have you eaten anything yet?" she pushes, and he just stops. For a moment, he almost seems surprised. Not that she asked, but that he'd never thought about it. Oh no. That's not good. If he's not even eating, then he's worse than she'd realized. "I ate," he answers vaguely. "When?" she demands, frowning at him. "You can't neglect yourself, and you need to eat unless you want to end up collapsing from exhaustion." "I don't know," he replies slowly, his voice distant. She narrows her eyes, studying his expression. He looks exhausted. Has he even slept at all? "Have you even slept recently?" she challenges. He shifts uncomfortably under her scrutiny, not meeting her gaze, his eyes focusing on something only he can see. "Can't sleep," he finally mutters, probably guessing correctly that she won't let him get away with not answering her question. A wave of sympathy floods her, and she reaches up to touch his cheek with her hand. "You can't go on like this, Ani. I know it's not what Obi-Wan would want you to do," she whispers gently. He flinches away from her, turning his back on her and stepping to the window. His breathing is irregular, and he finally runs a hand through his hair. "I can't stay," he says, his voice strained, "I need to get away. I need to be alone. Just for a bit." Anakin turns back, meeting her eyes, his expression tormented. "There's something I need to do, Padme, and I need to." He pauses, looking away. "I need to fake my death." "What?" she cries, staring at him in shock. "Anakin, you can hardly take care of yourself right now. You can't just leave." "It's what I have to do," he repeats, and she can see a faint determination in his eyes. "Why?" she asks desperately. He hesitates, looking undecided, until he finally straightens. "I'll tell you everything when I get back, Angel. I promise. Just don't tell anyone what I told you." A quiet sigh escapes her, and she nods reluctantly. She's unable to shake the feeling he's going to do something reckless which will land him into a serious mess, but there's nothing she can do about it. Except... Padme steps forward, wrapping her arms around her husband once more. "Please be careful, Ani. Don't do anything reckless. I'd hate for something to happen to you." "I'll be careful," he murmurs, holding her tightly as though she's his only anchor to the world. And maybe she is. She really doesn't know. Finally, Anakin lets her go. "I'll be back," he promises. "It shouldn't be too long." He gives her a quick kiss before turning and striding away. As Padme watches him leave, she can't shake off a terrible feeling of foreboding, almost as though a disaster is looming right around the corner. She closes her eyes, offering up a silent prayer to whatever force is listening that her Ani be kept safe, knowing even as she does that the eye of the approaching storm is likely centered right around him. Anakin watches through the window at the wreckage which was once his starfighter. It shouldn't be long before it gets reported, and the Jedi come to investigate. Let them decide what they will. He has a job to do, and all that matters is that they think him dead. Let the galaxy mourn him. Obi-Wan deserved it more than he did, and in a sense, this is in honor of his memory. He's risking his life and soul to save a galaxy that may not even deserve to be saved, but he's doing it for Obi-Wan. "They did their job well," remarks Anakin when he senses Dooku approaching behind him. "Yes, they did," agrees the Sith, coolly surveying the damage. He turns to face Anakin, the complete picture of elegance. "Come, Skywalker. We have much to discuss on our return to Sereno. You must be aware of some of my master's plans." With a heavy sigh, Anakin follows Dooku into a cabin and slumps down in a chair. He wants to sleep, but at the same time, he doesn't. When he sleeps, Obi-Wan's death replays in his mind over and over, and he thinks he'd be better off not sleeping. Anything to escape reliving the agony of his death. If Dooku notes Anakin's physical state, he doesn't comment. That is probably for the best. Anakin doesn't know if he could deal with someone else trying to talk to him about it, much less a Sith who used to be his enemy only a short while ago. What he needs, he can never get. Not anymore. He roughly shoves back the memories. He needs to focus on the problem at hand. Sidious. Can't let him destroy everything he and Obi-Wan have fought so hard for. "You do realize that you will have to disguise yourself," Dooku informs him. "A simple hood will not suffice. When in public, you should wear armor. It will not be difficult for me to provide it to you." Anakin nods understandingly. "It is as I had expected." Actually, it wasn't. Not really. He hadn't even had a chance to think about it, but there's no sense letting Dooku know that. That is, if he doesn't already suspect that. If he does, he gives no indication. The Count is silent, looking thoughtful. He turns his gaze back towards Anakin. "You must pretend to be my apprentice, and I shall endeavor to keep my master from discovering your existence. You will have a Sith name, but I do not expect, or want, you to call me master." "That's fine. It really is." Anakin is too tired, too far past caring, to argue the points with Dooku. Let him plan out the details. Anakin is willing to simply step in and fight when called upon. Whatever he must do to help destroy Sidious, he'll do. Anything aside from becoming a real Sith. He closes his eyes, slowly letting out a breath before nodding. It's an almost defeated gesture, one which he's certain tells Dooku that he has no fight left in him. Not right now. The dark side surges in the room, and Anakin opens his eyes, watching Dooku wearily. The Sith rises, standing before him, power practically crackling around him. Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth. He pauses, his voice beginning to sound darker as he taps into the dark side, Vader. For a moment, Dooku stands there before gracefully returning to his seat. Now, I think it will be important for me to teach you about the dark side. I do not want you to become a Sith, Skywalker. At least not the kind of Sith that my master is. Getting a Sith name. Learning more about the dark side. What's next? Anakin doesn't know, and he doesn't really care either. At least not right now. He's too tired. Sleep. He needs to sleep. His eyes drift closed again, and he rubs his face, trying to keep himself awake. Get some sleep, Skywalker. You'll need it. He faintly hears Dooku's voice, barely registering when the Sith Lord rises and exits the room. With an effort he moves over to the bed and lays down. If his mind won't torment him with memories of Obi-Wan, maybe he'll feel better when he awakens. Maybe. Bittersweet images and memories flit through Anakin's mind, eventually bringing him back to waking. Just as he had expected. Thoughts of Obi-Wan continue to torment him, but he realizes that he does feel much better than the night before. Well, that's a start. He vaguely remembers Dooku mentioning he should wear armor to conceal his identity, but that won't be possible until they reach Sereno. He doesn't know how long he was sleeping, but they could be arriving momentarily. Doubtful. With a shrug, he goes in search of the Count to find him giving instructions to some of his men. Skywalker, Dooku acknowledges, turning to face him, you look better. I feel better, replies Anakin dryly. Good. I would like to speak with you about the nature of the dark side, unless you'd rather eat first. Anakin shrugs slightly, I'm not hungry. Because it's the truth. He hasn't really eaten since yesterday morning, but food is the last thing on his mind. His emotions are in too much of a turmoil for him to eat something, though he doubts Dooku will be willing to let him not eat anything. Dooku's eyes narrow slightly, eat something, Skywalker. You can't train if you don't have energy. Anakin sighs. There goes that hope. So, he'll eat something, just to humor Dooku, because he doesn't really want to anger the Sith. Not when he's practically at his mercy in his own territory. After eating, Anakin finds himself sitting down with Dooku and listening to a lecture about the dark side. The main similarity between the Jedi and Sith is that both groups believe in emotional control, explains Dooku. I think the Jedi believe in emotional eradication, mutters Anakin. From the time he's spent at the temple, he knows the Jedi believe in releasing their emotions to the Force. It's as though they refuse to acknowledge that they have emotions. It was always what he found hardest, because he's never been able to act as though his emotions don't exist. Unlike Obi-Wan. He hastily pushes away thoughts of his former master. Thinking about him won't help. Yes, agrees Dooku, I think many Jedi have been led to believe that, which is one of the biggest flaws in the Order. All sentients have emotions, and if harnessed properly, they give Force sensitives a great deal of power. So, the Sith are after power? Questions Anakin. Dooku shakes his head, not necessarily. No. We use the inherent power in emotions to win duels. That's why Sith are such powerful adversaries. We don't reject our feelings. We embrace them. Anakin frowns, you control them, and I suppose that means I'll have to learn what Obi-Wan tried and failed to teach me for years. He struggles to suppress the surge of emotions invoked when he mentioned his brother's name. It may not be as hard to control as it was on Coruscant, but thoughts about Obi-Wan are still too painful for him. For a moment, the Sith studies him quietly. "No offense," comments Dooku stiffly, "but I would have thought that someone with your reputation would have much more emotional control." "I like to think that I do," snaps Anakin heatedly, "when I'm not dealing with my master's death." "Of course," Dooku nods magnanimously, "I understand." Anakin lets out a breath, "I don't think you do." "Not exactly." "No. You're right. I've never lost a master," agrees the Count, "but I did lose an apprentice, so I can relate to losing someone I cared for." That admission it takes Anakin by surprise. He'd never really considered how Dooku might have felt after Qui-Gon was killed, but it couldn't have been easy for him to admit that he'd cared about him. Maybe he hadn't loved him, as Anakin does Obi-Wan, but he did care. And that he supposes probably does give Dooku an insight on how Anakin is feeling. Right. Well, back to emotional control, something he's always been lacking in. "How would I control my emotions?" Anakin asks after a moment of thought. "Don't deny that you have emotions," Dooku answers bluntly, "accept what you are feeling. There are no right or wrong emotions. You don't have to like what you feel, just accept it. Once you accept your emotions, you no longer give them power. Once you embrace what you're feeling, you can use the power of your emotions against your adversary." "That doesn't seem difficult," remarks Anakin wryly. "Is that what the Jedi have been trying to teach?" Because if they are, they could have just explained it the way Dooku is. When he says it like that, it makes Anakin stop and think about how he fights. What Dooku said, it resonated with him. He'd always thought he needed to suppress his emotions to be a good Jedi, but what if he only ever needed to control them? Controlling. That's something he thinks he can learn. He can't live without them, since they're an integral part of him, but controlling, that he can do. "No, it's not difficult," Dooku answers. "The Jedi seem to have deviated from their original path. They're letting their fear control them. They think that by hiding from negative emotions, they'll disappear. They won't. They'll simply collect until they explode. And fear is a path to the dark side," Anakin adds, remembering what Yoda is always saying. "Yes, it is," agrees the Sith, "and to escape the lure of the dark side, the Jedi have begun to convince themselves not to feel any emotions. They're denying what they are. So, controlling emotions is key," Anakin murmurs. "Indeed, and that is what I will teach you. You will learn to control your emotions and harness their power so you will be strong enough to defeat Sidious," confirms Dooku. "You don't need the dark side to give you power. You just need a strong connection with and control over yourself. And that seems so easy." Anakin nods, "I'm ready to learn." And he is. He wants to learn what Dooku can teach him, especially if it will help him avoid the dark side. And maybe, part of him is also hoping that he'll be able to better escape the pain of Obi-Wan's death. Anakin examines the armor carefully placed in his bedroom. It would certainly conceal his identity, though it seems like an overkill in his opinion. A simple helmet would have been fine, but this? He shifts uncertainly, wondering how it will affect his mobility and dueling abilities. Well, only one way to find out. Taking a deep breath, he begins to put it on. When he's done, he steps before a mirror, gazing at his reflection. He must admit that he doesn't mind being an intimidating figure, which he certainly is, especially right now. He curiously inspects his towering, black figure. Armor covers his entire body, and a black helmet, equipped with a vocoder, covers his face. A flowing cape completes the outfit. It's perfect. He can't deny the surge of satisfaction when he sees his reflection. No one will ever believe that Anakin Skywalker could be the masked Sith, who might not even be human. For the first time since Obi-Wan's death, a sincere though slightly smug smile hovers on Anakin's face. Now, all he needs is his lightsaber. His gaze flicks towards the weapon in question, laying innocently on his bed next to a red kyber crystal. His brow is furrowed in thought as he strides towards it. He really didn't want to change his blade color. since he doesn't want to be so closely linked to the Sith, but he couldn't argue with Dooku's logic. If he's going to dress like a Sith, then his weapon needs to look like a Sith's. With a sigh, he uses the Force to draw his lightsaber into the air and take the components apart. He carefully withdraws his own blue crystal, pulling it to his hand. He looks at it for a long moment, before his fingers close around it. He will not lose it, and at the soonest opportunity, he'll switch the crystals again. He doesn't want to have a red blade a minute longer than necessary. Anakin lifts the red crystal into the air, delicately maneuvering it to the proper place before sealing all the components together. His lightsaber sails to his waiting hand, and he pushes the ignition switch. A red blade hisses to life. The weapon feels the same in his hand as before, but it also seems slightly off. Probably because red kyber crystals are not natural. He tucks his blue crystal into a concealed pocket in his armor, intending to keep it on him. Clipping his lightsaber to his belt, he leaves the room in search of Dooku. He finds him exactly where he'd expected. The Sith Lord is in his office, dealing with some affair or other. Anakin doesn't really care what, and nor is it any of his concern. Dooku looks up when he enters, a pleased smile appearing on his face. It might seem a bit much, but it suits you very well. Anakin snorts, a bit much. Despite being distorted by the vocoder, his tone still conveys his disbelief with the comment. Point, Dooku replies, raising an eyebrow, smirking slightly, it still suits your name and the image we want to convey. True, Anakin agrees grudgingly, slightly uncomfortable with how his voice sounds. He sits down in a chair, taking in the sights of the office, not for the first time. Dooku's mansion on Sereno is a place to be admired. If he didn't already know of the secret lake retreat on Naboo, then he would consider this heaven. Even the temple never seemed to have the same type of peace he can find here, or maybe it's just that there are no bad memories here. Either way, Anakin has found himself feeling much more peaceful than in a long time. He still hasn't recovered from losing Obi-Wan, and he probably never will, but he's found managing his grief much easier than before. It also might be the instructions he's gotten from Dooku over the past couple days. It probably doesn't matter. Focus on the here and now. I was thinking, begins Dooku, in a tone Anakin has come to learn means he's going to suggest something Anakin might vehemently protest about. The Count pauses just the right length so as not to aggravate Anakin, but also to get his attention. Since we may be forced to duel Sidious, it would be wise for you to be used to your armor. I think we should duel. It could give you insight on how to fight a Sith, and if you can beat me with ease, Sidious will not be able to defeat you. Anakin just stares at him, a mixture of shock and uncertainty flooding him. But really, what would he have to lose? He could practice sparring while channeling his emotions with a person rather than the Magna Guards he's been fighting. And he hates to admit that Dooku is right again, because he is. A sigh escapes him, all right. I'll do it. Dooku looks inordinately pleased. Good. We do not have much more time to prepare. The bounty hunters who will be participating in the tournament will arrive in 2 days. The following day is the traditional Festival of Light on Naboo. Palpatine will be attending, and he will be under Jedi guard. The bounty hunters will kidnap him, and he will be delivered to us. We will finish him from there. It's a good plan, replies Anakin thoughtfully, provided everything goes according to plan. They won't, Dooku returns promptly, I can assure you of that. Then we'll improve, Anakin states simply, it's my specialty. And it is. Since he's eternally getting himself into tight situations, he's constantly being forced to think on the spot to save himself and everyone around him. That's why he's famous. He takes risks, and he's daring. I'm aware of your reputation, Skywalker, answers the Count, a hint of amusement in his voice, and I do hope that your improvised plans won't cause more harm than good, especially since the stakes are so high. I can handle any trouble resulting from my plans, Anakin retorts, maybe too confidently. He can't always plan for everything. and he knows it, but that doesn't mean he won't pretend he can. Do not be too sure of yourself. It can be a weakness, cautions Dooku. Now let's go spar. B. Remember one thing, never stop preparing for an attack from a Sith without a surrender or death, cautions Dooku. Anakin nods, tightening his grip on his lightsaber. Essentially, be careful because they might attack you with Sith lightning if they get disarmed. The two circle one another, holding their blades at ready. Anakin attacks first, swinging towards Dooku. He blocks it, before sending a return strike towards Anakin's chest. Their lightsabers clash again, the speed of their attacks slowly increasing. Draw on your emotions. Channel them into your moves. Let them give you their power. Anakin lets the commands run through his mind as he struggles to follow them. It's much easier than he'd originally thought it would be, but he's by no means skilled in fighting like that. Not yet. The red blades swing in unison, blocking and striking, parrying and lunging. They're locked in an intricate dance, neither party willing to give in. Anakin knows he probably won't win this sparring match. He might be very skilled, but Dooku is a master swordsman. He defeated both he and Obi-Wan on Geonosis. There's no reason he can't defeat Anakin alone. But that doesn't mean the victory will be easy for him to get. Anakin Force leaps over Dooku, attacking again with a concentrated fury. He draws on his grief over losing Obi-Wan, and his hatred and anger for what Sidious is planning. The emotions surging through him give him power in a way he'd never thought possible. Now he's finally realizing what the Jedi have been missing. They've let their fear of the dark side cloud their understanding of the nature of emotions, leading them away from the true path of the light side. The light side is not about hiding emotions, it's about accepting them. It's about acknowledging that everyone is mortal. No one is perfect. And love, he's beginning to realize, is the very center of it all. Anakin dodges a thrust from Dooku's lightsaber barely in the nick of time. The duel is fast approaching an end. Love is the key. For the first time since Obi-Wan's death, Anakin allows himself to access his emotions for his brother. Despite his grief and pain, he still loves him, and now he reaches for those feelings, letting them flood him and fuel his movements. It hurts a lot for him to think about Obi-Wan, but despite the ache, it also feels right to be letting his emotions go like this. And he keeps fighting, channeling his love for his brother into his movements, drawing on his skills with his lightsaber to push Dooku back. Soon, he realizes that despite the constricting features of his armor, Dooku is on the defensive. He's becoming worn out, but he won't concede defeat. Narrowing his eyes, Anakin slashes towards Dooku's blade, hoping he can disarm him and end the duel. He sends a force shove at him in the same moment. Dooku stumbles slightly, gracefully leaping aside and landing on his feet, but he drops his lightsaber. Smirking, Anakin calls it to his hand. Letting out a deep breath, he lowers the blades, satisfaction surging through him. He did it. He beat Dooku. The Force gives him a warning, and he swings up his blade to block the next attack, but not fast enough. Dooku's Force lightning hits him, sending him flying backwards. He lands on the floor as agony runs through him. He'll never get used to the pain. A muffled groan escapes him as he lays there, partially stunned. When he opens his eyes, Dooku is standing over him, lightsaber clipped to his belt again. "Let this be a lesson for you, Skywalker," he warns, not unkindly. A Sith is never defenseless, and Sidious is just as skilled with Force lightning as he is with his lightsaber. "Oh. Great," replies Anakin sarcastically, slowly pulling himself back to his feet. "Which emotions were you channeling?" asks Dooku curiously. "You were much stronger than I've ever seen before." A small, secretive smile hovers on Anakin's lips for a moment. "Love," he answers simply. Dooku nods slowly, looking thoughtful. "I think the Jedi truly underestimate the power of love," he comments. "It seems to be one of their biggest flaws." "I agree," Anakin concurs, "and he really does. Spending time with Dooku has opened his eyes to a completely new perspective of the Jedi Order. He feels much more confident in his own abilities, and his control over emotions has increased tremendously. No longer does he feel guilty over his secret marriage to Padme, especially now that he understands what love is about. Love is the essence of the light side, and as a Jedi, Anakin intends to hold onto it to resist the lure of the dark side. 2 days later, Anakin's confidence in his fighting abilities has doubled, and he rightfully considers himself a master swordsman, on par with Dooku. Being the chosen one, Anakin has a much stronger connection to the Force which he uses to his advantage. Slowly, he's beginning to heal from Obi-Wan's death. Though he still has moments where he can't imagine living without his brother, it's no longer as hard for him to control himself. The longing will take years to fade, and his love for him will never lessen. You should accompany me when I go to greet our late arrivals. Eval is finally here, Dooku informs Anakin, who lets out an exaggerated groan. Okay, fine. I'll come. Anakin stands up, striding out of the room after Dooku. They walk out to the landing pad, surrounded by 4 Magna Guards, stopping at the stop of the stairs. Anakin watches silently as 3 beings descend from the ship, his eyes narrowing behind the helmet. 3? There were supposed to be 2. Moralo Eval and Cad Bane. He recognizes them, but the third man he does not. Something about him seems so familiar, but Anakin can't place him. The helmet concealing his face doesn't help either. The first, Eval, rushes towards them. Count Dooku, I apologize for my delay, he announces hastily as 2 of the Magna Guards point their electro-staffs at him. He glances at them, a slightly worried expression on his face. Dooku's expression indicates he's not particularly forgiving of the delay. Your careless delay could have ruined my plans, Eval, he practically snaps. I see Cad Bane is with you. Who is the other one? Eval pauses, almost as though he just remembered his companions. He turns to look over his shoulder as the 2 approach him. This is Rocco Hardeen, he explains. When Bane's escape plan failed, we only succeeded thanks to Hardeen. I thought he might be useful for the tournament. Hardeen. Rocco Hardeen. The bounty hunter who had murdered Obi-Wan, his master, his best friend, his brother. And he's walking free, while Obi-Wan is dead. A haze of white-hot anger and pain rush through him, and Anakin snaps. Obi-Wan hadn't counted on Dooku having another apprentice, if that's who the masked man is, but he doubts it will affect his ability to perform his mission. At least until a snarl escapes the man, his body going rigid. So much anger and hatred swirl in his Force signature, that it almost makes Obi-Wan flinch. Almost. Enough small talk, I want my money, asserts Bane, crossing his arms stubbornly. That makes 2 of us, Obi-Wan adds, still slightly uncomfortable with his new voice, keeping a wary eye on Dooku's companion. That's when he lunges towards the group. Straight towards Obi-Wan. He can't shake off the feeling that the man has something against him. Personally. Or more accurately, against Hardeen, since that's who he currently resembles. He's slightly surprised when Dooku's arm flies out, catching the man before he can move too far. There is no time to deal with personal grudges, Lord Vader, hisses Dooku, frowning at the man. But the man Vader protests. Obi-Wan notes that he appears to have a vocoder in his helmet which distorts his voice. Dooku stares him down. Once our mission is complete, you will have sufficient time to deal with personal scores. I won't pretend to understand how you feel right now, but we do not have time right now. It will have to wait. Obi-Wan vaguely wonders if Dooku really sounds sympathetic or if it's just his imagination. Probably my imagination. I couldn't believe him capable of sympathy. All he knows for certain is that they have a new Sith to deal with. Lord Vader? Definitely a Sith. The Council will have to be informed at the soonest opportunity. Sorry, Master, grumbles Vader, something in his voice slightly sardonic. Dooku glares at him, and his apprentice offers an exaggerated sigh. "Apologies, Count. It won't happen again," he concedes, this time sounding sincere. Obi-Wan shakes his head slightly, wondering how Dooku can deal with him. As the tension dissipates, he allows himself a moment to study Vader. He's a tall man, significantly taller than Obi-Wan, and the size of the armor hints at his potential strength. He's wearing black armor, a helmet concealing his face. A lightsaber is clipped to his belt. The outfit is finished with a flowing cape that hangs halfway down his boots. Obi-Wan wonders briefly how his lightsaber skills are. If he's anything like Ventress, he won't be difficult to beat in combat. Somehow, he doubts that Vader would appreciate being compared to her. He seems to radiate an aura of power and authority like no one the Jedi Master has ever seen. Well, maybe. The only one who could come close to matching him is Anakin. Sighing quietly, Obi-Wan pushes thoughts of his former Padawan from mind. He doesn't need to be distracted by thoughts of him right now, though he wonders how Anakin is handling his death. When he gets back, he hopes Anakin will understand his reasoning. Stop thinking about him. You can't get distracted right now. With an effort, Obi-Wan turns his mind back to the task at hand, unwilling to admit how unnerved he is by the masked Sith watching his every move. "I think perhaps it would be best if you went inside," Dooku remarks, still watching Vader like a hawk. "If that's what you want," Vader replies flatly. Vader. There's something distinctly caring in the way Dooku says the name, and it boggles Obi-Wan's mind that the Sith Lord might care about someone. A sigh escapes him, and he continues, "We have talked about this. You should try sparring with some Magna Guards. It will help." He doesn't touch his apprentice, but he seems very close to doing so. Obi-Wan watches as Vader's hands fist at his sides, his helmet turning towards Obi-Wan for a moment before he nods stiffly. Turning sharply, he walks away. Though Obi-Wan won't dare reach out to the Force to touch him, he can practically feel the Sith's emotions boiling around him. How unusual. He'd always thought Sith had more control, but maybe not. He's distracted from his musings when Dooku turns to face them once more. "So, you were concerned with your money. You shall have it and perhaps much more. Both of you, if you would like to enter our friendly little contest." "I'm in, if he's in," Obi-Wan replies without a second thought, tipping his head towards Bane. Bane glances at him before looking stonily at Dooku and crossing his arms. "You already owe me for one job, Dooku, anything else will cost you triple." Dooku regards him coolly, "I assure you that if you survive the challenge, the reward will be well worth it." "If you survive?" That doesn't sound too promising, and Obi-Wan takes a deep breath, trusting in the Force to guide him. He must remain alive, so he can help foil Dooku's plan, though he is confident that whatever is in store for them will not be enough to kill a Jedi. Anakin holds his lightsaber up in front of him, trying to bring his anguish under control. "It's not fair. It's not right. The man who murdered Obi-Wan shouldn't be walking free right now. Dooku is right. If he spars, he'll be able to prevent his emotions from devastating him, but Force, it hurts so much." He'd almost forgotten what the pain was like. Being on Sereno is like his personal haven. He doesn't have any contact with anyone, and he enjoys it. Loosening the ties with his life have helped him forget, but now, he's no longer so sure that he'll ever be able to go back. Seeing Hardeen reopened all the wounds he'd been trying so hard to close. He just wants Obi-Wan back, though he knows it's an impossible dream. He's dead. He'll never be coming back. A half growl, half sob escapes him as he motions to the 4 Magna Guards facing him. If Dooku knew what he was doing right now, he'd be furious. Anakin might be an excellent swordsman, but he can't fight off 4 droids in unison. Not when they're all programmed to attack him together. He doesn't care. Fighting will take his mind off Obi-Wan, and more importantly, off Hardeen. That's what he wants, needs. Spinning their electro staffs, the Magna Guards advance towards him, closing in from all sides. Perfect. He'll work himself to exhaustion. Even if it's not the right way to deal with his crushing pain, at least he's not hurting himself intentionally. Throwing himself into a fight will help. For now. And a temporary distraction is all he can get. Anything to get his mind off the pain tearing him apart. Anakin lunges towards them, knowing even as he does, that he'll be using very little of the emotional control he's learned over the past couple days. He's running solely on emotions, and more than likely, he'll end up being injured. He doesn't care. Soon, he falls back into a familiar pattern, his red lightsaber slashing and spinning to keep the four at bay. Anakin lays on a couch, his helmet on the floor. He's completely exhausted. On second thought, maybe dueling with 4 Magna Guards wasn't such a good idea. At least not when he's fighting simply to let out his negative emotions rather than dealing with them in a healthier way. He closes his eyes. Maybe he'll be lucky, and Dooku will be too busy dealing with the bounty hunters to find him before he has a chance to recover. Maybe. A few minutes later, or it could have been an hour, he hears footsteps, and Dooku enters the room. He raises an eyebrow, silently appraising Anakin's condition. Uh-oh. He knows he'll be in trouble now. Why does he always seem to get in trouble with his masters or trainers? It would be better not to answer that. He doesn't want to think about Obi-Wan right now. What did you do, Skywalker? Inquires Dooku, a hint of mild amusement in his voice. I ended up on the wrong end of an electrostaff, Anakin admits, more than once. He groans, shifting his position to one slightly more comfortable. I see, and how did that happen? Why, oh why does he sound just like Obi-Wan when Anakin did something he shouldn't have? His former master always had a pretty good idea what Anakin did or didn't do, and it seems Dooku has the same skill. Wonderful. Anakin closes his eyes, unwilling to admit to trying and almost failing to destroy 4 Magna Guards at once. What had he been thinking programming them like that? Oh wait. He hadn't been thinking. Finally, he opens his eyes, reluctantly meeting Dooku's expectant gaze. I guess I tried to duel too many, mutters Anakin, looking anywhere but at Dooku. He almost expects him to react how Obi-Wan would have. To his credit, Dooku doesn't sigh, though he looks like he wants to. You know that's not how you're supposed to deal with your emotions. Control is more important now than ever, since Sidious will find and exploit every single weakness you possess when we fight him, warns Dooku. I know, replies Anakin flatly. And he does, but frankly, he can't bring himself to care right now. He just misses Obi-Wan too badly. He wants him to be there with him, but he can't be. He'll never be there again, because he's dead. Anakin closes his eyes against the pain that shoots through him. I came to find you since I'm done testing the bounty hunters. We have a team of 6 now, Dooku reports, but I think there is something I should discuss with you. Anakin pushes himself into a sitting position, even though every muscle in his body seems to be screaming in protest. Is Hardeen, he begins, and Dooku nods. Anakin slumps back against the couch, a mixture of relief and irritation flooding him. He wants the man to die, but he wants to do it himself. Revenge may be a path to the dark side, but Anakin thinks he'd be justified this once. After all, Hardeen murdered Obi-Wan, and he's irreplaceable. I'm actually here about Hardeen, remarks Dooku. He seems content to stand inside the doorway. Anakin stiffens imperceptibly. What is it? Dooku frowns. I don't think Hardeen is who he claims to be. What? Hisses Anakin, narrowing his eyes. What are you saying? Let me explain my reasoning, replies Dooku, a veiled reprimand in his tone. In the tournament, it was because of Hardeen that most of the contestants survived the first 2 trials. He has an excellent aim, which could be believable since he killed Kenobi, but something about him is off. I considered putting him in charge of the operation, but he refused to kill Eval when asked. Anakin nods, catching on. And if he killed a Jedi Master for no reason, then he's clearly ruthless. Exactly my thinking, Dooku concurs. They remain in silence, both mulling over the situation. Normally, I'd say we shouldn't be too concerned, admits Anakin, but since the stakes are so high, we need to be extremely careful. If he's not the real Hardeen, then who is he? Dooku regards him quietly. You won't like it, he warns. Anakin raises an eyebrow, waiting for him to explain. The Sith Lord crosses his arms, looking every bit the Count he is. Since Hardeen conveniently murdered Kenobi right before this occurred, I would speculate that they are, in fact, the same person. But Obi-Wan is dead. He wouldn't do that, or would he? Anakin stares at Dooku in a shocked silence. No. It's not possible. He must be wrong. No, Anakin finally manages to say, his voice oddly emotionless. He shakes his head. No. He can't be. Obi-Wan, he wouldn't do that. Because he couldn't possibly hurt Anakin so badly intentionally. There is another explanation for this. He knows there is. There must be. A hint of sympathy surfaces in Dooku's expression. I hope you're right, he says quietly, because if Kenobi or another Jedi is here, our plans will fall apart, and Sidious will likely not die. And Anakin can't accept that. He won't, because Sidious could potentially destroy the galaxy. There is no room for mistakes. They must succeed or the galaxy will fall. We will not fail, he replies, a deadly certainty in his voice. If Sidious escapes us this time, we will go after him later. No matter the cost, I cannot let him live. Neither of us can. You're right, Dooku agrees simply. I should talk to him, Anakin finally decides. I'll give him a warning. Dooku gives him a long, appraising look before nodding. Don't lose your temper on him and watch what you say. If he's not a Jedi, we don't want to lose his help. Anakin clenches his jaw. He doesn't want Hardeen's help, but he knows Dooku is right. I'll be careful. He reaches for his helmet, pulling it over his head and attaching it. Slowly he pushes himself to his feet, still slightly unsteady from the electrostaff effects. He closes his eyes, drawing in the force to take the edge off his discomfort. I'll go now, he tells Dooku, striding to the doorway. The Count doesn't reply but seems to approve as he steps out of the doorway, letting Anakin pass. B. Ever since Vader had made clear he carried a personal grudge against Hardeen, Obi-Wan had done his best to keep an eye open so he could maintain his distance, but apparently, Vader had other plans. Obi-Wan stands as still as possible so as not to antagonize the Sith as he prowls around him. Will he ever get tired of pacing in circles? It doesn't matter. Hopefully, this will be over with very soon. Listen here, snarls Vader, coming to a halt only a foot in front of him. I don't know much about you, and nor do I care to. I just want to make one thing perfectly clear. If you, in any way, interfere with our plans, then I will personally hunt you down. Not only that, but you will be single-handedly responsible for the collapse of the galaxy. Vader's words both surprise and alarm Obi-Wan. If Vader suspects that he might try to interfere with the plans for kidnapping Palpatine, then Dooku must also. And if they don't trust him, who do they think he is? Or did Hardeen really have the reputation of double-crossing? He doubted it, since the Council specifically selected him. If I get my money, I won't have a reason to betray you, Obi-Wan replies coolly. You are no bounty hunter, mutters Vader, his vocoder probably making his words louder than he'd wanted them to be. The finality almost sends shivers down his spine. They know something, but what? He'd been so careful. He'd kept his distance. What could he have done that might tip them off? I work for money, he answers, trying to sound flippant. I don't know what you're trying to imply, but I don't care. If you'll pay me, I'll help you. Dooku already assured you that you would be paid, Vader snaps coldly, but you aren't worried about that. Obi-Wan sighs. This has already gone on too long. Look. What do you want? He's careful not to let himself sound too demanding. I want you to do the job we're hiring you to do, and I don't want you to interfere with our plans, Vader replies bluntly. I'm a bounty hunter. You pay me, I'll do what you want, Obi-Wan retorts. Vader lets out a sigh, but Obi-Wan can still feel raw anger simmering around him. You'd better. It's all he says before he turns sharply and stalks away, leaving Obi-Wan feeling somewhat shaken. They don't trust him, that much is obvious, but he doesn't know why. Something must have happened. Something he doesn't know about. All he knows is that he must tread with care. Under no circumstances can he allow them to suspect that he's a Jedi, unless they already do. Either way, the future of his mission has just become far from certain. Anakin trails Dooku as they walk into the small hangar the bounty hunters had secured after killing all the workers there. The deaths bothered him, but there was nothing he could do about them. Secrecy is of utmost importance, and he knows it. Dooku stands at the head of the table, looking around at the 6 gathered beings. Each one will have an important role in the operation. Standing slightly behind Dooku, Anakin crosses his arms, realizing exactly how imposing he appears. The armor gives him a completely different image, one he knows should keep everyone in line. This is it, my friends, announces Dooku, the day of reckoning for the Republic. I have it from a very reliable source that everything will happen exactly as we planned. Anakin can only hope. The fate of the galaxy depends on it. If they can't eliminate Sidious now, the situation will only become that much worse. Execute your roles as you've been instructed, and you will all be immortalized in history, the Count continues, not to mention, rewarded with enough credits that you will never have to work again. I will let Cad Bane take it from here. Anakin nods to himself. Dooku is a very inspirational speaker, and he can fully understand now why so many systems were willing to join the Separatists. The Sith Lord has a special way with words, one that reminds him very much of Obi-Wan. Though Anakin hadn't liked the thought of Bane overseeing the operation, he had to grudgingly admit that the bounty hunter is skilled. He always seems to get the job done, and that is exactly the kind of person they need for this kidnapping. Bane straightens, listen up, I'm only saying it once. He tosses a data pad down in front of each participant. Each device tells you your position and essential details about your part of the plot, he explains. As the bounty hunters pick up the data pads, Hardeen looks over at Bane, aren't you gonna tell us how all the pieces fit together? Anakin can't help but feel slightly uneasy at the request. Does it really matter? Perhaps to him. To them, but maybe it shouldn't. He shrugs it off, chalking it up to his paranoia. Daron here is going to breach the shield. Moral low eval is the getaway driver. 2 of you will act as guards protecting the Chancellor. And you, Hardeen, are a sniper. That's all you need to know, Bane answers firmly, putting a sniper rifle case on the table and pushing it over to him. Once we have the Chancellor, the devices will lead you to the rendezvous point. Any questions? When everyone shakes their heads, Bane withdraws the holographic disguise matrix and tosses it onto the table. 4 holograms of Nubian guards appear. Now for our disguises, Bane declares, everyone step back. This will get us into the inner circle. Step into the shadow hologram and you will receive your new identity. Hardeen is the first to move, stepping forward into the hologram. Moments later, he looks like a Nubian guard on the surface. The 3 other bounty hunters follow his lead. Bane glances around, continuing once he seems satisfied, when you leave here, you will have no communication with the rest of the team. All right, then, get to your positions. Anakin watches silently next to Dooku as the 4 bounty hunters walk away. When Bane turns to go, Dooku stops him. Well handled, the Count congratulates in a low voice, I should have put you in charge long ago. A word of advice, though, keep an eye on Hardeen. There's something about him I do not trust. Same here. Bane nods, "Don't worry. I'm keeping my eye on all of them." He walks away, leaving Anakin and Dooku behind. "So, what do you say, Lord Vader?" questions Dooku, turning towards Anakin. Anakin considers the question for a moment, nudging the Force gently. "I think something is going to go wrong," he admits. "Hardeen," Dooku agrees, "I put a secret COMM link inside his sniper rifle case. Anything he says should be picked up. Let's return to the ship. Once the celebration is underway, we should head to the meeting location where we'll hopefully be able to eliminate Sidious." Anakin nods, and the pair return to their ship to wait for any developments. "I still question if Kenobi went undercover as Hardeen," remarks Dooku, once they're back in the safety of their ship. "And I told you that Obi-Wan wouldn't do that," Anakin retorts adamantly. "How certain are you?" inquires Dooku. "Do you really think that a sniper shot could have killed someone like Kenobi? Do you have any idea how many times Sidious tried to have him killed?" Anakin slowly exhales, "I see your point. Obi-Wan escaped many worse situations, but he was still mortal. Maybe the Force didn't think his time to die had come until then." "You don't really believe that," states Dooku. No, he doesn't. Dooku is right. Obi-Wan had survived so many worse situations. He'd survived when droid armies were instructed to kill him, when Grievous fought him, when Ventress tortured him. Dooku is right to be suspicious, because for a man like Obi-Wan, who'd already survived the impossible, dying from a sniper shot is practically unthinkable. But Dooku must be wrong, because Obi-Wan is certainly dead. There's no reason why, even if for some unfathomable reason he wanted Anakin to think he was dead, why he wouldn't have already contacted him. Unless he tried but Anakin was gone. Then it would be Anakin's fault. A twinge of guilt stabs at him. Only Ahsoka and Padme know he's still alive. They promised not to tell anyone. Suppose Obi-Wan wouldn't tell anyone other than Anakin? He'll never know, he supposes, but if Obi-Wan were alive, he should have told Anakin days earlier. Days when he was grieving his brother's death. What if Obi-Wan thinks he's dead? He couldn't do that to his brother, but it won't be for much longer. He'll help Dooku kill Sidious and return to the Jedi to inform them what happened. Then Anakin remembers something. Something he'd noticed yesterday. When a master dies, doesn't the bond between the master and apprentice break? Anakin asks cautiously. Yes, Dooku confirms, it will always break. A slightly confused expression appears on Anakin's face, as he ponders the implications. That's why I felt a connection, he mutters finally. I don't think my bond with Obi-Wan is broken. Are you quite certain? Questions Dooku apprehensively. Anakin nods slowly, I think so. I think it's being shielded heavily, but I don't think Obi-Wan would simply pretend to be dead. He brow furrows in concentration as he reaches into the Force, into himself. Without touching the shielding on his bonds, Anakin searches for his bond with Obi-Wan. There. Buried so deeply in the Force it's barely perceptible, the bond still hums with life. Unbroken. I think it's being shielded, Anakin reports. Do you think perhaps Obi-Wan was captured? The eerie silence reminds him of what their bond felt like when Obi-Wan had been captured by Ventress. No. That can't happen again. Kenobi was not captured by separatist forces, or I would know, Dooku replies emphatically, and I can assure you that Sidious would likely not capture him without my knowledge. Anakin frowns, but then what could have happened to him? I think you'll get your answer from him sooner rather than later, answers the Count, and I expect the Jedi Council is aware of his whereabouts. It's clear Dooku still thinks that Obi-Wan might have gone undercover to help prevent the kidnapping attempt from succeeding. Anakin has his doubts. Obi-Wan wouldn't do that to him, would he? The Council surely wouldn't let it happen either. He ruthlessly crushes back Palpatine's voice, reminding him in a whisper that the Jedi Council doesn't trust him. Now he sees the Chancellor for who he really is. A manipulative Sith Lord with designs on the Chosen One. He vows quietly that no matter what, he will never turn to the dark side and join him. Even if he falls, his first step will be to kill Sidious. The man betrayed him, lied to him, manipulated him. He does not deserve to live, not when he has plans to conquer the galaxy. Perhaps. Perhaps not, Anakin mumbles. He'd rather not consider the possibility that Obi-Wan would have done that. He would have told him. Why wouldn't he have? They trust each other. The only reason Anakin didn't tell Obi-Wan about Padme was because he was afraid that Obi-Wan, being a perfect Jedi, would feel obligated to tell the Council. Now he understands that those thoughts were from Palpatine's manipulations. If Obi-Wan is still alive, he intends to tell him about Padme as soon as he can. And if he's alive, is he in danger? That thought disturbs Anakin, but he knows there's nothing he can do about it without probing their bond. Doing that will expose his presence in the Force, something he cannot let happen until Sidious is dead. For now, the galaxy must believe him dead. You must hear this, announces Dooku striding into the room, a disturbed look on his face. What? Anakin looks up. This won't be easy for you, warns Dooku. From the COMM link installed on Hardeen, I have discovered some troubling news. It seems that we were right. Hardeen is not who we thought he is. He is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Dooku's words crash down onto Anakin, shattering his mind with the implications. If Hardeen is Obi-Wan, then Obi-Wan is alive. And if he's alive, he left Anakin suffering for no reason other than to uncover Dooku's plot to kidnap Palpatine. And that means that Obi-Wan betrayed him and... No! Exclaims Anakin, desperately shaking his head. He scrambles to his feet and slowly backs away. That's not possible. He wouldn't do that to me. Dooku doesn't answer, but his expression says more than words ever could. He could. He did. It's true. No! Cries Anakin, whirling around and running out of the room. He doesn't know where he's going, because he can't escape the horrible truth. He ends up in his cabin where he takes off his helmet and tosses it to the floor. He sits down on the edge of the bed and buries his face in his hands, both gloved, and breaks down. It's true. Force, it's true. Obi-Wan is Hardeen. He faked his death and hurt Anakin for no reason. It's not excusable. Nothing can excuse breaking someone's trust and heart like that. Anakin didn't think anything could hurt worse than finding out Obi-Wan was dead. He was wrong. This hurts him more than anything ever could. In that moment of pure agony, Anakin finds himself wishing that Obi-Wan was dead, because if he was, he wouldn't feel like this. He loved him like a brother. He loved him, would have given anything for him. He saved him over and over because he cared about him, because he didn't want to lose him, and this is what he gets? How? How could he do that to me? Anakin knows that no matter what happens to him, this will always be ingrained in his mind as his worst memory. Even losing his mother wasn't nearly so agonizing, because he'd known how much she loved him. Words could never, ever do justice to the pain ripping him apart. Apparently, it's possible for an already shattered heart to be hurt even more, because he was already hurting, thinking Obi-Wan was dead. He doesn't move. He doesn't think he even could. Forget about Sidious and his crafty plans. Obi-Wan is the one who just broke him. No one else could have done what he just did. Anakin cries until he just can't anymore, because he's too exhausted. It just hurts so much. He wants it to stop, but he knows it won't. It never will, because betrayal isn't something that can be healed. If Obi-Wan was dead, the pain could fade. Grief dissipates with time. Betrayal doesn't. Anakin continues to sit there, head buried in his hands, desperately wishing that he could wake up and discover that this was all just a nightmare. Obi-Wan will be there, and he'll make him feel better. But no. This isn't a nightmare, and it will never go away. Ever. And all he can ask is how? How could his brother, the man he'd loved and trusted with his life, do that to him? Did their relationship really mean nothing to him? And now, he does want to die, because in death he could escape the terrible pain that will destroy him, is destroying him. It no longer scares him, and perhaps that fact should bother him, but it doesn't. He won't kill himself not because the galaxy needs him but he can hope. Maybe he'll die killing Sidious. It would be better. A place beyond the pain, beyond the crushing betrayal. This should never have happened. Obi-Wan never should have done that to him. Is this what the Jedi are all about? Do any of them even feel a shred of remorse? Does Obi-Wan? Does it even bother him, knowing he left Anakin suffering, in pain? He pressed his fists against his temples. He can't think about these questions. It already hurts so much. As much as he wants his brother, he's no longer so certain if he should. If he could do this to him, what else is he capable of? How much more could he do in the name of the Jedi? How could anyone in the council have let this happen? There's simply no reason, no excuse for what happened, for what Obi-Wan did to him. He doesn't know how long he sits there, balancing precariously close to just giving up. Why should he fight? What should he fight for? If Obi-Wan betrayed him, who can help him now? The Sith? Dooku certainly. He helped him already. He saved him. If it wasn't for him, Anakin doesn't know where he would be. Sidious would have used his emotions to get him to fall. He shudders to think that he might have become the Sith's apprentice, become the one to help wipe out the Jedi. And maybe they deserve to die, but he won't be the one to do it. He's not merciless. They might have hurt him, but he won't hurt Obi-Wan back. It goes against his nature. Slowly, he can feel himself slipping from the edge of rationality, and he tries to hold on, but it's just too hard. It just hurts too much. Everything hurts. Everything. He doesn't want to go on like this. He shouldn't go on like this. He closes his eyes against the pain. There's just too much. He can't handle it. He can't. He draws his knees up, resting his forehead on them, emotions raging between overwhelming pain and numbness. We need to go. Dooku's voice draws him out of his mind, bringing him back to the present. I know this is hard for you, but we need to leave now. Can't, mutters Anakin, his voice partially muffled. You don't have a choice, Dooku replies firmly, stepping into the room. I can't defeat Sidious without you. Why can't the galaxy ever just leave him alone? Why does it always have to be him who has to save everyone? It's not fair. He never gets a moment to himself, and right now, he desperately needs one. Anakin groans, because he knows Dooku is right. He can just go and destroy Sidious before spending the rest of his life grieving the betrayal. Maybe that's not too bad. He reluctantly stands up, unwilling to even look at the Sith Lord watching him. I'm sorry, Skywalker, Dooku murmurs gently, and he means it. Right now, at least, he's not being fake. He's being sincere, and Anakin appreciates it so much, because if he didn't have someone, even if that someone is a Sith, he would just shatter. Anakin just nods, clenching his jaw, swallowing past the lump in his throat. The pain, the agony, they're still tormenting him. And this time, they probably will never go away. He loved Obi-Wan, and now can he admit that he cared for him more than anyone else? Pain like this doesn't just go away. He turns his back on Dooku, brushing away the tears that managed to escape. How can anything hurt so much? He uses the Force to grab his helmet before pulling it back on. He doesn't hate wearing it right now. He likes hiding behind a mask, so no one can see him falling apart. Keep yourself together, instructs Dooku quietly. If we confront Sidious and he feels you right now, he will not hesitate to use your emotions to destroy you. He's right. Anakin knows he is, but he can't find the strength to do as Dooku is asking. It's still too fresh in his mind and heart. The inner fortitude he's always possessed seems to have vanished. He can't even follow Dooku's advice about letting emotions give him power. The only power he could get right now would be from the dark side, and he's not willing to let himself fall. His love for Obi-Wan will only serve to torture him, causing even more torment. That seems to be the summary of his life right now. Why didn't his love for his brother matter? Why couldn't it have been enough to prevent this from happening? Why? Dozens of questions buzz through Anakin's mind, each more painful than the last. "Cloak your presence," murmurs Dooku as they leave for the meeting location, "it could be vital to the success of our mission." Anakin nods, again not responding though he understands what Dooku is saying. He reaches out to the Force, drawing it in snugly around him, blocking his Force presence off from other Force sensitives. To them, he'll feel like a black hole of nothingness. It's a Sith technique, one which he adapted to the light side. He'll be ready for a fight. He must be. There's no choice. Somehow, he'll be ready, just as he always is. Anakin leans against the structure he's standing behind. Any moment the bounty hunters should arrive with Palpatine. He and Dooku will make quick work of him before anyone else has a chance to show up. According to plan, Obi-Wan shouldn't arrive until later, but he has a bad feeling that nothing will go as planned. Despite his tenseness, he simply doesn't have the energy to move around. He's not acting like himself, so much so that even Dooku could tell. He pretends not to notice the sideways glance the Count shoots his way, concern showing in his eyes. The slight nudge of his shielding is next, just as he suspected. It had been going on like this ever since he heard the news about Obi-Wan. He's beginning to think coming here was a bad idea. He's not in his right mind. Not at all. The roaring of a speeder engine draws his attention out to the meeting spot. Just as expected, Eval and Bane are here with Palpatine. "This is the rendezvous point," Anakin hears Eval announce. "Dooku said he would meet us here." He discreetly watches as Eval climbs out of the speeder. Bane emerges shortly thereafter, throwing Palpatine's semi-conscious body to the ground unceremoniously. "What did I tell you, Bane?" brags Eval. "My plan worked to perfection." Bane scoffs, "It wasn't your plan. It was my execution of your plan." He looks over at Palpatine, withdrawing a blaster and pointing it at him. "Come on, get up," he snaps, watching as the Chancellor slowly clambers to his feet. "How dare you disrespect Moralo Eval?" growls Eval. "Pipe down," hisses Bane, glaring at him. "Where's Dooku? I thought you said he'd meet us here." "Come on," whispers Dooku, "if we're going to eliminate Sidious, we need to do it now." "That was the plan," retorts Eval. Anakin steps forward, preparing to jump down into the clearing when he feels a ripple of warning in the Force. "Too late," he mutters, "Obi-Wan is coming." Dooku glances at him sharply, "Then we need to leave." Anakin shakes his head, "We may still have a chance." At that moment, a second speeder zooms up, and Obi-Wan, though he still looks like Hardeen, leaps out, walking towards the two bounty hunters and their captive. "Hardeen, you're not supposed to be here yet," frowns Bane, eyeing him suspiciously. "I don't want to be double-crossed and left behind again," Obi-Wan retorts, crossing his arms. "I think we've all been double-crossed." "Dooku's a no-show," counters Bane. "What do you mean?" queries Obi-Wan. "What do we do with the Chancellor now?" demands Eval. "We'll ransom him ourselves. If Dooku won't pay us, somebody else will," Bane replies simply. "I'm afraid the Chancellor is coming with me," replies Obi-Wan, a finality in his voice that enrages Anakin. A scuffle breaks out while Anakin stares at Palpatine. He did this. All of this. He should be feeling something else, but the only emotion simmering at the surface is anger. White-hot anger. He's so angry at Sidious. He just wants him dead. He wants to see him suffer. If it wasn't for him, none of this would have happened. Obi-Wan wouldn't have lied to him, he wouldn't have broken him. Anakin can't move. He's rooted to the spot, shaking as anger burns through him. It would be so easy. He could just attack Sidious. Right now, the two bounty hunters are fighting with Obi-Wan. Sidious wouldn't risk exposing himself. Distantly, he can hear Dooku urging him to calm himself and think rationally, but he's too far gone. Trying to do something now would be suicide, but he's always acted rather irrationally. The odds have rarely been in his favor. The shielding around his force signature is in place. No one will recognize him. He can go and just do it and then escape. No one would be the wiser. Yes. Right now. He jumps, leaping down from his hiding place and landing only 10 feet from Palpatine. He hates him. So much. He wants him to suffer. He hardly even realizes what he's doing as he raises his left hand, shooting a blast of Sith lightning right at the Chancellor. Anakin, no. Vader smiles cruelly, enjoying the stunned expression on Sidious' face. He tries to escape the flying voltage, but the attack was too unexpected. The electricity hits his body, sending him to the ground, writhing from the pain. His screams are like music. Vader never, ever wants it to end. Yes. This man must suffer a horrible death. This is what he's always wanted. The power over others. He can almost taste the Sith's agony. He laughs mercilessly. Letting his hand, his left one, fall to his side as the barrage of lightning subsides, he raises his right hand and clenches it, using the force to grip Sidious's neck and choke him. He will die. Here and now by Vader's hand. It's sweet revenge. Watching the smoking body of the Chancellor writhing in his grip, seeing the terror in his eyes. He thinks he's going to die. Like this. Vader can't help himself. He laughs again. How the mighty fall, he mocks, his focus solely on the dying man. He doesn't even realize that the other three are watching him in a stunned silence. He doesn't even realize that they're all turning their weapons towards him. Until the Force screams a warning. He jumps, acting purely on instinct, forced to release the Chancellor, who lays on the ground gasping for breath. When he lands on his feet, his lightsaber is already in his hand, ignited. He curses himself. He let himself be distracted. The Sith should be dead, not alive. At least Dooku forced him to get a red blade. It will conceal his identity. The Force hums with anticipation, and he senses others approaching. Jedi. No. He can't leave. But he can't fight them either. More blaster bolts come his way. He blocks them, never letting himself acknowledge that it's Obi-Wan shooting at him. Force. This was not supposed to happen. Not now. Sidious must die. No one should be defending him. Vader. Get out. Hisses Dooku, showing himself for the first time. Are you that drunk on the dark side? Not like this. We need to leave. Vader turns, hardly registering the words. All he feels is the overwhelming need to crush Sidious's throat and watch him suffer the way he hurt so many others. He needs him dead. Dooku looks almost frantic. This is the most emotion he's ever seen him express. Wait. What's happening again? Oh. Right. Sidious is alive. A quick glance confirms it. And Jedi are coming. Are already here. His eyes widen when he sees the speeder stop. Windu and Ahsoka jump out. No. He's not going to fight them. He won't hurt Jedi. It's Sidious. It's the Sith Lord he's after. Dooku is right. He must leave, but he can't seem to move. The bitterness of defeat overwhelms him. You won't get away, Sith, warns Windu, igniting his purple lightsaber. Ahsoka stands behind him, her two green blades glowing brightly. It's time to run. Vader hates running. Vader. Anakin. Whoever he is right now. But he runs. Dooku has already darted into the shadows. And the Jedi follow. Wonderful. But they can't catch him. They won't. He clips his lightsaber back onto his belt, following Dooku. He uses the Force to conceal himself further and make pursuit more difficult. Vader dashes onto the starship right behind Dooku. He fires up the engines and blasts into space just as Windu and Ahsoka run up. That was a narrow escape. He should feel something. He really should. But he feels numb again. The defeat recedes, leaving only anger burning at him. Sidious should be dead. Why did he have to fail? With a sigh, he removes his helmet and tosses it aside. Look at me, Skywalker, orders Dooku, his voice firm. He isn't going to argue, and besides, why should Anakin refuse? So, he listens. He turns his head, meeting the other Sith's eyes. He almost misses the flicker of concern. Why? Why is he worried? Yes, Sidious must die, but not at the cost of your soul, Anakin, warns Dooku. Anakin. He called him Anakin. Why did he do that? He never calls him that. Always Skywalker. Or Vader, if they're in public. His confusion must have shown on his face, because Dooku sighs lightly and leans back in his seat. Your eyes are yellow, he explains, you've given in to the dark side. Wait, what? That's not right. He's a Jedi. Jedi don't fall to the dark side, but Jedi don't help the Sith either. So, what is he? A Jedi? Or a Sith? Does it matter? And why does he suddenly feel so drained? Dooku is watching him like a hawk, more with concern than interest. Finally, though it seems like an eternity, he nods slightly. They're blue again, he informs Anakin, who barely even has enough energy to move. I know you're angry, he continues. Once Anakin makes the jump to hyperspace, you have every reason to be, but you do need to work on controlling your temper. I'm surprised that Kenobi never forced you to. Oh, he tried, Anakin interjects, his tone flat. He doesn't have energy to talk. He doesn't have energy for anything really. He just wants to sleep and forget everything. How could he have almost fallen? How can he ever go back to the Jedi now? I'm sure, agrees Dooku, still warily watching Anakin like he might snap again any second, but anger. It does lead to the dark side. Look at it this way, you didn't fall. You're not dark, even if you touched the dark side. Anger is a normal emotion, which you need to control and deal with like any other. We've already been over it. Yes, they had, but that doesn't mean that Anakin will necessarily remember the lesson when he needs it most. He groans and rubs his face. He's so messed up. Ever since discovering that Obi-Wan was still alive, that he evidently betrayed Anakin and their friendship for a stupid mission, his emotions have been going haywire. Today was not the right day to confront Sidious. When Dooku doesn't keep talking, Anakin is almost ready to ask him to say something. He doesn't want the silence. Silence means he'll be forced to start thinking and confronting his emotions again. He doesn't want to go back to feeling the shattering pain that's been gripping him for the past several hours. Did Obi-Wan ever even care about him? Why couldn't he have just trusted him? None of this would have happened if he had. Anakin wouldn't be here with Dooku. He wouldn't be trying to deal with the consequences of touching and using the dark side heavily. He wouldn't be considering if he's really a Sith and cold-blooded killer because Force, it felt so good to be hurting Sidious like that. He shouldn't feel that. He shouldn't even be thinking that, but he does, and now he can't help but wonder if that somehow makes him evil. Obi-Wan could have sorted it out. He was always able to, but now he's not even here. He'll be giving a report to the council and telling them about me. Oh. Now the council will start looking for Vader. And he doesn't need both the Jedi and the Sith after him. He's just so messed up right now. He doesn't even know what to think, and he feels so guilty now, thinking about hurting Sidious so much. Why couldn't he just have killed him? It would have ended everything so much faster. The stupid dark side, and its twisted lust for power. It could have made him a monster. That is, if he's not already a monster. I must inform you of something, Obi-Wan, Windu tells him gravely. For some reason, his tone hints that Obi-Wan really will not like what he'll be hearing. Speak, urges Obi-Wan. He'd rather just know and get it over with. A few days after your funeral, Skywalker was found dead, Windu informs him, his expression almost sympathetic. The words just can't register in Obi-Wan's mind. What? Anakin is dead? But that's just it, doesn't even make sense. How? What? Obi-Wan finally manages to say. Windu looks down at the ground. His fighter was found. It has crashed on Coruscant. And that, he won't believe. Impossible, refutes Obi-Wan. Anakin is the best pilot. He couldn't have crashed. And yet his fighter was found, and we haven't heard from him since. Windu points out, the Council has not yet determined the cause, which is why we have not released this knowledge publicly. Either he was shot down, or it was intentional. No way. The Council couldn't really think that, it's unthinkable. Anakin wouldn't do that. Except, whispers a very small voice in the back of his mind, he could have, because he thought you were dead. You never bothered to tell him the truth. He wouldn't have known. Anakin wouldn't kill himself, Obi-Wan insists, though he knows exactly how uncertain he sounds. Because that doesn't sound like something Anakin would do. But Obi-Wan doesn't know that for sure, since he only ever faked his death once. He doesn't really have any way of knowing how Anakin would have reacted. And the thought that he might have unintentionally killed Anakin is simply unbearable. I would agree, but he was not acting like himself at the end, Windu reports. I spoke with his Padawan. She said he was moody and depressed, and he wasn't sleeping. He hardly said a word to her or anyone. I don't want to believe it any more than you do, but evidence points to an intentional crash. That's it, couldn't have happened. Anakin can't just be gone. He feels so incredibly guilty. Maybe if he'd told Anakin, things would be different. He doesn't know for sure, and now he never will. Windu doesn't say anything. Maybe he thinks he understands how Obi-Wan feels. But Obi-Wan doubts it. He doesn't even know how he feels. How could anyone else? He's still in shock when he gets back to his apartment. Is this how Anakin felt when he thought he was dead? Yes. Yes, it probably is. How could he have put Anakin through this? Just because his reaction was important, that didn't mean that he couldn't have been told the truth after the funeral. But it's too late now. Anakin's dead, or is he? There was no body, though that might be expected in a serious crash. But suppose Anakin wasn't killed? He could have been captured, in which case he's probably in the Sith's hands. That thought is even more alarming. All he can do now is hope. He doesn't want to believe Anakin is dead. He shouldn't be dead. It's not right, but if he is, Obi-Wan knows that he'll somehow have to accept it, but how? Anakin was like his brother. And though Obi-Wan has always refused to admit it, he loves him. He has an attachment to him, which he won't let anyone know of. He always thought Anakin knew the truth, but what if he didn't? What if he died never knowing how Obi-Wan felt? Getting a grip on himself, Obi-Wan forces his mind away from that line of questioning. He can't let himself dwell on those thoughts, because it won't help him or anyone. It's not right for Anakin to be gone. He shouldn't be. Obi-Wan sits down on the couch, staring blankly at the wall. He can still feel Anakin's Force signature in the apartment, which only makes it hurt so much more. He didn't think it would hurt more to lose anyone than Qui-Gon, but it can. It does. He can't stop the tears that escape. Don't let Anakin be dead. All he has left is hope, though it's hard to see anything positive when everything seems so dark. His light is gone, and nothing can bring it back. Unless Anakin is still alive. Maybe he'll be able to accept that Anakin's gone, that he'll never see him again. Maybe. Then he remembers Ahsoka. The council will probably want him to take her as his Padawan to complete her training, but he doesn't know if he'd even be capable. If Anakin is gone, then he doesn't think he ever wants to get close to anyone again, because losing them will just hurt too much. But nothing would hurt worse than Anakin's death. Of that, he is certain. V. Obi-Wan sits in his council chair, completely unable to keep his normally calm and collected facade in place. It doesn't matter anyways. Everyone knows how close he was with Anakin, so his grief over his death is to be expected. Know anything of this new Sith, do you, Master Kenobi? Questions Yoda. He had expected them to ask him the question. After all, he had spent some time in Dooku's mansion in Sereno and had seen him better than any other Jedi. Obi-Wan collects his thoughts, drawing forth his every memory of Vader. He only spoke to me once, Obi-Wan remembers, right before we left for Naboo. He warned me against interfering with the plans, saying that if I did, I would single-handedly destroy the galaxy. He frowns slightly. The words disturb him as much now as they did then. Suspect your identity, did he? Inquires Yoda. Obi-Wan pauses, recollecting. Finally, he shakes his head. I do not think so. Perhaps he suspected I was a Jedi, but nothing more specific. Are you certain? Demands Windu, and Obi-Wan nods slowly. For some reason, he just feels that the Sith was not aware of his identity. A feeling from the Force, perhaps. And he attacked the Chancellor, comments Windu. Can you explain what happened? When I tried to get the Chancellor away from Bane and Eval, Vader jumped down and started electrocuting him before Force choking him, Obi-Wan explains. It was almost like he had a personal grudge against him. Make no assumptions, warns Yoda, tapping his stick on the floor. I'm not, frowns Obi-Wan, remembering Vader's words. When attacking him, he said, how the mighty fall. Disturbing this is, murmurs Yoda, nodding slowly. Meditate on it, we must. I agree, Windu adds, we must discuss this further later. Something is not adding up. As everyone concurs, the council moves on to other topics. V. Ahsoka paces back and forth in her bedroom, deeply troubled. She heard from Obi-Wan that the council is considering appointing another master for her until they can conclusively determine Anakin's fate. She pinches her eyes closed, sighing heavily. Where could he be? Master, you must come back. She wouldn't deny being stunned to learn that Obi-Wan was still alive or resentful that Anakin was never informed. If he had known earlier, none of this would have happened. She still feels that Anakin only left because he was so torn up and devastated over Obi-Wan's death. Obi-Wan never should have deceived him, all of them like that. It's just not right. But should she tell Obi-Wan that Anakin isn't dead? She's not certain what he would want her to do. She knows he was very close to Obi-Wan, but she doesn't even know what Anakin left to do. Besides, he'd likely be upset at his former master also. Obi-Wan might be hurting over Anakin's fake death, but he hurt Anakin just as much. The first time he'd really talked to her since the funeral was when he made her promise to keep his secret. Ahsoka groans quietly, leaning against the wall, frowning. What should she do? If only Anakin would come back. That would help clear everything up. Maybe she should have demanded to accompany him. Too late for regrets now. She's just grateful that the council hasn't reached a definite conclusion. From the rumors she's heard, the Force has remained clouded as to Anakin's fate. It's frankly unnerving. Why is the Force keeping Anakin's survival a secret? Is it because it's necessary, or it is because he's doing something risky which could compromise his survival? No. She can't think about that, though she knows that if Anakin dies, she'll blame herself for not being with him to help him. She should have gone with him, but she didn't. And now it's too late. Come back, Master. I need you. Obi-Wan needs you. The Jedi need you. Please just come back. She closes her eyes, hoping that Anakin will somehow hear her, even though she knows he won't. A quiet sigh escapes her. Her master had trusted her with a secret, one he clearly didn't want to escape to the council. He'd told her as much, and she loathes to break his trust. As hard as it will be to keep the truth from Obi-Wan, she'll do it for Anakin. "We have a problem," Dooku informs Anakin not long after they arrive on Sereno. His expression is grave. "My master saw you. He'll recognize you, and he knows I know you. If he even suspects that I'm plotting against him, he'll probably kill me. And if he thinks that Vader was once Anakin Skywalker, the trouble only increases double-fold. So, what do we do?" asks Anakin, shifting with concern. Dooku frowns out the window. "I think I'll wait until I hear he's been released from the med center before I contact him. He's going to be paranoid, but I'll try to assuage his mind." "Do you know what you'll tell him?" Anakin pushes. "I'll tell him you're a dark Jedi who wants to ally with me, and I wanted to see how you handle situations first. After attacking Sidious, I killed you," Dooku answers after a moment. "Will it work?" Anakin wants to know. Dooku's silence is as much an answer as his words are. "I don't know," he replies finally, "I hope so. Sidious can be excessively paranoid, which will be only increased after the attack." "Nice. Well, Anakin really doesn't care. He doesn't even know what he wants anymore. Nothing. Everything. Mainly just for everything to be over. He's tired of fighting against the Sith and the Separatists. He's tired of war. He's tired of dealing with so much pain. He's tired of life." Anakin slumps further into his chair, ignoring the faint concern on the Count's face. Perhaps he could go to his room and stay there. "If you don't need me, I'd like to go to my room." A sigh escapes Dooku. "Go ahead," he replies, his reluctance obvious. Without letting him say anything else, Anakin slips out of the room. He doesn't want any pity or sympathy. He doesn't want any of it. None of it will change the facts. None of it will take his pain away. None of it will make him any more inclined to face the galaxy. When he thought Obi-Wan was dead, he could throw himself into something to honor his brother's memory. That's not possible when he betrayed him. As soon as he gets into his room, Anakin locks the door behind him, sliding down it to the floor. Drawing his knees up, he puts his arms across them, resting his head on his arms. Now that his entire world has been destroyed, what's left for him to do? What can he do? What does he even have left to fight for? An order that didn't care one iota for his emotions? Certainly not. A corrupt republic headed by a Sith Lord? Absolutely not. And if he succeeds in helping Dooku destroy Sidious, what then? What's left for him? Nothing. Well, there's always Padme. Maybe he could convince her to leave politics so they can go somewhere and be completely alone. Just him and her. Perhaps, but that thought no longer excites him the way it used to. And what of Ahsoka? Surely, he can't abandon her, but could he even bear to return to an order that doesn't care about him? No. He loathes that thought. Nothing can ever fill the gaping hole that Obi-Wan tore inside him. He knows it, just as surely as he knows that life no longer holds any meaning for him. If the person he'd cared for most could do that to him, what about everyone else? What could they do to him? Just as in the beginning, he's completely alone. He doesn't try to stop his tears when they come. Anakin has been expecting Dooku to come to his door for the past 2 days, but that doesn't mean he is looking forwards to it. When he hears someone knocking firmly on the door, he doesn't need to reach out to feel who's there. "Open the door, Skywalker," the Sith Lord's muffled, demanding voice brooks no refusal. Groaning, Anakin rolls over in his bed, using the Force to unlock the door. Dooku opens it, stepping inside, a determined expression on his face. "You need to get up and do something," states the Count. "You've been in here for the past 3 days. Anakin just glares at him, not responding. He has no desire to move even though he knows Dooku is right. Until Sidious is dead, no one will be safe, Dooku reminds him. Do you have some brilliant plan to help destroy Sidious? Demands Anakin sarcastically. The only way we can get him is by going to Coruscant, returns Dooku. I want you in my office in 15 minutes. With those words, he turns and strides out of the room. Heaving an exasperated sigh, Anakin slides out of bed. It's true. He has been brooding in his room for 3 days since their return to Sereno, and he'd known Dooku wouldn't let him get away with it forever. Until they destroy Sidious, he'll be expected to help. That's not what troubles him. It's what happens afterwards. Though he's nowhere near as broken as when he'd discovered Obi-Wan's betrayal, he's still hurting. Slowly, he's healing. Too slowly. But he hasn't been alone. R2 has been with him, offering comfort in the way only a droid can. It's too bad humans can't be more like that little astromech. He often seems to be more caring than sentience. Muttering under his breath, Anakin makes himself presentable, pulling on a black cloak and putting the hood up over his head. He simply doesn't have the energy to put on his armor. For that matter, he doesn't really have the energy to do anything. He heads straight to Dooku's office. No sense in making the Sith Lord angry at him. Dooku looks pleased when he appears. Sit, he invites, and Anakin readily sinks into a chair. We need to discuss our next move. So, what's the plan? Asks Anakin, letting his hood fall back. He runs a hand through his hair, considering their options. Attacking the Chancellor in the Senate could be very risky. The security there is immensely strong. It would take a carefully laid plan to succeed. We have no choice but to go after Sidious on Coruscant. However, we will need further assistance, Dooku explains. Uh-oh. For some reason, Anakin doesn't like the sound of that. Dooku's expression hints that he won't accept any arguments, and whatever he's planning to say won't be well received. No. He can't be planning to choose. He couldn't be that cruel, could he? I understand, Anakin says carefully, narrowing his eyes. I know this might be hard, but I think we should enlist the help of Master Kenobi. There's a tinge of sympathy in his blue eyes as he looks at Anakin. No. Anakin explodes, absolutely not. There's no way he can possibly be expected to see, much less work with, Obi-Wan after only a few short days. He knows he couldn't handle it emotionally. Skywalker, begins Dooku, sounding somewhat regretful. No. Yells Anakin, interrupting him. An anger he didn't realize he had ignites, and he clenches his fists. Obi-Wan hurt him. Terribly. There's no way Dooku can be expecting him to get over it in so short a time. The Count sighs, looking somewhat exasperated, but Anakin doesn't really care. He can't talk to Obi-Wan. Not right now. Everything is still too raw. Dooku looks as though he's about to continue the argument further when the sound of beeping interrupts, signaling an incoming transmission. In an instant, Dooku's expression becomes grave. It's Sidious, he warns. If you want to remain in the room, stay on the side and shield your presence. Anakin stiffens imperceptibly, nodding silently. He rises, stepping to a corner of the room, where he pulls his hood back up and leans against the wall, crossing him arms. Reaching out to the Force, he draws it close, cloaking himself. Seemingly satisfied, Dooku receives the transmission after shifting his position and dropping to one knee submissively. Lord Tyrannus, Sidious' dark voice rasps, I have heard rumors that Skywalker has killed himself, but I know he still lives. Right now, he sounds nothing like what Anakin remembered. The darkness in his voice is enough to send shivers down Anakin's spine. Even though he knows Sidious can't see him, he still presses further away from the transmission. The last thing he wants is to accidentally alert the Sith to his presence. I have heard nothing, Dooku replies quietly. I do not know where he has gone, Sidious continues, almost as though he never heard his apprentice's comment, "But I want you to find him. Do not fail me, Lord Tyrannus. I want you to capture Skywalker at any cost. If necessary, you can use Kenobi to draw him out of hiding. That man has been a thorn in my side since the beginning, and I would not be upset if he met an unfortunate fate." "I understand, my master," answers Dooku, bowing his head. "Good," chuckles Sidious, "see to it, my apprentice." With those words, he disconnects the transmission. With the call is over, Anakin can't restrain the snarl that escapes him. He's inexplicably furious that Sidious has such a callous attitude towards Obi-Wan and wants him dead, even though Anakin's still angry at his brother. He starts pacing back and forth, completely ignoring Dooku. "Skywalker, we need a new strategy," Dooku interrupts Anakin's pacing, "we're running out of time." His expression conveys how troubled he is. "You don't say," mutters Anakin, throwing himself into a chair and pretending he doesn't notice the Count's reproving expression. Groaning, he runs a hand through his hair. Yes, something must be done and fast. Anakin had tried everything he could to dissuade Dooku from pursuing his newest idea, but the Count had put his foot down and informed Anakin in no uncertain terms that if he was going to help defeat Sidious, there was no other choice. That doesn't mean Anakin is any happier with the plan than he was at time. Sneaking around on the sidelines with a Sith Lord is one thing, but openly doing something which will attract attention isn't what Anakin had in mind. Yes, Anakin knows he's the best one to execute the plot, but he doesn't really care. Mainly, he really doesn't want to face Obi-Wan again, something that is a given if he follows through with the plan. Anakin rolls over on his bed, running his mind through the strategy again. He must grudgingly admit that he is the best person who could sneak into the temple and kidnap a council member. And, of course, pray that said Jedi Master doesn't wake up during the attempt. If it was anyone other than Obi-Wan, Anakin would probably think Dooku insane, but he must give the Sith Lord credit for being crafty. It's been 10 days since Sidious ordered Dooku to capture Anakin. 10 days in which the Count and Anakin spent hours discussing their new plan as well as sparring and preparing for the inevitable confrontation with Sidious. 10 days in which Anakin tried to get his emotions under control once more. With a deadline hanging over his head, he found it much easier to concentrate on the task at hand, instead of dwelling on Obi-Wan's betrayal. Part of him still aches terribly from how everything went down and wishes that things could still be the same. He's secretly terrified to return to Coruscant. It will remind him of what happened again, and he doesn't know if he can handle the reopening of all the wounds which have permanently scarred his heart. Sighing, Anakin lets his eyes fall closed. Dooku was right again. Obi-Wan is really the best Jedi who could help him. Much as he loathes to admit it, his former master will help if it means helping Anakin and maybe taking a step towards fixing their relationship. Although, he's not entirely certain if he wants that. Part of him wants nothing more than to have Obi-Wan back at his side, while a large part of him is too afraid to let them get close again for fear that something will only hurt him all over again. And that is why Anakin thinks that maybe they should have chosen Ahsoka to help them. He knows she'd leap at the chance to join him. He also wants to get back to see Padme. It's been far too long that they've been apart. "Are you ready to go to Coruscant?" inquires Dooku, entering Anakin's room. "Yes," grumbles Anakin, letting his annoyance over the plan show on his face. The Sith Lord stares him, seemingly unruffled by his irritation. He's had Padawans after all, Anakin supposes. Surely some of them were somewhat unruly at times. He could never imagine Qui-Gon listening to the rules all the time. He must have annoyed Dooku to death when he was younger. The thought almost makes Anakin laugh. "The ship will be leaving in an hour. Be sure to be there," Dooku informs him, turning on his heels and striding out of the room. Anakin scowls after he leaves the room. The plan might be sound, but that doesn't mean Anakin has to like carrying it out. Still, since the fate of the galaxy depends on it, he'll do his best, just like he always does. Anakin grips the steering on the small shuttle hard enough for the knuckles on his left hand to turn white as he lands it near the temple. Seeing it again brings back memories of when he and Obi-Wan returned from missions together. He and Obi-Wan. They were the team. The galaxy worshipped them, but now everything has been destroyed. Can they repair their relationship? Maybe it matters more if they want to. Obi-Wan probably does, of that Anakin is certain, but he's not sure if he does or can handle it. He's not at all the same person he was a month ago. Now, he's no longer certain what he wants. If he was asked, he'd say the pain to end. The pain that's been his constant companion and torturer for almost 3 weeks. As the shuttle lands, Anakin lets his eyes close as he mentally and emotionally prepares himself for his mission. Get in and out of the temple with Obi-Wan. Easy, right? Maybe. Are you ready, Skywalker? Asks Dooku, his expression betraying his concern. Not really, but I don't have a choice, do I? Replies Anakin standing up. He's as prepared as he could ever be. If he waits any longer, he might back out because he's not ready to face Obi-Wan. It's only a matter of time before his former master realizes that he is Vader, and he's not at all looking forward to that conversation. A thin smile appears on the Count's face for a moment. No, you don't. Rising as well, he meets Anakin's eyes. I have faith in you. You can do this. Anakin nods, pulling up the hood of his black cloak. He didn't think that wearing Vader's armor would be possible if he'll be entering the temple, and Dooku agreed. Instead, he donned a simple black cloak which will completely conceal his face from the cameras at the temple. Being a Jedi, he also has all the necessary codes to enter. Perfect. Provided he doesn't have a mental or emotional breakdown, he'll be fine. Drawing a deep breath, Anakin checks that the needle which will sedate Obi-Wan and keep him unconscious is in his pocket. Glancing back at Dooku one more time, he exits the shuttle, walking quickly towards the temple. They timed the operation to occur in the middle of the night to reduce the number of the Jedi awake and around. Dooku plans to wait at a side exit also in a black cloak to help him carry Obi-Wan to the shuttle. When he reaches an entrance, Anakin hastily enters the codes to allow him access. The doors slide open soundlessly before him. He lets the Force cloak his signature as he glides into the halls of the building. It had been the closest thing he had to a home until he married Padme. No Jedi are in sight, but he can sense Force signatures not too far away moving around. No sense in tempting fate. Speed is of essence. Steeling himself against the onslaught of emotions he knows will surface, Anakin heads towards Obi-Wan's apartment, reaching out along the way to brush Ahsoka's presence. Even though she's sleeping, he knows she'll notice. By the time he gets there, his anxiety level has tripled. Twice he almost ran into a Jedi and was forced to step into the shadows. Unlike sometimes, the Force seems to be helping him immensely. No one has noticed his presence. Now for the hard part. Anakin enters the code for the apartment door and steps inside. The sense of Obi-Wan's Force signature hits him so strongly that he's not sure he can even continue for a moment. He leans against the wall, letting the soothing feel of his brother's presence wash over him. For years Obi-Wan was always the first person he turned to if he needed someone. But in the end, it seems his love for him wasn't enough to stop him from betraying him. It's ironic in a sense, and a slightly bitter smile appears on his face. Who could have thought he'd ever be sneaking into the temple to kidnap Obi-Wan? And to think, none of this would have happened if his brother had trusted him. Looking around at the apartment he'd called home for years, Anakin can't hold back the tears that glisten in his eyes. This was a very bad idea. He can't trust himself not to completely break down before he can escape. He forces himself to keep moving towards Obi-Wan's bedroom, drawing the Force closer to conceal his raging emotions. Anakin slowly and deliberately pushes open the door. Obi-Wan is sleeping, but if Anakin isn't careful, he'll awaken. That would add a new complication, which he can't deal with. How could this have happened? How? Why? Anakin chokes back a sob, shaking uncontrollably. He slips a hand into his pocket and withdraws the needle. Now he must move fast. He steals over to his brother's bed, where he lays peacefully. He looks almost the same as he did before. Why did he do it? He never should have done it. Stepping closer, Anakin reaches out, pushing the needle into Obi-Wan's upper arm and injecting the drug into him at lightning speed. The Jedi Master twitches slightly, but soon falls into unconsciousness. Anakin stands there watching him for several minutes, one hand resting lightly on Obi-Wan's arm. He's missed having Obi-Wan at his side more than he realized, probably since he was lost in his pain over the betrayal. Clenching his jaw, Anakin picks up Obi-Wan, using the Force to help him. Now for the hard part. Escaping the temple with an unconscious Jedi Master will not be easy. Thankfully, the wing of the temple containing the apartments is peacefully silent, enabling Anakin to move rapidly. He doesn't want anyone who might be monitoring the cameras to see him leaving with Obi-Wan. Keeping his head lowered, Anakin enters the main halls of the temple minutes later. He's almost to the agreed-upon exit when he senses someone approaching. He can't backtrack because the distance is too far, and he doesn't want to be forced to fight, so he trusts on the Force summoning it to create an illusion around him and Obi-Wan. It doesn't often work on Force sensitives, especially well-trained ones, but it's his best defense for now. Projecting the illusion with all his strength, Anakin continues slipping along the hall carrying Obi-Wan. Soon, a Jedi Knight at Twi'lek steps around the corner. Someone Anakin doesn't recognize. He stops looking around, seemingly confused by the strength of the Force in the hall. With another curious glance down the hall, his eyes lingering too long in Anakin's direction for Anakin's liking, the knight hurries away. Anakin lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding, though his tension barely dissipates. It's all he can do to hold himself together while he dashes towards the exit. Pushing it open, he sees Dooku waiting outside. Neither of them speaks while they transport the unconscious Obi-Wan to the shuttle. When inside, Anakin lays his brother down on a cot inside one of the two cabins. After ensuring that he's secure and fitted with Force restraints, Anakin returns to the cockpit, holding onto his emotions by a single thread. Dooku regards Anakin silently, while he fires up the engines and blasts into space. Program the hyperdrive with the coordinates to Sereno, R2, orders Anakin, his voice emotionless. The droid whistles affirmatively, letting Anakin know the ship is ready to jump into hyperspace. Anakin pulls the lever, sending the ship into hyperspace. Mission complete. You did well, compliments Dooku. Anakin nods, barely hearing the words. Watch the ship, R2, Anakin instructs before he makes his way back to Obi-Wan's side. He stares down at his brother's face, barely able to believe that he's there. Anakin sits down on a chair next to the bed, unable to leave even though he knows he should. He lets his left hand rest on his brother's arm, touching Obi-Wan for the first time since his death. Anakin rests his right arm on the bed, burying his face against it and giving in to his tears. Can he forgive what happened? Yes, he can, and he knows it, but the real problem is deeper. His biggest weakness has always been fear. Since he loves so deeply, he's always been afraid of loss, and he was forced to face that fear when Obi-Wan left him. Sometimes, he thinks it might be easier to hold on to his pain, so he doesn't need to feel new losses. Maybe he does need to talk to Obi-Wan. His former master always had the ability to help Anakin, even if he didn't necessarily want help. The pain isn't as strong as it once was, but it hurts him deeply. Whenever he talks to Obi-Wan, he knows it will all come back, and he's not sure if he's ready for it. He probably never will be. Obi-Wan knows something is amiss before he wakes up. Not only can he not manipulate the Force like always, but also his senses tell him something is wrong. When he opens his eyes and takes in his surroundings, he's not particularly surprised to find himself in a strange bedroom with Force restraints. What does surprise him is that he was kidnapped from the temple. How could anyone get inside? His questions are answered moments later when the door opens and the very unwelcome figure of Dooku steps inside. "It's good to see you awake, Master Kenobi," the Sith Lord speaks quietly. He whispers something in hushed tones to someone outside before walking towards the bed. Obi-Wan glares up at him. "What do you want, Dooku?" "I'm sorry our conversation had to happen like this," Dooku responds, entirely ignoring the question, "but I needed to speak with you privately, and I knew you would never agree to talk to me out of your own free will." At that moment, another figure steps inside, face shrouded by a black hood. "Vader." Obi-Wan studies him as he closes the door and takes up a position near it. He doesn't speak, and Obi-Wan can't even see his eyes. It's slightly unnerving, so he turns his focus back to Dooku instead. "I suppose you're as sorry as you were on Geonosis," remarks Obi-Wan dryly. Dooku doesn't respond to the jibe. In fact, he seems almost troubled by something. Finally, he keeps speaking, almost as though Obi-Wan hadn't said anything at all. "I have an offer to make to you. I would like you to help me destroy my master and end this war." "Why would I do that?" questions Obi-Wan, only slightly surprised by the question. He'd already heard the same offer back on Geonosis. He hadn't agreed then, and he's not intending to change his mind this time. Why would Dooku think he'd agree? "Because you're a Jedi," answers the Count matter-of-factly, "and you will do what is best for the galaxy, even if it's sometimes against your moral beliefs. Your little masquerade as Rocco Hardeen proved that." The Sith has a point, and Obi-Wan is willing to admit that privately. Still, he's not stupid. He won't help one Sith destroy another. He notices that Vader stiffens slightly when Dooku mentions the name. Curious. Is he perhaps upset that Obi-Wan foiled their plans? With a vague feeling of unease, he remembers that Vader had threatened him before the plan to kidnap Palpatine was implemented. Is this payback? "It's not simply moral beliefs that prevent me from allying with a Sith," Obi-Wan retorts bluntly. "The Sith are after power. They don't care about the galaxy. There's a reason the Jedi have fought against them for centuries." "You'll find it is you who are mistaken about a great many things, Master Kenobi," returns Dooku smoothly, crossing his arms. He's the complete picture of elegance. A true Sith Lord. "Oh, please enlighten me." The Sith were not created for power, unlike the Jedi have been led to believe. Indeed, there were many of us who shunned gathering power to further our own purposes, the Sith Lord explains. He's lying. Obi-Wan knows he is. At least he's mixing truths with lies to convince Obi-Wan of his sincerity. "And I suppose you're simply continuing this war for your own pleasure," Obi-Wan states flatly. "You do misunderstand," Dooku responds, frowning slightly. "It was not I who started this war. It was my master, and I do not agree with him. His plans for the galaxy will entail complete destruction of the systems you currently know." Scare tactics? Is that all Dooku has left? Obi-Wan almost rolls his eyes, but he checks himself. It's too juvenile a gesture for him. "And now we return to what you told me on Geonosis," he notes. "You said that the Sith Lord is in control of the Senate." When Dooku nods in confirmation, Obi-Wan continues, "Who is he?" To his credit, Dooku acts as though he wants to answer, but stops himself. "I will tell you everything, when you agree to help me." So stubborn. Obi-Wan represses a sigh. "I won't help a Sith," he returns, raising an eyebrow. Dooku looks slightly irked and begins pacing back and forth. A few times, he glances at Vader, possibly hoping his apprentice will say something to help him convince Obi-Wan, but he doesn't. No one speaks. A tense silence descends, only broken by the sound of Dooku's footsteps. The fate of the galaxy is in the balance. Dooku's voice is low, his tone clipped. "Yes," Obi-Wan agrees, nodding slightly, "but I will not help you. You betrayed the Jedi, and I refuse to do likewise." It's clear the Sith Lord is becoming frustrated. He gives Vader a long look and seems to be on the verge of speaking but decides not to. Obi-Wan suspects there's a silent communication occurring between them, especially since Vader dips his head slightly. Without being able to use the Force, he has no way of knowing what they might be saying. Obi-Wan shifts in his cuffs. He won't give Dooku or Vader the satisfaction of knowing that he's uncomfortable. Dooku steps in front of him, the complete picture of earnestness. I would really recommend that you take me up on my offer. We cannot allow my master to continue with his plans unchallenged. He glances at Vader again for a moment. The apprentice is still leaning against the wall in the shadows, his arms crossed. The black hood drawn up over his head conceals his face beyond any hopes of recognition. Why is he hiding like that? It probably doesn't matter. Obi-Wan needs to deal with Dooku, who is the main threat. I'm not interested in getting involved in a Sith power struggle, retorts Obi-Wan. You certainly must think little of my intelligence if you believe that I'll join you. Vader snorts quietly, but Dooku doesn't react. He just nods. I think you will change your mind, Master Kenobi. Once you see how serious the threat is. Not likely, replies Obi-Wan. I'll never join you. I think you'd better rethink that, Master, says Vader, straightening and pushing back his hood to reveal. Anakin? Anakin! Exclaims Obi-Wan, incredulously, but you were dead. Everyone on the council thinks so. How can you still be alive? I think I shall let you speak with your master alone, Skywalker, Dooku remarks, turning to the younger man. I know you have much to discuss with him. I will not bother you. Anakin smirks, his blue eyes which have an edge to them Obi-Wan has never seen before never leaving his former master's face. I'm grateful, Count. With a brief nod, Dooku sweeps out of the room. Now, Master, I think we have some things to discuss, Anakin snaps, the playful look disappearing from his face. His eyes turn to ice, and he glares daggers into Obi-Wan. Never had Anakin thought their confrontation would go anything like this. Dooku had taught him how to remain calm, but everything keeps slipping from his mind as he stares at the man who has broken his heart. Anger and pain vie for the upper hand, both emotions reflecting on his face. Obi-Wan suddenly looks weary. Maybe he'd expected Anakin's reaction. Maybe not. It doesn't really matter. I can explain, he begins. Explain? Cries Anakin, I don't think you have anything to explain. Did you ever, for one moment, stop to think about how I might feel? Or maybe it's just that you didn't even care. Did you ever care about me? Because I certainly know that you never trusted me. He pauses, taking a deep breath before he continues. If I'd known what was going on, I could have helped you. Too bad the council didn't trust me. Anakin turns around and stalks to the window, staring outside as he tries to regain control of his temper. Obi-Wan looks stung by the accusation, but he doesn't lose his cool. Anakin, it was my decision to keep the truth from you. I knew if you were convinced I was dead, Dooku would believe it as well. And speaking of Dooku, what are you doing with him? Anakin glances over at him, giving him another icy glare. You are in no place to be asking me questions. How could you even decide something like that? Don't you know what could have happened to me? I could have fallen to the dark side. I nearly did, and it's your fault. Look, I know I did some questionable things, but I did what I had to do, replies Obi-Wan, seeming unruffled by Anakin's outburst. I hope you can understand that. The dark side rushes to him, teasing him with its lure of power, whispering to him that hurting someone would help. Anakin closes his eyes. He's never been this furious before. He doesn't need to look at Obi-Wan to know that his former master can feel the dark side surge. And he can't lose his temper on his brother like that. Even if Obi-Wan doesn't care about him, Anakin still loves him. If he hurt him, he'd only be hurting himself. But why doesn't Obi-Wan seem to understand anything? No apology. Nothing. Just I hope you can understand. There's nothing he needs to understand except. You lied to me. Screams Anakin, clenching his fists, his temper finally snapping. How many other lies have I been told by the council? How many other times have you lied to me? How am I ever supposed to trust you if you can't just be honest? From the stunned, and slightly horrified, expression that appears on Obi-Wan's face, he knows his eyes probably just turned yellow. Who cares? And Dooku taught him that he needs to control his anger, so it doesn't control him, but his control seems to have been sucked away. He takes a step forwards, not sure exactly what he's planning to do. He's shaking from rage and pain and betrayal. This is harder than when he thought Obi-Wan was dead, and some twisted part of him almost wishes that it was true, because even as hard as it would have been to live in a world where Obi-Wan is dead, it will be so much harder to live knowing that his brother lied to him and betrayed him for nothing. Anakin? Questions Obi-Wan, uncertainly. Anakin smiles, knowing exactly how much he probably looks like he did the night he tried and failed to kill Sidious. It's a cold, cruel smile. He's past caring. All this pain, for nothing. And it's all Obi-Wan's fault. All of it. And if Anakin falls, he knows it won't be his doing. This is me, he hisses, his voice dark and dangerous. He doesn't stop to consider how much he sounds like a Sith right now. And you did this. All of this. He watches Obi-Wan's expression with a twisted sense of satisfaction, as his brother's emotions range from denial to disbelief to shock. Maybe this isn't so bad after all. He could get used to this feeling of power. He doesn't want to hurt Obi-Wan, but he does want him to know how much he forced his brother to suffer for nothing. Words will have to suffice, because he won't raise a hand against him. I do hope you're happy knowing you did this, growls Vader, his eyes burning with anger, but I suppose it's not really a bad thing. He pauses, smirking. You did give me a gift. You gave me true power just by hurting me, so I suppose I should probably thank you for it. Suddenly, he feels so calm, even though his anger is burning him alive. He's not hurting anymore. This is like his haven, the place where he can go to escape his pain, because he doesn't think he'll ever stop hurting from Obi-Wan's betrayal. Anakin, this isn't you, states Obi-Wan firmly, though there's something faintly pleading in his voice. Snap out of it. Vader glares at him. This island. Me. And it's all your fault. For some reason, he rather likes the thought of Obi-Wan pleading with him to come back. Maybe he'll keep talking and see how long it takes for the Jedi Master to apologize. He should be sorry, because this isn't a way for anyone to live, even if Vader rather enjoys it right now. The best part of this, he comments lazily, a smirk on his face, is the overwhelming rush of power. I have power over others. It was so satisfying to torture Palpatine. He spits out the name like it's a curse. So enjoyable. And I will find him. And I will kill him. Slowly. So, I can hear him scream and scream and scream until he dies in agony. And this time, Obi-Wan flinches. Stop it, he orders, though his voice lacks its usual strength. I thought Palpatine was your friend. Why would you want to hurt him? Friend. Sneers Vader, some friend. He wanted me to be like this, he hisses, his eyes glowing, almost enjoying Obi-Wan's concerned expression. He wanted me to become a monster, but you know what? I guess in the end he didn't need to do anything, because you did it all for him. He knows Obi-Wan won't understand that he's being accused of doing the work for a Sith, but he doesn't really care either. What's this really about, Anakin? Demands Obi-Wan. Really, truly about? And Vader just stops, considering the question. I want revenge for what Sidious is trying to do, and I will stop him from destroying the galaxy, whatever the cost may be. And just like that, Obi-Wan looks confused. Sidious? He asks. Even his voice shows signs of confusion. Yes, replies Vader, a Sith Lord. The Sith Lord. Dooku and I. We're planning to stop him. Obi-Wan nods, as though that's not at all an unusual admission. Why? Why would Dooku care? Because he does care about the Republic and Jedi Order being destroyed, explains Vader. No, Anakin. As his anger begins to fade, he calms down marginally, though he's still lost in the power of the dark side. Revenge is not the Jedi way, Obi-Wan reminds him. And I am no Jedi, replies Vader coolly. I don't think that Jedi use the dark side, do they? He raises an eyebrow questioningly as he leans back against the wall watching Obi-Wan. Snap out of it, Anakin, urges Obi-Wan, don't let the dark side consume you. You gave me to it, he protests, scowling. Suddenly, he doesn't want to argue anymore. He's too worn out. Why is he worn out anyways? Maybe because he didn't sleep much last night, since he was busy helping Dooku kidnap Obi-Wan from the temple. Anakin, I'm sorry, okay? Replies Obi-Wan, looking weary, I had no idea you'd be affected so badly. And of course, I care about you. You're like my brother. Anakin shakes his head, hardly listening to Obi-Wan's words. What has he done? He almost fell to the dark side. Again. Oh Force, mutters Anakin, as the realization crashes down onto him. He'd almost fallen again. And again, only his feelings towards Obi-Wan saved him. His love for his brother. It both saves and destroys him. And right now, he feels horrible that he could have lost control again. Even if Obi-Wan betrayed him. Even if he doesn't care about him. Obi-Wan knows the moment Anakin snaps back to himself. The realization and shock on his face says it all. The way he avoids Obi-Wan's eyes, guilt radiating from his Force signature. True, he was horrified to realize that Anakin and Vader are one and the same, but he'd be lying to say that he wasn't happy that his brother was still alive. Obi-Wan has known guilt true, but nothing had compared to realization that he might have killed Anakin. It tore at him for days until he was kidnapped and ended up here. And now, his relief is simply overwhelming. He's just grateful to have his brother, although apparently, he needs help. A lot of help. Anakin, look at me, implores Obi-Wan gently. Anakin clenches his jaw and doesn't respond. He just stands there, staring at the wall looking stricken and exhausted. Just how much had his brother suffered thinking he was dead? He winces, realizing that every word Anakin had spoken was the truth. This was his fault. If he hadn't been gone, he would have been around to keep Anakin safely away from the dark side. Obi-Wan stands up, having every intention of walking over and forcing Anakin to look at him. I should leave, mutters Anakin, still carefully avoiding Obi-Wan's eyes. He moves towards the door, but Obi-Wan stops him, grabbing his arm. I think you should stay, he replies carefully, you're clearly upset by what just happened, and if you don't want to talk about it, then at least stay here so we can talk about something else instead. The last thing he wants is to trigger Anakin again, but his brother simply looks too worn out to have another temper tantrum. He'll never admit how unnerving it was to see Anakin's yellow eyes, full of rage, and more importantly, pain. He really had messed up their relationship. Now he'll be forced to fix the damage he caused. Somehow. Of course, I'm upset, snaps Anakin, it's not every day that Jedi almost fall to the dark side. I'm long past almost using it. I'm on the verge of falling. He glares at Obi-Wan, but there's very little anger in his gaze. He just seems resigned. And I still want to know how all this happened, Obi-Wan reminds him. Why? It's not like you care, retorts Anakin, his tone becoming bitter. He just states it like it's some fact, when he's totally wrong. Of course, I care about you, replies Obi-Wan, slightly surprised that Anakin seems so convinced that he doesn't. Then how could you do that to me? Whispers Anakin, looking away. And now his anger is gone, and all Obi-Wan feels is so much pain and confusion. He wants to pull Anakin into his arms, which is impossible since his wrists are cuffed together. A sigh escapes him as he tries to explain, because I was going undercover, without my lightsaber, right into the heart of Separatist territory. The Sith needed to be convinced I was really dead, or it could have compromised my position. And you didn't trust me to act convincingly, mutters Anakin. And now he's not angry. Just depressed. And that shouldn't be as scary, but for some reason, it's worse. Much worse than Obi-Wan ever thought it would be. It wasn't a risk I wanted to take, Obi-Wan answers carefully. You should have told me. Exclaims Anakin, his blue eyes meeting Obi-Wan's, and there's so much pain in his gaze that it hurts Obi-Wan. More than anything, he just wishes he hadn't gone on that mission, because he doesn't have any idea how he can fix their relationship now. I didn't realize you'd be affected so much. I'm sorry, Anakin. I know words won't fix what I did, but I am sorry. He just hopes that Anakin will understand and forgive him, because he doesn't want to be responsible for his brother falling to the dark side. It hurts, a lot more than he's willing to admit, that Anakin doesn't seem convinced that Obi-Wan cares about him, when he cares much more than he should. Anakin looks away, and he doesn't say anything. Suddenly, he snaps the cuffs off Obi-Wan's wrists and tosses them across the room. Obi-Wan is relieved to be able to use the Force again. Though he could feel it, he wasn't able to manipulate it. You won't be needing those, Anakin says stiffly, because I doubt you'd run away. Although you might. But even if you did, it wouldn't really matter. I'm not leaving you here, replies Obi-Wan, frowning. You already left me, mutters Anakin, clenching his jaw and turning his back on Obi-Wan. He takes a few steps towards the window. You can't just come back and expect me to forgive you. Not after he doesn't finish the sentence, but the rest of his thought is transmitted through their bond. Not after you broke me. Oh. He hadn't realized Anakin saw it like that. Because that's worrisome. If that's how Anakin views it, just how badly was he hurt? And now that Obi-Wan can use the Force, he reaches out, gently touching Anakin's Force signature to get a sense of what he's feeling. The strongest emotion, the one that's practically being screamed into the Force, is pain. And there's just so much of it. More than Obi-Wan ever thought one person could handle. And now that he thinks of it, that's probably exactly the problem. Anakin couldn't handle it, so he started losing himself in the dark side. He couldn't handle his grief. Why did he never consider that Anakin wouldn't be able to handle losing him? Probably because he never stopped to consider how deeply Anakin loved him. He sighs. Well, he won't stand around thinking about what should have been done differently, because what matters is fixing what's already wrong. He doesn't think words will help right now. He doesn't even know that Anakin is really listening to him. But he must try to do something. If he does nothing, he'll ruin their relationship even more. So, he steps over to Anakin and wraps an arm around him. I've always cared a lot more than I should, Obi-Wan murmurs. Feel me though our bond, Anakin. See for yourself how I feel towards you. Letting the Force flow through him, he drops the shields he uses to hold back his emotions, allowing them to flow through his bond with Anakin. His love for his brother. His guilt over what he did to him. His relief that he's still alive. As much as it goes against his nature, Obi-Wan doesn't hold anything back as he feels Anakin reaching towards him hesitantly. And Obi-Wan confesses something he should have said years ago. He'd always been taught that he shouldn't become attached to anyone, so he always hid his emotions. That didn't mean he didn't feel things he'd rather not admit to. But now isn't really a time to concern himself with what he should or shouldn't feel. It only matters what he does feel, especially since he knows he can't lose Anakin. I love you, Anakin, Obi-Wan says softly, finally letting the words come out. He's surprised how much better he feels after speaking the truth. Anakin stiffens slightly. He seems startled by the admission, but he soon relaxes. He turns slightly, wrapping his arms around Obi-Wan, burying his face on his brother's shoulder. Obi-Wan holds him, offering silent comfort. I missed you more than you could ever imagine, Anakin chokes out through his tears, his voice somewhat muffled. In part, I only agreed to help Dooku so I could leave Coruscant. I couldn't stay there without you. Everything reminded me so much of you and I just couldn't. He tightens his grip, almost as though he's afraid Obi-Wan might suddenly disappear. And that reminds him. Your death was rather convincing, but no one believes you could have crashed. Obi-Wan hesitates, uncertain how Anakin will receive the news. They think you did it intentionally. Anakin doesn't answer immediately. I considered it, but I couldn't do it. Obi-Wan almost flinches. He didn't expect to hear that. He didn't think Anakin really would, but it seems he's being surprised a lot. Just how much has he missed when trying to avoid feelings he knows they both have, even if they shouldn't? But truthfully, he doesn't see how it could possibly be wrong to love someone, especially someone he raised like a son. Someone who is now like a brother to him. When I thought you were dead. His voice catches, and he blinks away the tears which blur his gaze. I knew I couldn't deny how I felt about you, and I knew I could never forgive myself if you died because of me. Anakin doesn't reply, and silence blankets the room for a few short minutes. I know how I feel about you, mumbles Anakin at last, and I'm afraid to feel that way, because it will only hurt even more if you leave me again. I'm not going to leave you, vows Obi-Wan, with more emotion than he'd intended. But you did, and part of me is still afraid you'll do it again, Anakin replies, his voice shaking slightly. Obi-Wan knows it will take time for their relationship to heal, but he's not going to rest until it does. He doesn't want Anakin to be afraid he'll leave him again. Never again, he vows quietly. No matter what, he'll never leave Anakin again. When Ahsoka awakens, she feels much more peaceful than she has in a long time. She feels a faint sense of someone she hasn't felt in too long. Her master. Anakin was there. In the temple. Did he come back? She slips out of bed hopefully. Maybe he's finally back, so she can demand to know where he's been for the past couple weeks. Ahsoka leaves the apartment, heading out in search of someone who can tell her what's happening. That's when she notices the tension humming in the Force. Did something happen during the night? A feeling of unease creeps into her, taking the edge off her good mood. She notices one of her best friends, and fellow Padawan Barriss, and approaches her, noting how stressed she looks. Ahsoka. Barriss cries when she sees her, did you hear? The Togruta regards her friend with some confusion. Hear? She queries, hear what? Barriss looks around before lowering her voice into a dramatic whisper, the council hasn't officially confirmed it, but I heard rumors that last night Master Kenobi was kidnapped. What? Yelps Ahsoka, her eyes widening in alarm. SHH. Hisses her friend, his apartment was supposedly empty this morning, and security footage shows him being carried unconscious out of the temple. I've heard whispers of some Vader person who might be responsible. Ahsoka stares at Barriss in a stunned silence. Vader. The Sith who tried to kill the Chancellor, who she chased with Windu before he escaped. If he could enter the temple so easily and kidnap a council member, no one is safe. She's all but forgotten that she sensed her master's presence was in the temple the previous night. Maybe we could go to Master Obi-Wan's apartment, suggests Ahsoka, I know he won't mind. Besides, I might be able to sense if something happened. Are you sure? Objects Barriss reluctantly. Yes, replies Ahsoka emphatically, I heard he was going to be appointed my temporary master until the council determines what happened to my master. She bites her lip, looking away. She hates having to keep the secret, but she promised Anakin. Turning, she scurries in the direction of Obi-Wan's apartment. I'm not sure we should do this, warns Barriss, though she follows despite her concerns. Well, I am. Ahsoka doesn't bother responding, keeping her senses open, completely attuned to the slightest changes in the Force. Stopping outside the door, she reaches out, sensing only traces of a strong force shield which was clearly used relatively recently. Slowly inhaling, she enters the code, pushing open the door. "I think I'll wait out here," Varys tells her, and Ahsoka simply nods, stepping inside the apartment and letting the door close behind her. Closing her eyes, she lets herself flow into the currents of the Force. She senses no traces of a struggle, a realization which brings a frown to her face. Another thought strikes her. There are no traces of the dark side being used. Strange. A Sith would certainly have used the dark side. She begins to get the feeling that there is something which simply isn't adding up. Silently she walks to the living room and sits down on the floor in a meditative position. She intends to get to the bottom of the mystery surrounding Obi-Wan's disappearance. As Ahsoka slips into a light Force trance, she senses that a shielded Force presence had entered the apartment and gone straight to the Jedi Master's bedroom, almost as though the intruder knew exactly where to go. Reaching further into the Force, Ahsoka extends her senses towards Obi-Wan's bedroom. There was no struggle, and nor does she sense any ill intent which should surely have woken the Jedi Master. Almost as though the person who took Obi-Wan did not intend to harm him. In fact, she realizes that the strongest emotions she feels are pain and longing. "Master," gasps Ahsoka in a whisper, her eyes flying open. Trembling slightly, she stands up and looks around the room again. It's still empty, but she can now distinctly feel an echo of her master's presence. Whenever he entered and left the temple the previous night, he'd accessed their bond to touch her presence somewhere near here. Wait. Anakin was in the temple last night, the same time Obi-Wan was kidnapped. Oh, Force. No. She closes her eyes. What is Anakin doing? "Master, please come back." Ahsoka gets a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach. She has all the evidence she needs, but she won't let herself believe it. It's true. It must be true. Whatever Anakin is doing, he was the one who took Obi-Wan. Vader. Her master is a Sith Lord. No, whispers Ahsoka, sinking down on the couch, burying her face in her hands. He can't be. Anakin can't be a Sith Lord, but she distinctly remembers hearing what Vader did to the Chancellor. He'd used the dark side. Maybe he's not a true Sith. She's certain she would know if he'd fallen. Their bond would be darker, but it still has the same light it always has. Somehow, Ahsoka gets the feeling that Anakin is in something over his head. Whatever he's doing clearly involves joining the Sith and taking Obi-Wan to help him. Still, knowing that her master took Obi-Wan brings her some relief. At least she doesn't need to worry for him. Anakin won't hurt him, of that, she's certain. There's no question in her mind that she can never reveal to anyone what she's realized. She won't interfere in Anakin's plans, whatever they might be, unless she has evidence that it will harm everyone. B. Padme is meeting with the Chancellor when an aide enters to announce 2 Jedi Council members who are requesting to speak to him as soon as possible. "Send them in," Palpatine instructs him, sitting down at his desk. He turns his gaze towards Padme. "Unless they object, you may remain present." She nods slightly, a feeling of unease creeping into her. Her instincts say something is amiss, though she doesn't know what. Moments later, Masters Yoda and Windu enter and bow. "I trust you are well," inquires Palpatine, a concerned look on his face. "Disturbing news we bring to you," Yoda replies without preamble, seating himself on a chair. "Last night, someone broke into the temple and kidnapped Master Kenobi," Windu elaborates. Padme can barely restrain her gasp of surprise. How could such a thing have happened? The temple has so much security. From the look on Palpatine's face, he shares her concern. "Do you know who might have done it?" "No," replies Windu, who seems graver than usual. "We only have suspicions, but chances are high that he will end up in Sith hands. We do not know how the intruder was able to enter, but the footage shows him clearly. He is very skilled in Force concealment, so we are unable to determine his potential identity." indeed. Palpatine leans forward slightly. Is this intruder a concern for the Republic? Troubling this matter is, Yoda answers, know his aims we do not. Windu withdraws a hollow disc. I have a recording of the intruder on here, he tells them, turning it on. Padme sees a black hooded figure slipping along the halls of the temple. For some reason, something about him seems familiar, but she can't place it. Suspect we do that the intruder attacked you, Yoda announces. The mysterious armored Sith Lord? Questions Palpatine. The Jedi Masters nod. We thought you should know, since he clearly has something personal against you, Windu explains. Thank you for telling me, Palpatine replies, his expression perturbed. We're looking for Master Kenobi, but we don't expect to find anything concrete, Windu comments. It's a shame, murmurs Palpatine, Skywalker could certainly find him. Windu and Yoda exchange a long look. Feared dead, young Skywalker is, Yoda says at last. I'd heard rumors, Palpatine nods, a sad expression on his face, he was a fine Jedi. A close friend of mine. His sacrifices for the Republic will be long remembered. Padme swallows, not letting her mind drift to Ani. She's not heard from him since he faked his death, but she's been keeping his secret closely guarded. She only wishes that she knew what he was trying to do. With Obi-Wan's kidnapping, the mystery has only grown. Murmuring their goodbyes, the Jedi Master depart. Palpatine dismisses her soon after, leaving her free to her own thoughts in the privacy of her office. For some reason, she can't help but think of the mysterious figure who'd kidnapped Obi-Wan. She replays the footage in her mind when it dawns on her. He was moving like Anakin. But that is surely impossible, except the intruder clearly was able to enter and exit the temple without being seen by anyone. He was very strong with the Force, and neither Windu nor Yoda mentioned Obi-Wan being kidnapped during a struggle. Someone who knew everything about the Jedi Master. Yes, Anakin is a logical choice, but what could he be doing with the Sith? Why would he try to kill Palpatine, someone he'd regarded as a friend for so long? Padme sighs quietly, trying to focus on her work once more. Granted, she doesn't know what Anakin's plans were when he left, but something is clearly missing. He'd never join Dooku out of his own free will unless something happened that she doesn't know. She remembers their last interaction, how he was so insistent that he had something important to do. Narrowing her eyes, Padme considers Anakin's possible motives. Suppose he discovered something and is trying to expose the Sith Lords? It's certainly a possibility. She knows Ani. He wouldn't willingly join the Sith. It's against his nature, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't do something risky if he thought it would help. Padme offers up a silent prayer that wherever Anakin is, the Force keep him safe. Anakin can't deny how much better he feels now that he finally talked to Obi-Wan and let out all his anger. Now that Anakin's finally calmed down enough to have a sensible conversation, he's preparing to answer all the questions he knows Obi-Wan has. He sits down on a small couch next to his brother, waiting for him to start talking. Obi-Wan seems thoughtful when he turns towards Anakin. I think you should start from the beginning, comments Obi-Wan. How did you end up with Dooku? Anakin winces. This isn't something he's particularly looking forward to discussing. Even though he's significantly calmer than he was earlier, the pain still hasn't faded. It will take time for him to be able to trust Obi-Wan the same way he did before, but that doesn't mean he's not going to try to answer all his questions. I went out flying in my starfighter and happened to land on what I thought was an abandoned landing, Anakin explains, his tone becoming emotionless as he suppresses the emotions associated with the event. Dooku found me there and asked me to help him destroy Sidious. I agreed, mainly because I wanted to leave the planet. That's the second time you've mentioned him, Obi-Wan points out. Can you tell me who he is? Anakin leans back, a bitter smile inching onto his face. I thought it would be obvious. Sidious is Palpatine. That's why I tried to kill him. Dooku and I were planning to eliminate him during the kidnapping. He can feel the shock flooding through his brother. "That's why you told me not to interfere," murmurs Obi-Wan, finally understanding. Anakin nods silently. "Dooku explained to me that Sidious has been working on me to make me his new apprentice," he admits. "I can see now that everything he said to me, he was simply manipulating me. He never cared. Never." "Of course," replies Obi-Wan, "he would want the chosen one on his side. If I do ever fall, I'll never join him," Anakin vows, a rush of anger at Sidious pouring through him which he accepts and releases like Dooku had explained. "I'd kill him first." "I won't let you fall," Obi-Wan promises, looking over at Anakin, emotion shining in his blue-gray eyes. Anakin knows he's telling the truth. He'll do everything in power to save Anakin if he starts slipping again. "Dooku didn't think we could defeat Sidious alone, so he had me get you to help," Anakin explains, a wry smile on his face. "The temple will be in an uproar," warns Obi-Wan. "I know," Anakin answers simply, shrugging slightly, "but Dooku was confident you could help us. Or rather," he mutters, "that you could help me." Obi-Wan doesn't reply, but there's a distinctly regretful expression on his face. "Are you sure that staying with Dooku is wise? He is a Sith, after all." His voice is quiet, and Anakin can tell that he's being silently asked to seriously consider the question. He's thought about it before, and his answer remains the same. "I'm staying with him," Anakin answers simply. "He helped me more than any Jedi could have, and he cares, Master. If you talk to him, you'll see for yourself." He meets Obi-Wan's eyes, filled with concern. He knows why his brother is worried. He has every right to be. Maybe Anakin rushed into helping Dooku, but it's something he doesn't regret. "I trust your judgment," murmurs Obi-Wan softly, making Anakin pause in surprise. He hadn't expected to hear that, and something in his face clearly betrays his feelings because Obi-Wan sighs quietly. "Maybe if I'd trusted your judgment more, this wouldn't have happened," he suggests. "You are reckless, but you aren't stupid. You might get into many tight situations, but you always manage to escape them. You can be unpredictable, and that's why the Council didn't want you to know, but I now know that was a mistake." Essentially, that's Obi-Wan's way of apologizing for keeping Anakin in the dark, but sorry won't fix what's broken. Anakin doesn't give his trust or heart out freely, and he expects the same in return. He can acknowledge that Obi-Wan made an error in judgment, but he can't go back to trusting him in the same way he did before, and maybe that's not necessarily a bad thing. Sidious had begun corrupting their relationship, now Anakin can see all the signs. He would have stopped trusting Obi-Wan, even if this hadn't happened. In that way, maybe it was for the best. It might have damaged their relationship, but it's nothing that can't be fixed, and perhaps they can rebuild it even stronger this time. After all, they've spent years together. That can't be destroyed overnight, and Sidious never got that far. He never got the chance, and for that, Anakin is truly grateful. He doesn't want to lose Obi-Wan. Ever. They complement each other. They're a perfect match. Obi-Wan is rational where Anakin is impulsive. Obi-Wan is controlled where Anakin is emotional. The Force brought them together, and Anakin can't even imagine a life which doesn't have Obi-Wan in it. They're brothers, in the way the Force always meant them to be. Anakin doesn't reply to Obi-Wan's statement, but he doesn't need to either. Obi-Wan knows that Anakin grasps his meaning. They don't always need to talk to understand one another. Years of companionship will do that. "Dooku has been teaching me how to use emotions when fighting so they don't get out of control," Anakin comments, changing the subject. "He thought he could succeed where I didn't?" inquires Obi-Wan with mild amusement. Anakin rolls his eyes. "Perhaps," he concurs, "but I've understood that the Jedi suppress emotions. Dooku explained that emotions can't be ignored, they must be acknowledged first. That's what he worked with me on, and he taught me how to draw on the innate power of emotions when dueling." "That's a dark side technique," remarks Obi-Wan, crossing his arms, eyes narrowing slightly. "Yes and no," agrees Anakin slowly. The light side is made up of just as many emotions as the dark side. Where the dark side embraces selfishness, the light side embraces love and compassion. That's what always confused me. If the Jedi are supposed to have compassion, how can they shun love? I see your point, his brother nods slowly, and what does Dooku say about that? He says that the Jedi have deviated from their original purpose, explains Anakin. Their fear of negative emotions has led them to hide from them instead of acknowledging them. Obi-Wan seems thoughtful. I felt you letting your anger against Sidious go, he remarks. Dooku taught you that? Not exactly, admits Anakin. He only told me that I need to learn to accept what I'm feeling. Once I do, controlling my emotions is much easier. That actually makes sense, muses Obi-Wan. Anakin nods in agreement. The most powerful emotion is love. That's why true Jedi will always defeat modern Sith in battle. They use their love for others to strengthen them. And it works. Though his expression remains neutral, Anakin can sense a hint of underlying skepticism. He smirks. I've defeated Dooku in duels many times using it. It's not that I'm better or more skilled than him, it's just that Anakin trails off and shrugs slightly. You defeated Dooku? Alone? Obi-Wan's voice has a note of pride mixed in with his surprise. I did, Anakin confirms, unabashedly. Obi-Wan shakes his head, a fond smile appearing on his face for a moment. Does anyone know you're alive? He questions. Yes, confesses Anakin, tensing somewhat and looking away. I told Ahsoka and Padme. Ahsoka never said anything to me, Obi-Wan informs him. I made her promise to keep it a secret, mutters Anakin, feeling slightly guilty now. He'd been hurt so much when he thought Obi-Wan was dead, and he doesn't like the thought of Obi-Wan having been hurt also. He hadn't even considered it until now. Anakin, look at me, Obi-Wan's voice is both firm and gentle at once. Anakin doesn't, he can't look at Obi-Wan right now. He's never wanted to look at him if he expects a scolding, and Obi-Wan knows that. As he'd expected, Obi-Wan reaches out a hand touching Anakin's chin, forcing him to meet his gaze. I'm not angry at you, he says simply, hand returning to his lap. You thought I was dead, and you had no reason to give Ahsoka instructions about what to do if I wasn't. Well, that's true. I still wish you didn't have to think that, mutters Anakin, eyes briefly darting away. It already happened, so there's no use debating it, replies Obi-Wan not unkindly. A hint of humor enters his eyes. I doubt Senator Amidala would have been any more forthcoming with that information. A faint smile hovers on Anakin's face, and he shakes his head. I don't think Padme would have told you, although she might have if you'd asked. Mentioning her reminds Anakin that he wanted to tell Obi-Wan about their marriage. He plays with the idea, wondering how his brother would react to the news before brushing it away. He doesn't want to bring it up right now, especially not when his trust has already been badly shaken. No, it would probably be best to wait for a better time. Obi-Wan doesn't know how long they've been sitting there silently when the door opens and Dooku enters. He glances between them, an almost curious expression on his face, before his gaze settles on Anakin. Skywalker, I would like to have a word with Master Kenobi privately, if you don't mind. Anakin tilts his head, regarding him with a scrutinizing expression before nodding. Sure, Count. He rises, turning towards the door. You may find it worth your while to spar for a bit, suggests Dooku, but no more than 2 Magna Guards. You hear me, Skywalker? Anakin scowls, giving him a severe look. I hear you. But do you understand? Obi-Wan can't resist the chance to tease Anakin, earning a glare. He chuckles quietly in response. Very well, Dooku responds, keeping his gaze pinned on Anakin. I don't want to hear that you were injured again. You just had to say that in Obi-Wan's presence, huffs Anakin, his tone slightly teasing, but Obi-Wan can distinctly hear the accusing note in it. Dooku simply raises an eyebrow at him without responding. Anakin clearly understands the look he's getting, and with an overly dramatic sigh leaves the room. "How are you doing, Master Kenobi?" questions Dooku, who clearly has no intentions of sitting. "Fine," replies Obi-Wan offhandedly. "I had hoped to ask for your assistance before you pulled the stunt of impersonating the bounty hunter," explains Dooku, "that has caused an unfortunate drawback in my plans." Somehow, Obi-Wan gets the feeling that he's not meant to reply to the statement, so he simply waits. He replays the Count's last words to Anakin again in his mind. "What did you mean by getting injured again?" Dooku grimaces slightly. "Your former Padawan has an unfortunate lack of control over his emotions. On more than one occasion, he opted to deal with his stress and pain by trying to spar with more than 2 Magna Guards and was injured in the process." Obi-Wan winces slightly, knowing that's also his fault. If he hadn't done what he had, none of this would have happened. He's also painfully aware of the fact that Anakin has a less than strong hold on his emotions. How had Dooku managed to control him for so long? On second thought, he might be better off not knowing or asking, because the Count would probably inform exactly what he thinks of Anakin if he inquires further. Dooku's piercing stare is unnerving, especially when he's standing in such an unthreatening posture, arms crossed almost casually. "Do you have any idea what Skywalker has been through these past couple weeks?" Obi-Wan narrows his eyes. "I never asked for specifics, but I've felt his emotions through our bond." Apparently, Dooku doesn't think that answer is enough. "As I suspected," he murmurs, dipping his head, "you don't have any idea." For some reason, Obi-Wan doesn't think he's going to like what Dooku will tell him next, because he's clearly planning to say something. His scrutinizing gaze expresses as much. Slowly and deliberately, the Sith Lord steps closer, and Obi-Wan stands up, feeling better facing him on more level ground. "You broke him, Kenobi," Dooku says bluntly, watching his every move. "If he hadn't been with me, he would have been helpless in the face of Sidious's manipulations." Obi-Wan shakes his head slightly. "I think you underestimate Anakin's strength." He's unwilling to admit how bothered he is by Dooku's words, even though Anakin was thinking something similar earlier. "No," answers Dooku quietly, "he stopped fighting. He gave up. I could see it in his eyes. He was not himself. A more ruthless Sith than I would have jumped at the chance to exploit him. He would have done anything I wanted him to if I had only tried." He suddenly feels numb, unable to accept Dooku's words. How is that even possible? Anakin has always been a fighter. He never gives up. It's not no, Dooku can't possibly be telling the truth. Nothing he saw in Anakin hinted that he'd been broken. Or maybe he just hadn't looked hard enough. The memory of Vader's cold yellow eyes drifts back to his mind. Anakin would never let himself get that close to the dark side out of his own free will. Then, how did he get there? Even though he doesn't want to admit the truth, Obi-Wan has a good grasp on what happened. He couldn't let go of his anger and pain, and they pushed him to the edge. He suppresses a sigh. It's his fault. He was never the right master for Anakin. He couldn't teach him about avoiding attachments like that, especially not when he shares that fault. The only difference between them is that Obi-Wan can let people go if he must, hard though it may be. "You don't believe me," states the Count, studying him. "Not really, but I can prove it. I can show you some memories through the Force." Obi-Wan stares at him, realizing that would mean joining in a meditative trance. Does he really want that? It would give him an opportunity to see what Anakin experienced. Knowing that fact, he's made up his mind before even considering it. He nods firmly. "Show me." "Very well," replies Dooku, sitting down in a meditative position on the floor. Obi-Wan seats himself opposite him, the thought briefly crossing his mind of how strange this is. A Jedi Master and Sith Lord meditating together. In any other situation, he probably would have laughed. Soon, Obi-Wan can feel Dooku reaching for him through the Force, and he accepts. He's guided into Dooku's mind and spirals into memories. B. Obi-Wan finds himself watching as Dooku informs Anakin that he discovered Hardine's real identity from a secret COMM link he hadn't realized had existed. Being so attuned to Anakin's emotions, he can practically feel his denial and heartbreak before he runs from the room. The scene shifts slightly, and he sees when Dooku goes to tell Anakin they need to leave. A sharp pain lances through him when he sees Anakin's face for the first time. Instead of the bright blue he's used to, Anakin's eyes are a tormented gray, and he can see his tears. It hurts. It really hurts. Anakin's pain has always affected him more than he'd thought it should, but now, he's not sure it was wrong. If what Anakin explained about love is right, then there's nothing improper about caring for him deeply. Now he understands why Anakin lost control of himself that night. He was already so close to falling, just barely holding on, and his anger against Sidious pushed him over the edge. Obi-Wan finds himself somewhere else. "You don't know what it's like," Anakin is yelling, resentment and pain coloring his tone. "How can you just expect me to forget?" He's glaring at Dooku, standing inside what appears to be his bedroom. "Calm yourself, Skywalker," snaps Dooku, ice in his voice. "You can't live like this. You can't just stay in here, locking yourself away from the world. It's not going to change what happened. And maybe I don't want to live at all," hisses Anakin, turning his back on him. "You don't mean that," Dooku replies quietly yet firmly. Obi-Wan can't see Anakin's expression, but the tension never fades from his body, a clear indication that he meant exactly what he said. "Go away. Just go away, and leave me alone, Dooku," he responds lowly. His voice contains a darkness Obi-Wan has never heard in him, mixed with something akin to despair. That's when Obi-Wan realizes that Dooku was right. Anakin had given up. He seemed to have decided that there was nothing left to fight for. Somehow, Obi-Wan intends to repair their relationship. He won't let Anakin go. He loves him too much to do that. "I'll make it up to you, my brother, I promise." He senses Dooku pulling away from him, so he slips out from the meditative trance back to the present. When he opens his eyes, he sees the Count regarding him with his piercing blue eyes. Outbursts from Skywalker like that were not at all uncommon, he comments. Yes. Obi-Wan had guessed as much, but that one was clearly the worst since Dooku had showed him. Still, he refuses to show how shaken he is from the revelations. He needs to meditate on it somewhat, and probably have another talk with Anakin. After Anakin let out all his emotions, he didn't seem nearly as troubled, which is probably why Obi-Wan hadn't noticed exactly how much his brother had been affected. It really is true. He did break Anakin, albeit unintentionally. He can help his brother heal. He knows he can, but it will take time. And he'll have to show his unflagging support until that time. Since Sidious wants to turn Anakin, Obi-Wan intends to do everything in his power to block that, even if it means resorting to un-Jedi methods. When faced with the question of his brother's soul or the teachings of the Jedi Order, he already knows what he would choose. If the Order can't save Anakin, then Obi-Wan doesn't think he should be obligated to follow their ideologies. "What can you tell me about Sidious's plans?" inquires Obi-Wan, pushing thoughts of Anakin from his mind temporarily. "Everything," Dooku answers simply, "I know everything he is planning to do. Since we will be confronting him, I would like to know what he has in store for the galaxy." "Very well," replies Dooku, his expression becoming graver. "He wants to create a Sith Empire, destroying both the Republic and Jedi Order." Obi-Wan had expected it, but it's still unnerving to hear it laid out so plainly. How does he intend to go about doing it? It's simple, the Count explains. He created the clones. They answer to him and he had them installed with pre-programmed chips. If he issues Order 66, the clones will immediately turn on the Jedi and slaughter them, no questions asked. Only years of Jedi training enable Obi-Wan to maintain his calm. That revelation, it sickens him. It's horrific how the clones were created to be nothing more than a means of destroying the Jedi. Sidious doesn't even view them as humans. Their emotions mean nothing to him. Obi-Wan knows that the clones would never willingly kill the Jedi, and clearly, Sidious knows it too. Hence why he installed a kill switch in them. Still, there's something bothering him. Dooku has been their adversary since the beginning of the Clone Wars. He's not convinced he won't be drawn into a Sith power struggle, even if Anakin thinks to the contrary. He does have confidence in Anakin's judgment, but he wants to hear Dooku's reasoning for why he should trust a Sith Lord. "Why should I trust you?" queries Obi-Wan. "We've been on opposite sides of the war since the beginning. I don't have any reason to consider you trustworthy." "I would be disappointed if you didn't ask me," Dooku returns, maybe a tad too smugly. "Of course I couldn't expect you to simply agree to assist me, but seeing as you are already here, it would be illogical for you to refuse." He pauses for a moment, while Obi-Wan waits for him to finish. He clearly has a reason. If he didn't, he wouldn't have been so certain he would convince Obi-Wan to help him. "I do not believe, as Sidious does, that the Sith should rule," explains the Count. "Originally, the Sith were created as an offshoot from the Jedi Order to return to their original ideals, which had been modified, if not completely abandoned." Interesting. It's enlightening too. You think that the Jedi have lost their way? It's not really a question. Dooku nods slowly. Yes. They've let their fear of the dark side blind them to what it means to be a Jedi. It's their fear that Sidious is using. The dark side is not meant to be feared. It can be and often is powerful and dangerous, but its power can be controlled. Its power corrupts, counters Obi-Wan. A thoughtful expression surfaces on the Count's face. Perhaps for those who cannot control it, he agrees, but it can be controlled. "I have learned the technique." "Do you think I am corrupted by power?" "You started the Clone Wars," Obi-Wan replies flatly, knowing it doesn't really answer the question. He doesn't know, has no way of knowing what is going on in Dooku's mind. He couldn't know if the man has been corrupted by power. The crux of the question is if Dooku plans to take his master's place. "I followed my master's orders," Dooku defers. "There is a difference. I did not create the war to gain more personal power." Obi-Wan pauses, considering the question from all angles. True, Dooku's eyes are not yellow, but that doesn't mean he hasn't been corrupted. He acts with defined logic, nothing about his actions are illogical or without purpose. And he helped Anakin. He didn't need to. There was no reason. It would have been in his best interests to get Anakin to fall if he wanted power, but he didn't. Instead of trying to turn Anakin, Dooku tried to save him. So maybe he can trust Dooku as being sincere in his desire to destroy Sidious for the good of the galaxy. An almost pleased expression appears on the Sith Lord's face. "You understand now, do you not?" he queries quietly. Slowly, Obi-Wan nods. "I'm willing to take the chance you're being truthful." He hopes he won't have a reason to regret it. B. What did Dooku want to talk to you about? Questions Anakin late that evening as they sit in Obi-Wan's room. After talking to Dooku, the two had spent most of the time there. Honestly, Obi-Wan is surprised he didn't ask any sooner. He'd expected the question for a while. "He explained Sidious' plans for the galaxy," replies Obi-Wan, "and he told me how you've been doing." He doesn't miss the slight stiffening in Anakin's body, or the way his gaze darts away. It's clear he doesn't want Obi-Wan to know anything about their time apart. He wants to say something, but there's so many things he could say. He doesn't even know where to begin. Saying sorry seems so inadequate with everything Anakin has faced. "He shouldn't have told you," Anakin mutters at last, not meeting Obi-Wan's eyes. "Would you have told me if I'd asked?" queries Obi-Wan gently, continuing when Anakin doesn't respond. "I'll take that as a no." "Why not?" "Because it shouldn't matter. It's in the past." There's a faintly wounded note in his voice when he answers. As always, Obi-Wan understands what's bothering Anakin. He wants to hear that Obi-Wan cares enough to know. I need to know how you felt to help you deal with your emotions, Obi-Wan points out, raising an eyebrow slightly. Anakin meets his eyes. You're not my master anymore. It's not resentful. He's just stating a fact. Obi-Wan nods slightly in acknowledgement. But that doesn't mean I can't help you. I love you, Anakin. I want to help you. Confessing his feelings makes him feel different. Better. Whoever decided that love and attachment are the same is completely wrong. His only regret is that a Sith Lord had to show him that. He's a Jedi. He should have known. Hiding his emotions only weakened their bond, causing unnecessary tension. Whether for the better or worse, Anakin needs affection, and if he'd told him sooner, he knows everything would be different. You really do? Anakin asks tentatively, seemingly still trying to accept that Obi-Wan is willing to admit it. Yes, I really do, Obi-Wan confirms without hesitation, feeling the surge of emotions in his brother. He's not going to let Anakin think anything to the contrary, not when the truth has been gnawing at him for years. When Anakin doesn't reply immediately, Obi-Wan rises, walking to the window and looking out as the last traces of light disappear from the sky. I thought Jedi aren't supposed to love, Anakin says slowly, a clear question in his eyes. In that, at least, I've come to think the Jedi are wrong, Obi-Wan answers quietly, turning to watch him. What you and Dooku have explained showed me that loving someone is not wrong. It's normal. It's different than attachments which are selfish in nature. Over time, I think the Jedi confused the distinction because both involve a type of love, one for another and one for oneself. Anakin looks thoughtful, but he doesn't reply, so Obi-Wan turns back to the window, looking out without really seeing the outdoors. He has so much to fix. It's crucial that Anakin understand his desire to help and that he accepts it. Anakin, they can't heal unless they work together. Obi-Wan continues standing there, staring out into the night, the memories Dooku shared with him assaulting his mind. He hears movement behind him, though Anakin doesn't talk. He doesn't need to look to know that Anakin just laid down on his bed, something he does occasionally, usually when he simply needs comfort. Minutes pass, and he remains silent. How did he manage to ruin their relationship so much? It's not gone, it can still be repaired, and he intends to do so to the best of his ability. He broke Anakin's trust, that much he'd always known, but he didn't realize he'd also broken his brother's heart until Dooku had shown him everything. Finally, he turns, taking in Anakin laying on the bed watching him, a shadow of pain lingering in his eyes. And it hurts to know he's the one that put it there. Are you planning to stay here? He asks, not because he doesn't already know the answer, but because he's waiting for a confirmation. Do you mind? There's an uncertainty in Anakin's eyes, one that stabs through his heart. Anakin never asks him that. Obi-Wan might complain, but he never means it. In the times when the war was hard, he didn't mind having Anakin next to him. They took comfort from one another's presences, even if they'd never admit to it aloud. He's never minded being there if Anakin needs him. No, of course not, he replies, flinching at the wave of relief he feels from Anakin. He really thought Obi-Wan would mind? He should know. He should. And Obi-Wan knows that he did, at least before everything started falling apart. He hates the tension between them, but he doesn't even know what he could do to alleviate it. In a way, he's slightly surprised that Anakin is even talking to him. His brother has always had a way of holding grudges like that. Sighing, he walks over to his bed, pulling off his boots and leaving them on the floor. He lays down next to Anakin, not surprised when he rolls over, curling up against him. He slips his arm around Anakin, letting him rest his head on his shoulder. When Anakin was younger, he would often climb into Obi-Wan's bed when he had nightmares. That changed as he got older, but never completely stopped, especially when the Clone Wars started. Anakin was like a younger brother, and if anyone could see them right now, Anakin next to him, with Obi-Wan holding him almost protectively, a familial relationship would be correctly assumed. Obi-Wan closes his eyes, letting sleep come to him as Anakin wraps an arm across him. And, as always, they both take comfort in the knowledge that someone they trust and love is next to them, the way it always should have been. Dooku is not at all pleased to have been awoken an hour earlier than he usually rises in the morning to receive a call from his master. The urgency disturbs him. What could possibly be so important that Sidious would be calling him so early in the morning? He kneels before the hologram. "Yes, Master," he speaks submissively, bowing his head. How he hates showing any respect for the monster before him. Sidious cannot be allowed to live, not when he's planning to destroy the galaxy simply for his own misguided ideas of what the Sith should be like. "I have heard some disturbing news, Lord Tyrannus," replies Sidious, his tone greatly displeased. A faint prickle of unease runs through Dooku. Did something go amiss? What could have happened? Because he knows something did. Dooku waits silently for Sidious to continue. It would be best for him to remain quiet as much as possible. He cautiously tightens his shields to prevent any emotions from slipping free. If Sidious so much as suspects that he's planning to betray him, Dooku has no doubts as to his fate, and he doesn't want to die just yet. "Kenobi was kidnapped from the temple," Sidious explains. "I presume you are responsible." "Yes, Master," he hastily confirms, hoping that this is all, though something tells him the situation is much bigger. He's not pessimistic type, but the Force's feelings have never been wrong in the past. He can't see Sidious' face, but his displeasure is clear in the Force. "I heard rumors of a trained Force user who kidnapped him," the Sith Lord's ominous voice continues. "He was hiding his Force signature. The Council suspects Vader be involved." "Vader is dead, my lord," murmurs Dooku. "The agent I employed is not trained with the dark side. I remained near the temple to cloak him myself." He hopes it's a feasible explanation. It's not far from the truth after all. He was near the temple. For an excruciatingly long moment, Sidious remains silent, and Dooku gets the feeling that the Sith Lord does not fully believe him but cannot find any holes in the explanation. "Are your feelings clear on this matter, my apprentice?" There's a low threat in the words, and Dooku pretends not to notice the tightening of the Force around his neck. He forces himself to continue projecting a front of loyalty and submission. It would not be good for Sidious to feel his rising fear. "They are, Master," he answers, and the slight pressure disappears. Again, Sidious is quiet before speaking. "Have you learned anything of Skywalker?" At last an easier topic. "No, Master," Dooku responds. "I have spoken to Kenobi, but he is not forthcoming with any information. He insists that the boy is dead. If he does not give me anything in a few days, I will publicize that we have captured him. Perhaps Skywalker will emerge from whatever hiding spot he has entered." "I hope so," agrees Sidious, a dark chuckle escaping him, "unless the boy is too upset to try and save his former master. If he does not come, I want you to capture his Padawan. She will certainly lure him out." "As you wish, Master," Dooku nods, bowing once more. "It will be done." Without another word, Sidious disconnects the transmission, leaving Dooku feeling uncharacteristically shaken. No. Sidious shouldn't suspect anything. He clenches his jaw, before reining in his anger. Those Jedi fools! Of course, they told the Chancellor about Kenobi's disappearance. Time is fast running out, and Dooku knows he must make his move soon. No doubt Sidious will remain on guard for any attempts at betrayal, but they cannot afford to wait long. In a few days' time, they must go to Coruscant to take out Sidious. The balance is too delicate to wait any longer. Kenobi and Skywalker must be informed immediately. B. Dooku steps into Kenobi's room, stopping at the sight greeting him. Kenobi is laying on the bed, one arm wrapped almost protectively around Skywalker, who is curled next to him, head resting on his former master's shoulder. Dooku can't stop surprise from appearing on his face before it disappears behind his carefully controlled mask. This was not what he'd expected. The Council would never approve of such behavior, even though most non-Jedi would not find anything wrong with two people sharing a bed to draw comfort from one another's presences. It speaks of a strong bond, one which cannot be easily broken. Now he begins to understand just why his master hates Kenobi so passionately. His influence is probably the strongest, keeping Skywalker on the light side. Yes, Skywalker needed Kenobi, more than either of them realized most likely. More than that, the boy missed his former master, even though he was too stubborn to admit it. That suspicion was one of the main reasons Dooku had insisted so strongly that Kenobi join them. And, as often, time had proved him right. It's clear that they need each other. Moments like this show that they aren't just brothers. Whether he likes it or not, Kenobi is acting very much like a father comforting his son. There is nothing brotherly about the way he's holding Skywalker. It's a very paternal gesture, one which Dooku finds slightly surprising. A master is not a parent, but clearly, that's not something that Kenobi chooses to acknowledge. Dooku never would have acted in such a manner towards Qui-Gon, and he rather doubts his former Padawan treated Obi-Wan like the latter is behaving towards Skywalker. It's oddly peaceful in a way, seeing the boy resting next to Kenobi so trustingly. He may have been hurt badly, his trust may have been badly shaken, but on some inner level, he still trusts Kenobi won't hurt him. He trusts him to protect him. It's touching in a way Dooku couldn't quite describe. He finds himself wondering what it would have been like to raise an apprentice like a child. Certainly it would have been considered unacceptable by the Council, so why are they permitting Kenobi and Skywalker's relationship? He doesn't know and will not presume to understand their reasoning. Very possibly, they are not even aware of it. What would it have been like to be raised like a son by a master? He'll never know, but the thought, once in his mind, cannot be easily dismissed. He won't admit it even to himself, but he almost wishes for a relationship like that. It's not common for anyone to show affection like that to another, especially among the Jedi. And Dooku realizes that he's seeing a side of Kenobi that he'd never willingly show to any other Jedi. The Council doesn't see the distinction between love and attachment. To them, both are the same, but Dooku, who has lived with the dark side, knows that is not true. Love is the very antithesis to attachment. It is impossible for someone to harbor both for the same person. And clearly, Kenobi and Skywalker share a love that is not fully brotherly. It's something unique. Kenobi is neither Skywalker's father nor brother, yet he fills the role of both. While Dooku is not prone to sentimentality, he can't help but admire the beauty in it. Kenobi stirs first, having sensed Dooku's presence. His eyes open, and he glances around the room. A look of surprise flits across his face when he sees Dooku. Dooku can feel him reaching out to Skywalker through their bond before the boy rolls over and wakes up, allowing Kenobi to pull back his arm. For someone who seems so spoiled, Skywalker is fully awake in a matter of seconds. Being in war will do that. I've had more pleasant awakenings, grumbles Skywalker, who could willingly wake up at such an indecent hour in the morning. He's not a morning person, as Dooku quickly discovered. Kenobi must have had a hard time with him when he was still young. Trust me, Skywalker, retorts Dooku coolly, I have no more desire to be awake right now than you. If it wasn't for the call I got from Sidious, I would still be asleep. Every single protest he might have had dies before it escapes him. What did he want? Skywalker sounds uncertain, but not particularly alarmed. Dooku levels him with a flat look. Meet me in my office. I'll give you all the details then. We need to plan. Something in his tone clearly brooks no refusal, because Skywalker doesn't protest. He simply climbs out of bed, running a hand through his hair as he looks over at Kenobi, who has been silent thus far. Are you coming, Master? A smirk inches onto Kenobi's face as he gets out of bed. Regardless of your wishes, I actually do enjoy getting up early, and I can't say I mind seeing someone else getting you up. Yet, well, at least Dooku doesn't do it like you. Retorts Skywalker, glaring at him, despite the amusement in his tone. "I cannot imagine how he would react if he was forced to get you out of bed like I do," counters Kenobi, "and I think it would be best if we listen to what he has to say." I do not expect Sidious contacted him simply for his own enjoyment. Skywalker sighs, but all traces of amusement disappear. As Dooku turns to leave the room, he catches sight of the fearless general that leads his men into battle. That is the potential that Qui-Gon undoubtedly saw. When he's not acting arrogant or like a spoiled child, Dooku can admit that Skywalker has power which he wields in a very effective manner. "I do not think we have a choice," Dooku warns, looking between the two Jedi. "If we intend to succeed, we must go after Sidious in a few days before he becomes even more suspicious." Silence greets his words. Kenobi and Skywalker exchange a long look. Since their conversation the previous day, Dooku has noticed Skywalker seems almost like a different person. He's still moody, to be sure, but he's much calmer and more level-headed. It's a blessing, really, because Dooku isn't sure how much longer he could have handled him. Kenobi's presence has made a world of difference. "We must be cautious when attacking Sidious," Dooku continues when neither speak. "His power should not be taken lightly, even against the three of us." "Anakin and I will fight as a team," Kenobi replies. "We fight best that way. No one has defeated us when we're together." "Well, there was that time on Geonosis," begins Skywalker, likely remembering their first encounter with Dooku. Kenobi raises an eyebrow. "We weren't fighting together," he reminds him, "and you must keep in mind that Sidious is nothing like Dooku as we've been so aptly informed." He smirks slightly. "This time, we'll do it together," Kenobi warns, looking pointedly at Skywalker's right arm. Skywalker chuckles quietly, a glimmer in his eyes. "Yes, contrary to your belief, I do learn from my mistakes." "Oh really? Then why do you always seem to be crashing your ships?" asks Kenobi, a faint smirk still on his face. "It's not my fault," retorts Skywalker, frowning at him though Dooku senses he's hiding a grin. "It's the ships." "Do you ever stop arguing?" questions Dooku mildly, redirecting their attention from one another to him, though he finds he doesn't mind their bantering as much as he thought he might. "Sometimes, but brothers argue," Kenobi replies simply, his expression softening imperceptibly as he looks at Skywalker. They share a look, conveying more through a glance than could be exchanged in words. It calms Dooku somewhat, seeing Skywalker so relaxed, bantering with Kenobi. Those two are brothers in every sense of the word. He nods to himself. Bringing Kenobi to help was the right choice. If nothing else, he gives Skywalker balance. He brings calm to Skywalker's stormy emotions. They are close. Very close. He's surprised that the Jedi Council did nothing to prevent it. Perhaps they've never really seen the extent of the connection. It's far deeper than anything he's ever seen among the Jedi. Skywalker could never be a Sith, at least not the kind Sidious wants. He's too emotional, loves too deeply. It's easy to see why he was so broken over what happened between him and Kenobi. The Council acted foolishly, as usual. It's dangerous if not harmful to disrupt a bond like the one those two share, but Dooku is convinced it will heal given time. They're too close and love each other too much to let anything come between them. "Now we need to discuss the details of our plan," Dooku informs them. He expects it to go smoothly. From what he's seen and heard, Skywalker is an expert at making plans and finding new opportunities if necessary. Defeating Sidious will likely require both him and Kenobi. Selecting them was the right choice. "V. You do still have your original Kyber crystal, don't you?" asks Obi-Wan, watching as Anakin uses the Force to pull apart his lightsaber. Anakin rolls his eyes. "Of course. What? Did you think I would just throw it out?" He might have been upset at the Jedi, but that crystal is his, so he wouldn't have gotten rid of it. "You could have lost it," suggests Obi-Wan, an almost mischievous look on his face. "You've made new lightsabers often enough." Anakin reaches over and whacks Obi-Wan's arm but can't hold back a chuckle. Still smirking, he withdraws the red kyber crystal from his lightsaber, pulling it back to his hand. Carefully, he maneuvers the original blue one in place before resealing the components. He pushes the ignition switch, a satisfied expression on his face when the blue blade hums to life. "And I'm keeping this one too," mutters Anakin, clipping his lightsaber back to his belt and walking towards his armor. He tucks the red crystal into the same pocket he'd kept his blue one. "Now let's see if Dooku is ready," advises Obi-Wan, turning towards the door. Together, they go in search of Dooku. "You changed your crystal yet, Count?" calls Anakin when he spots Dooku. "I did," Dooku confirms. Anakin can hardly repress his surprise when Dooku ignites his lightsaber, displaying the blue blade. It will send a strong message to Sidious. Sith Lord or not, Dooku is clearly showing his loyalties, and they are not to Sidious. Even though he has problems with the Jedi Order, he's also willing to protect them. "Very well. Tomorrow night we'll be leaving, and I for one pray that Anakin's plan doesn't go wrong this time," Obi-Wan remarks, glancing at Anakin for a moment. Anakin huffs, "Really, Master? Have some faith. It will be just fine." "Oh really?" retorts Obi-Wan, giving him a skeptical look. "I don't know why I agreed to help you sneak Dooku into the Senate. It seems like suicide to me." "Only because everything is suicide to you," Anakin mumbles under his breath, smirking when Obi-Wan glares at him. "I prefer strategies which have a higher chance of success, thank you very much." Obi-Wan crosses his arms. "You should have thought up a better one then," smirks Anakin, "as opposed to going with my reckless one." "At least you admit it's reckless," Obi-Wan deadpans. "Your words not mine," Anakin reminds him. Dooku clears his throat. "If you two are quite done, it would probably be best if we did some sparring. Skywalker, you need to work on perfecting your emotional control. Sidious will know how to get at you, and you can't let him do it." Anakin nods. He knows. He knows it very well, in fact. Dooku drilled it into his mind. Weaknesses? He has many, but he can't possibly prepare himself to defend all of them. If he had an idea where Sidious would strike, he could plan accordingly. The only rule he can follow is to simply not let Sidious get to him by reminding himself that the Sith Lord simply wants him to slip up. He'll try to make him fall, and he cannot let that happen. "I don't like this," states Obi-Wan firmly as he watches Anakin. "You said that already," Anakin retorts, a frown slipping onto his face. He knows Obi-Wan is worried, he's worried too, but there really isn't another choice. "There is no better choice, Kenobi," Dooku interjects, saving Anakin the trouble of trying to formulate a different retort. At least they agree on this, even if Dooku wasn't very happy with being smuggled into the Senate building. Obi-Wan sighs, and Anakin can almost see a shadow of worry in his blue-gray eyes. "I know, but I still think we might be able to formulate something more effective than Anakin being left by Sidious, even if that time is short." "You think I'll fall?" demands Anakin, incensed. "No. I don't think you'll fall, but Sidious has a way of manipulating people and putting doubts in their minds. I'd rather that not happen to you again," Obi-Wan answers. "You talk this out," Dooku interrupts, "I'll be in the cabin. Let me know when we're exiting hyperspace." With those words, he rises gracefully and strides from the cockpit, leaving the two brothers alone. Anakin glares at Obi-Wan. "You don't trust me to handle myself around him?" "Anakin," Obi-Wan's voice is a tad bit sharper than normal, and there's a faint weariness in his gaze. "I've told you already that I do trust you. This has nothing to do with trust. I'm worried about you. We don't know what Sidious is capable of." Somehow, Obi-Wan has gotten into the habit of talking more about his feelings, though it still seems hard for him to do so. Anakin isn't sure he likes it. It's slightly disconcerting for Obi-Wan to show emotions, especially since Anakin has always considered him a perfect Jedi, meaning having and showing no feelings whatsoever. The anger drains out of him, and he sinks back in his seat. "I'm worried too," he admits, "but this is the only way it can be done." Obi-Wan nods, not saying anything. Anakin can see the tension in his body. "We'll get out of this," Anakin says at last, partially to break the strained silence. A half-hearted smile appears on his brother's face. "We always seem to," Obi-Wan agrees. After another moment of silence, his expression becomes serious, and he turns to look at Anakin. "Are you afraid you'll fall?" begins Anakin before stopping. Is he afraid? He knows how close he could be. When he finally answers, his voice is low. "I don't know. I don't want to, but sometimes it's like I can't control it." "I'll be with you," promises Obi-Wan, putting a hand on his brother's shoulder. "I won't leave you to face him alone." A feeling of warmth spreads through Anakin, and the ghost of a smile surfaces. "I know." Anakin's hand clenches around the COMM link. "If I do this, there's no turning back," he reminds Obi-Wan and Dooku. "We won't be able to back out." They nod solemnly. "This is the best plan we've got." Surprisingly, that comes from Obi-Wan. When Anakin throws him a startled look, he meets his gaze with an expression that says more than words could. He trusts Anakin will do whatever is necessary to complete the mission, and for once, he approves of Anakin's methods. More importantly, he's signaling his intent to as always cover Anakin's back. "Kenobi is right," concurs Dooku. "Proceed, Skywalker." Anakin takes a calming breath as he settles into a chair, before starting the transmission. For safety's sake, Obi-Wan and Dooku remain on the other side of the room, concealing their force signatures to prevent any possible detection of their plans. "Anakin, my boy, this is a pleasant surprise," exclaims Palpatine as his image materializes. Anakin keeps a carefully crafted expression of distress on his face. "Chancellor," he acknowledges, his voice intentionally emotionless, conveying the impression that he's struggling with something. "I know you are very busy," but he hesitates. I was hoping I could meet with you." And Obi-Wan thought he couldn't act. "You know I'll always make time to meet with you," chides Palpatine, using the tone he always does with Anakin. "Is it possible for you to come around noon?" Anakin nods slowly, as though he's carefully considering something. "Yes. Thank you, sir," he replies, injecting a faintly dismal note into his voice. "I had heard rumors you were dead, Anakin," Palpatine comments. "I'm so grateful to see you alive. Might I ask if anyone is aware?" Anakin is willing to bet that Sidious is simply elated he's going to talk to him. Just as Dooku had predicted, he'll try to get Anakin to fall. "Only my Padawan knows," Anakin tells him after a moment's hesitation, "and I would appreciate if you wouldn't inform anyone." "Certainly," Palpatine answers magnanimously. "I look forward to hearing the story." Anakin can almost see the dark gleam in his eyes. Anakin lets a faint and weary smile appear on his face for a moment. "I will see you at noon, Chancellor," he promises, ending the transmission. "I hate this," hisses Anakin, eyes darkening with anger. "I don't know how I won't accidentally stick my lightsaber through him when I see him." He knows he'll have to pretend that he's upset with the Jedi and Obi-Wan. He'll have to act receptive towards Palpatine's manipulations, so he sends his guards away. And he hates every bit of it. It's a gamble, but it's one worth taking. Obi-Wan walks over, putting a hand on his arm soothingly. "You did well, Anakin," he reassures him. "You're a much better actor than you've ever been given credit for." Seeing the almost proud look on Obi-Wan's face is enough to take the edge of his anger. Sidious does not suspect a thing, Dooku chimes in. "He fully believes it will be simple to turn you to his side. This may be easier than we anticipated." "If only." "Whenever Obi-Wan and I are involved, nothing is easy," Anakin mutters, "and nothing goes according to plan." "Then it's a good thing we have a plan B this time," Obi-Wan reminds him. Provided Sidious doesn't foil it, Anakin mumbles, a hint of bitterness in his voice. He stares numbly across the cabin, depression nagging at him. He feels much better than he did, but he's still a long way from how he used to be. It's only worse that he can feel the dark side whispering to him almost incessantly, especially when he's already feeling down. In an almost casual move, Obi-Wan sits down on a chair near Anakin. He doesn't say anything, but he doesn't need to. Anakin knows that Obi-Wan understands what he needs even if Anakin himself doesn't. And right now, he just needs to be next to someone next to Obi-Wan because that will help take his mind off the prospect that if they fail, the galaxy falls. We have 3 hours to get inside the Senate, Dooku reminds them. I hope you have a plan for how exactly we'll do that, Skywalker. Anakin rubs a hand over his face. Force. He's exhausted right now, even though he shouldn't be. He did sleep fine, but the stress is finally getting to him. Normally, he'd be fine, but the circumstances are far from normal. He's still recovering from Obi-Wan's fake death and learning that Palpatine is Sidious, not to mention spending a great deal of time with Dooku, never a pleasant affair, although it's much more tolerable than he'd ever thought possible. Drawing on the Force to help calm himself, Anakin lets himself slip into his role as a general. When he's in war, his emotions don't matter, they can't affect him now, especially not when everything depends on the success of his mission. Falling into his analytical mindset, he runs his mind over the design of the Senate, searching for weaknesses. Unless we're planning to kill the guards on the way in, every entrance is guarded, Anakin reports after a moment, his brow furrowed in concentration. Since I assume we want to keep casualties to a minimal and necessary basis, he pauses, glancing at Obi-Wan, who nods in confirmation. Then our best option will be to enter through the ventilation shafts. We have plenty of time. I think we can get past any security measures inside. Dooku's expression indicates he's clearly not pleased with the suggestion. Obi-Wan seems thoughtful, he's seriously considering the idea. On his part, Anakin can't think of a better solution. Who would be expecting someone to enter the Senate through the ventilation shaft? It will also help him get past security, so he's not recognized. It's a win-win situation, and much better than his usual approach of blasting right in. He has no desire of being labeled a traitor for attacking the Senate when he's after the real traitor. I like it, Obi-Wan agrees, ignoring Dooku's scandalized expression. It should work. I think so too. Anakin meets Obi-Wan's eyes, and they share a smile. Are you seriously considering crawling around in the ventilation system? Protests Dooku. We sure are, Anakin confirms, smirking. Have a problem with it, Count? Obi-Wan shoots him a warning look at his smug tone. Anakin simply ignores him. It's funny to picture the elegant Dooku crawling around in a shaft. Besides, he can't resist the rib. How do you deal with him, Kenobi? Dooku asks instead. Oh, I don't know, replies Obi-Wan, a mock contemplative expression on his face. You just get used to it after a while. There's no force which can control him. Anakin snorts. Seriously, Master, you could make even Grievous feel bad for you. Obi-Wan lets out a dramatic sigh and turns towards Dooku. You see the insolence I've been forced to deal with for the past 12 years. Yes, I can see, remarks Dooku, his lips twitching up into a smile. He must have given you headaches on a regular basis if what I dealt with for 2 weeks was any indication. He did, confirms Obi-Wan, a faint solemn expression on his face. Anakin rolls his eyes. I suppose you probably blame me for every one of your mishaps, even though you're responsible for most of them yourself. I'm the one who always has to rescue you after all. Slowly, the tension fades from his body. Bantering like this with Obi-Wan helps him immensely. Keep telling yourself that, retorts Obi-Wan, a glimmer in his eyes. I'd usually be just fine, even without your help. As entertaining as this is, I really think we should get back to discussing our plans, Dooku interjects quietly but firmly, effectively cutting off Anakin's reply. Certainly, agrees Obi-Wan. Anakin can find an entrance, and then we can join him. Anakin pulls up a holographic image of the Senate building and examines the exterior. I think this area here is probably best for entry, he muses. The security here is not as strong. With a well-placed mind trick or two and some force diversions, we can get past without much trouble. Obi-Wan looks at it over his shoulder. Yes, but we must be careful about our use of the force. If Sidious senses us, it will not be good. He is very perceptive of nearby force users, offers Dooku, frowning slightly. All right, then let's not use the force much, replies Anakin. If necessary, maybe you should leave the tricks to me. I doubt Sidious will suspect anything if he senses my presence. I made it clear to him that I don't want anyone knowing I'm alive. Very convincingly too, Obi-Wan chimes in. Dooku nods. Now I know why you are such a good general, Skywalker, even if I don't generally approve of improvised plans. The praise, even though it's from Dooku, makes Anakin feel better. You don't need to make his ego any bigger, Obi-Wan jokes. Thanks, Master, Anakin replies. I thought you were on my side. His brother chuckles quietly, shaking his head. It's a very good plan, Anakin, he remarks warmly. Anakin casts him a small, sincere smile and lets himself bask in the approval for a minute before standing up. Let's get moving. We have a building to infiltrate. I think the entrance is straight ahead, whispers Anakin, crouching out of sight of the Senate guards beside Obi-Wan and Dooku. They all have hoods up to conceal their identities as much as possible. Even though Obi-Wan and Anakin won't be in trouble if they are seen, they want to avoid recognition if possible. You think? Hisses Obi-Wan, don't move anywhere unless you know. Anakin closes his eyes, touching the Force gently. That's the right way, he decides. Unlike Obi-Wan and Dooku, Anakin isn't keeping his Force presence carefully masked. He's not the one hiding from Sidious. They are. Anakin reaches out to the Force, creating a noise on the other side of the platform. One of the guards goes to investigate, while the others watch him. Quickly, Anakin darts forward, staying close to the ground. He reaches the exit and uses the Force to get it open. After stepping inside, he motions Obi-Wan and Dooku to join him. Hastily, they do before the guards look back. Looking around in the hallway, Anakin soon finds what he's looking for. A maintenance doorway. He pries it open and steps in. Dooku follows him with Obi-Wan in the rear. I hope you know how to get to a location near the Chancellor's office, whispers Dooku as soon as they're safely inside, because the building is huge, and we don't have time to get lost. Actually, I don't, confesses Anakin. I was planning to just trust in the Force. We need to move up, so anything that leads up is a good place to start. Be careful of security mechanisms, warns Obi-Wan. There may not be many, but we still must be cautious. I'll feel through the Force as best I can. Nodding, Anakin continues forwards, up the first shaft, deeper into the heart of the Senate building. Thankfully for them, the Force provides advance warning of security which Anakin successfully disables. Many minutes later, they crouch inside the shaft nearest the Chancellor's office. It was much easier to get there than they'd initially expected. Now we wait, murmurs Obi-Wan, settling into a more comfortable position. For another hour, adds Anakin, checking the time. I'll worry about the Senate guards nearby when I have to. Let's just hope we aren't discovered in the meantime. Not very reassuring, but hope is all they have right now. It will have to be enough. Are you ready to play your role in front of Sidious? Questions Dooku, looking at Anakin with some concern. Anakin shifts, still tense. I'll have to be, he replies, not glancing at Obi-Wan when he moves closer to him. Anakin knows what Obi-Wan is doing, and he appreciates it. Just being next to his brother will give him a sense of calm which he'll desperately need when facing a manipulative Sith Lord. He knows it, and Obi-Wan knows it too. 15 minutes before the arranged meeting, Anakin moves towards the exit of the shaft. May the Force be with you, Obi-Wan whispers as Anakin cautiously pulls back the opening and climbs out, dropping to the floor of the Senate. The hallway is quiet, no one is around that he can see. He slips along the hall, pulling up his hood to conceal his face as much as possible. He senses the approaching Senate guard too late to hide. "What are you doing here?" demands the guard, pointing a blaster at him. Taking a quick breath, Anakin reaches out with the Force, pushing against the guard's mind. "Sleep," he orders, raising his right hand. The guard's mind resists the suggestion, so Anakin pushes harder. Suddenly, the guard's legs buckle, and he collapses to the floor in a deep sleep. Hopefully, it will last for several hours. Using the Force, Anakin drags the body into a concealed place, leaving it there before trying to reach Palpatine's office once more. When he's in the last corridor, he pulls out his COMM link, realizing it will be easier to tell Sidious he's here than trying to sneak past the several guards. "Chancellor," he speaks when the transmission connects, "I entered the Senate undetected, but I would appreciate it if you could tell your guards to let me pass." "Certainly, Anakin," replies Palpatine, not questioning for a moment why Anakin is sneaking into the Senate. He grimaces, hoping the Sith Lord doesn't suspect anything. After waiting for another moment, Anakin steps boldly around the corner and heads towards the Chancellor's office. The Senate guards look at him with a touch of suspicion but don't stop him. Once he's inside the office, he pushes back his hood. "Leave us," Sidious instructs his guards, watching with veiled satisfaction as they withdraw to the outside of the office. "I must say that I really don't see how that was necessary," muses Palpatine, turning to Anakin and looking him over. Anakin is careful to keep his expression grim, gently projecting a feigned depression into his Force signature. Everything is done discreetly, even so, he can only hope he keeps Palpatine fooled. "Chancellor," Anakin bows, "it probably wasn't, but I didn't want to risk the Council discovering my whereabouts." "I was not aware of any tension between you and the Council," points out Palpatine, frowning. Only now Anakin can see the dark gleam in his eyes. He's enjoying it. Anakin forces himself to nod, before staring down at the floor. "I'm upset over how they made me think Obi-Wan was dead," he admits. "I don't know what to do about it, and now, I've heard how he was kidnapped." He doesn't have to fake his rising frustration. He is still upset at the Council for their actions, even if he's forgiven Obi-Wan. "I was surprised too," agrees Palpatine, nodding sympathetically. "They really need to trust you more. Do you see now how little trust they have for you?" "Yes," nods Anakin, I don't know what to do or who to trust anymore." He looks at Palpatine with what he hopes is a pleading expression. "I'm so worried about Obi-Wan, but what he did it hurts so much. I can't just forgive him, even though the Jedi would say I should. It's not something I can forget so easily." "The Jedi don't really understand you," suggests Palpatine. "Maybe you simply aren't meant to be a Jedi." Anakin doesn't need to fake his shock at the statement. But I've spent my whole life working towards being a Jedi. I want to be one." "I know," agrees Palpatine, his expression becoming at once thoughtful and caring, "but is it not possible that the Jedi are mistaken? They don't understand your emotions, and Anakin, all sentients have emotions. It's not right to deny part of your humanity for an order that doesn't even trust you." More than anything, Anakin wants to kill him right then and there. He's talking so smoothly, planting all sorts of suggestions. It's no wonder he was slowly turning to the dark side without even realizing it. He was never getting guidance from this man. It was always about manipulation. What Sidious wants. What Sidious needs. It's purely selfish. "Maybe you're right," Anakin mumbles finally, a troubled look on his face as he reaches out to the Force waiting for the right moment. Very soon, he'll call Obi-Wan to join him with Dooku so they can attack Sidious. "But I don't know where I would go." "You've always wanted something more significant than the life of a Jedi," Palpatine notes, "something where you actually matter. Something where you can make a difference." I think that perhaps the Jedi are mistaken about more than one issue. I still trust them to help the Republic, but as the war goes on, I must confess I'm having doubts about their loyalties. He walks to the window and stares out. Surely, you're wrong, protests Anakin, following him. The Jedi would never betray the Republic. They would not tell you even if they intended to, demurs Palpatine. You're not like the rest of them. You know this is true. The Force ripples slightly, giving Anakin the warning that he's been waiting for. He reaches out to his bond with Obi-Wan and nudges his brother briefly. He quickly pulls back, waiting only long enough to know that he got the message. Anything more would not be safe. Yes, I suppose, Anakin replies slowly, but I still don't know what I should do about Obi-Wan. I can't bear the thought of him being in Sith hands. He carefully lets a faint surge of fear into his Force signature. The Council will never let you search for him alone, but I trust you will do the right thing, Palpatine answers slowly. Follow your heart, Anakin. The smile on the Chancellor's face no longer seems real. He's looking at the man through a new perspective, wondering how he could have been so fooled but knowing that it was so easy. Why wouldn't he have trusted the politician who took an interest in him and always seemed to understand him? Thank you, sir, Anakin murmurs. I'll see if I can reach him through our bond. I want to help him, despite what he's done to me. And you will succeed, Palpatine says simply. You are very powerful. I've said this in the past. You will be the strongest Jedi the Order has ever seen. Anakin can sense Obi-Wan and Dooku making a fast approach, so he decides to keep the conversation going a little longer to ensure the Sith Lord remains distracted. Your support means a lot to me, he responds, letting a small smile appear for a moment, but if I do not help the Jedi defend the Republic, I don't know what I would do. That would be for you to decide, the Chancellor tells him after a moment. I cannot tell you what you should do with your life. Anakin hears a noise behind him as the pair enter the office. Palpatine whirls much more quickly than anyone would expect for his age and supposed lack of Force sensitivity. Anakin turns to see Dooku standing slight in front of Obi-Wan, a satisfied smile on his face. Greetings, Chancellor. What is the meaning of this? Cries Palpatine, his expression seemingly alarmed. Master Kenobi? What's happening? Oh, Sidious, no need to play games, returns Dooku smoothly, his lightsaber flying to his hand. I have been waiting for this moment. Your reign has gone on for too long. It's time to end it once and for all. Yes, agrees Obi-Wan, reaching for his own lightsaber. I'm afraid your games are at an end. Anakin, do something, whispers Palpatine, sounding terrified. Contact the Council for help. Anakin laughs coldly. Time's up, Sidious. With those words, he steps back, pulling out his lightsaber, but not igniting it. The realization that dawns on Palpatine's face would be funnier if not for the murderous expression that follows. So be it, he snarls, a tinge of yellow seeping into his eyes. A lightsaber appears in his hand, its red blade hissing to life. In unison, Anakin, Obi-Wan, and Dooku ignite their own blue blades. Sidious narrows his eyes at Dooku. Blue, my apprentice? I should have known you would run back to your pathetic Jedi friends. You mistake my allegiance, Sidious, retorts Dooku. I am no Jedi. I am a Sith Lord, but I choose to lay down my arms and refuse to conquer a galaxy which does not need an emperor. The Republic can be fixed in another way. Fixing Dooku with a disgusted look, Sidious turns back to Anakin. You're making a mistake, my boy. Your place is at my side. Consider my words, he urges. You are a Sith at heart. You know that to be true. Search your feelings, Anakin. I am no Sith, hisses Anakin, narrowing his eyes, his grip tightening on the lightsaber. Palpatine cackles. I sense the dark side within you. You are not a Jedi. You know as well as I do that the Jedi would expel you if they knew what you've done. His words strike a chord within Anakin. He knows what the Sith Lord is referring to. He tries not to let himself be bothered, but it's hard, especially since Sidious is raising fears Anakin has carried for years. He refuses to let himself show how troubled he is, despite his increasing heart rate. He loathes the gleeful smile that appears when Palpatine senses his spike of fear. Oh! He knows he's getting to Anakin. Not good. Obi-Wan glances at Anakin, concern on his face, though couldn't know what's wrong. "You'll never get him to join you," he states confidently, holding his blade in a defensive stance. "Master Kenobi, so quick to defend your apprentice," mocks Palpatine. "Would you really stand with him if you knew that he's nothing more than a cold-hearted murderer?" Anakin flinches, and he can feel himself paling. He should have known Sidious would bring that up. Force, he should have told Obi-Wan. At least he won't be faced with the chance of losing him right now when his support means everything. This can't really be happening, can it? Don't ask. Don't ask. Anakin mentally prays, hoping that for once, Obi-Wan will let the matter rest. "Killing in war doesn't make one a murderer," retorts Obi-Wan, though Anakin can sense a faint unease in his brother. Sidious' laugh is colder than the ice on Hoth. "You have no idea," he taunts, "I'm not talking about a war, Master Kenobi. I'm talking about a massacre. The massacre your dear apprentice never told you." "He told me." Obi-Wan doesn't respond, narrowing his eyes at the Sith Lord. For a moment, his gaze darts to Anakin and lingers there. Anakin won't look at him. He can't bear to see the condemnation in his former master's eyes when he finds out the truth. How could Sidious be this cruel? More importantly, why didn't he expect it? He'd never even thought about his massacre of the Tusken Raiders. He'd never considered that Obi-Wan might find out now. His hands tighten on the hilt, the knuckles on his human hand turning white from the pressure. Palpatine is definitely enjoying this moment. He's got all the information on Anakin, and they both know it. And now, he's going to tell Obi-Wan everything, hoping to get him to turn on his brother. If not, he'll at least shake up Anakin enough make it hard for him to focus on the battle. Anakin knows all of it, but it's not easy for him to simply pretend it's not bothering him. Dooku was right. Sidious is going at all his weaknesses. He's dragging forth all his biggest fears. "I'm referring to his massacre of a camp of Tusken Raiders," the Sith Lord continues. "He killed them all, men, women, and children." Anakin clenches his jaw, fighting back the urge to wipe the smug smirk off the man's face. It's infuriating. But if he reacts, he'll simply be helping him in the long run. He did learn from his first duel with Dooku when he lost his arm. He won't repeat the same mistake again. He must control his emotions, hard though it may be. "I don't believe you," Obi-Wan answers, his voice low. "Well then ask him yourself," returns Palpatine. "He'd probably even tell you why he did it, but he'll never admit how enjoyable it was for him to kill them. Or how addictive he found the power of the dark side." He turns his focus back to Anakin. "You know how much you want it, Anakin. Join me, and I'll give you all the power you could want." His control is slipping further and further. He can feel it, and he knows everyone else can too. Anger takes up residence with the lurking fear, pushing him towards the darkness. "Stop it," Anakin chokes out, his breathing irregular. His entire body is tensed as he fights against the lure of the dark side. "You know you want the power," murmurs the Sith Lord, his voice low and caressing, "the power to avenge those who hurt the people you love. The power to keep the people you love safe." "Anakin, don't listen to him," interjects Obi-Wan. Anakin can feel him reaching out towards him through the Force, sending calming emotions and letting him sense his love. "The dark side is the only way you can keep everyone safe," pushes Sidious, "especially Padme." Something inside him snaps when he hears his wife's name mentioned. "Don't talk about her," yells Anakin, his anger finally breaking loose. It's not dark though. He can still feel. Good. He's not gone dark again, and he'll hold on as long as he has a choice. He won't let himself slip into the dark side. Never again. I had forgotten that you neglected to inform your master about your marriage, Palpatine sneers cruelly. It takes all of Anakin's willpower to restrain himself from lunging at the Sith Lord. Actually, I already knew, Obi-Wan comments blithely, a brief look of satisfaction flickering across his face. Anakin didn't need to tell me. Surprise wells up inside Anakin. All this time and Obi-Wan knew? They had been so careful. How could he know? Anakin glances over at his brother, meeting his eyes for a moment. He's being honest. Anakin can sense it in the Force. But what's more, he's not even upset. It seems Sidious didn't expect that either. That much is obvious in the surprised and slightly disappointed look on his face. This has gone on long enough, Dooku speaks in a bored tone. It's perfectly clear that Anakin will not be joining Sidious, so let's get on with this. He brings his lightsaber up into a prepared stance, and Anakin mimics his moves. The three men stand facing Sidious. Slowly, the Sith Lord turns towards his desk before pushing a button. I'm sorry, Dooku continues, smirking, you will not be able to call for help. I know you well enough to know that you have secret communication devices which are now jammed. A snarl escapes from Sidious, and Anakin feels a surge in the dark side. He braces himself for the coming attack, trying to channel away his dark emotions and reach for his love for Obi-Wan. Even after finding out the truth about the Raiders, he hasn't left him yet. One thing at a time. He'll just take things one at a time, so he doesn't break from under the stress. That's when Sidious attacks. He moves so fast in a blur of crimson Anakin can hardly see him. That's fine. He doesn't need to rely on his eyes. The Force will be enough. His blade crashes into Obi-Wan's, but the Jedi Master hardly moves an inch. Dooku swings towards him, Sidious blocking his blow. Anakin attacks next, falling into the normal pattern he uses when fighting with Obi-Wan. He generally goes on the offensive, while Obi-Wan remains defensive. Their lightsabers clash over and over, no one able to score a successful hit. Dooku was right again. Sidious is one of the best duelists Anakin has ever seen. He can't even recognize the pattern he uses to fight, but as the duel progresses, he slowly adapts his own strategy to counter it. Soon, he leaps over Sidious to launch an attack on the other side, but the Sith is ready. He extends a hand, and the dark side surges. Anakin is sent flying back. Without wasting a second, Dooku and Obi-Wan increase their attacks to keep his attention diverted. Sidious stabs towards Dooku, who ducks just in time. Regaining his footing, Anakin lunges towards Palpatine, sending a force push towards him to throw him off balance. The Sith Lord stumbles, almost losing his arm to Obi-Wan's lightsaber. By now, they're in the outer office, which provides much more maneuverability. They're successfully keeping Sidious at bay, but Anakin gets the sinking feeling that they'll need a lot more to actually win. He's still too shaken up by the revelations to properly channel his emotions, but it's now or never. If they don't win now, they'll likely never get another chance. The Senate will have too much security. Something must change, and fast. Anakin feels the danger blare through the Force before anything actually happens. Sidious stabs his lightsaber towards Dooku again, his eyes completely yellow as the dark side swirls around him. This time, the Count doesn't block it in time. It catches him in his upper left arm, grazing across it. The wound isn't bad, but it will slow him down and probably get him killed if he intends to keep fighting. Sidious shoots a bolt of lightning towards Dooku, sending him flying across the room. He doesn't scream surprisingly, but Anakin can see his face pale from the pain. With a mocking grin, the Sith Lord whirls towards Anakin and Obi-Wan. Who's next? He taunts as he faces them. A feeling of rage sweeps through Anakin as he glances at Dooku again. The realization that could be Obi-Wan, he can't even contemplate such a thing. Skywalker, don't, orders Dooku in a surprisingly strong voice belying his almost helpless appearance, don't do it for me. Anakin knows what he's saying. Don't fall to the dark side because of me. He listens, reaching towards Obi-Wan to restore his strength. Sidious opens his mouth to say something else when Anakin springs towards him, swinging a powerful blow which the Sith blocks. He can't let him talk. When he talks, he can confuse anyone. It's best not to listen to him. Drawing on the Force, Anakin presses forward, Obi-Wan at his side. They force Sidious back, launching a furious attack. Their blue blades weave around the Sith Lord, trying to find a weakness in his defenses to no avail. Raw determination fills Anakin as he wields his lightsaber like an extension of his arm, but something tells him they won't win this duel. They won't lose, but they won't win either. That knowledge heightens his senses as he prepares for the inevitable. If nothing else, maybe he can minimize whatever damage occurs. That's when it happens. Sidious extends his left hand, throwing a strong force push at Obi-Wan. The Jedi Master is thrown across the room, crashing into the wall before collapsing on the ground, stunned. Almost mockingly, Sidious sends a bolt of lightning arching at Obi-Wan, striking the fallen man. A growl of fury escapes Anakin when he sees his brother laying there, and something inside him snaps. He throws himself at Palpatine in a rage, suddenly desperate to just hurt him. "I knew it," hisses Sidious as he blocks Anakin's enraged attack. "You are a Sith. You joined Dooku." He parries Anakin's next lunge, their sabers locked together, neither able to move. Glancing over at the Count's body, he smirks, "You have done well, my apprentice. Getting Anakin to join you was a wise move on your part, but in the end, you will fail. He was always destined to be at my side." "No!" yells Vader as the dark side surges through him, pulling back before swinging wildly at Sidious once more. His anger is burning at him again, and he suspects his eyes have probably turned yellow. He doesn't care. "I will never be a Sith," he growls. "You already are," taunts Sidious, "I should have known you were Vader. You will fail, and your friends will go with you." A wave of hatred surges through Vader. This man is trying to destroy everything. He's trying to kill Obi-Wan, and he cannot succeed. A blast of lightning shoots towards the Sith Lord from his left hand, but Sidious deflects it. It ricochets away, narrowly missing Obi-Wan. "Join me, Vader," urges Sidious, "and I will make you the most powerful Sith to exist. You will be unstoppable. No one will be able to face you." Vader stands there holding his lightsaber, breathing ragged. All he wants is revenge. He wants Sidious to suffer and die at his hands. Nothing else matters. "Anakin!" hisses Obi-Wan, struggling to sit up, "don't listen to him. Come back to yourself." An angry growl escapes the Sith Lord, and lightning blasts at the Jedi Master, who ignites his lightsaber to block it a fraction of a second too late. He's knocked back to the floor, writhing from the agony. "No!" Vader snarls, throwing himself at Sidious to stop him from hurting Obi-Wan. He's running solely on anger, and he knows he'll be hurt, but his mind isn't clear enough to logically consider it. An unexpected blast of lightning catches him, and he's thrown back. Vader lands on the floor, a burning pain tearing through every single nerve in his body. It ends just as suddenly, and he raises his head to see Sidious bolting out of the room. He's escaping. Not again. Anakin, still lost in his anger, tries to force himself to rise, but his body is still too unsteady from the effects of the Force lightning. "Anakin," Obi-Wan's voice filters into his mind, "let him go. You'll never be able to stop him alone." He sinks back against the floor, breathing heavily, using the Force to siphon away his pain. A couple minutes later, he's able to stand once more. He immediately hurries to Obi-Wan's side. "Master, are you all right?" "I'll be fine," Obi-Wan replies, staring intently at Anakin. He reaches up, resting a hand on his brother's shoulder. "Let it go, Anakin," he murmurs gently, "don't hold on to your anger." Anakin sinks down next to his former master, relaxing in his presence. Unlike the other times he'd slipped towards the dark side, this time wasn't fueled by pain so much as anger. It was different in a way he can't quite explain. It was like the time he massacred the camp of Tusken Raiders. This time, he reached for it almost willingly. It offered him the power to stop Sidious, and he took it, even if he didn't win. The guilt gnaws at him. He shouldn't have done it. He shouldn't have, but he did. Every time becomes easier, and that fact is bothering him. He can't fall. He closes his eyes, focusing on the feel of Obi-Wan's hand on his shoulder, and his love for his brother. It's time to move on to the next phase of their plan, and quickly. It won't be long before someone comes looking for the Chancellor, and he doesn't want to fight anyone to protect Dooku. If you're all right, it would be advisable to leave, Dooku speaks, almost as though reading his mind. I'm fine, Anakin mumbles, more to himself than the Count. Taking a deep breath to relax himself, he pushes a button on his COMM link. R2, bring the ship, he instructs. He stands up, offering a hand to Obi-Wan, before the two approach Dooku. Can you walk? Questions Obi-Wan. Dooku nods before standing up and clipping his lightsaber in place. Walking across the office, he raises his right hand and uses the force to shatter the glass in the window. Seconds later, the small shuttle piloted by R2 speeds up, the boarding ramp lowered. Dooku leaps onto it, before the ship speeds away, presumably to the pre-arranged meeting location. The situation has become even more dire, Obi-Wan remarks after the ship is out of sight. Sidious has escaped, and we have no way of knowing where he is headed. Anakin nods in agreement. He fully realizes the enormity of the problem they are facing. We need to inform the Council what is happening, Obi-Wan continues. This is not something the three of us can handle alone. Much as he disagrees with involving the Jedi, though cannot say if it's from fear or agreement with Dooku of the Council's inefficiency, Anakin knows that Obi-Wan is right. He simply nods again, feeling worn out not only from the duel with Sidious. He knows he's much closer to the dark side than he's comfortable with. We'd better go now, shall we? Let's not keep them waiting, Anakin remarks, a smirk inching onto his face. Certainly, agrees Obi-Wan, a note of sarcasm entering his voice. He walks out of the Chancellor's office with Anakin following. Together, they leave the Senate building as inconspicuously as possible. Master, we can't let the Council capture Dooku, Anakin reminds him as they get a speeder to travel to the temple. I know, Obi-Wan replies, tone pensive, they'll never understand his reasoning. He'll be imprisoned, and we'll lose the help he can give us. Anakin shoots him a brief look, slightly surprised to hear Obi-Wan acknowledging that they need the Count's help. Anakin shifts silently, fear gnawing at him. Will the Council discover everything? If they do, what then? Will they expel him? He can't take the questions anymore, so he finally looks over at Obi-Wan. Master, will the Council expel me? Blue-gray eyes meet his. I don't know, Obi-Wan replies at last, they shouldn't, but if they do, I'm going with you. I'm told you I'm not leaving you, and I meant it. He nudges Anakin's arm slightly, before looking ahead of them at the approaching temple. He would really do that? For Anakin? That knowledge takes the edge off Anakin's worry, and he relaxes for the last few minutes of the trip next to his brother, gratitude overwhelming him. Whatever happens, he won't be alone. Anakin is practically a nervous wreck by the time they reach the door to the council chambers. He feels guilty over everything he's done contrary to the code, touching the dark side being highest on the list. He doesn't even know how he'll be able to look at them, much less talk to them. Obi-Wan's presence isn't helping nearly as much as it has in the past, probably because Anakin knows what happened is his responsibility alone. He almost fell. He touched and used the dark side to fight Sidious. He left to join Dooku before Obi-Wan. He was given the title Darth Vader. Having a Sith name when he's not a Sith Lord wouldn't bother him if not for the fact that the Council knows about Vader. He has no delusions that they will discover that he's Vader. Most of all, he's terrified that they'll expel him. Being a Jedi has been his biggest dream since he was a child. The realization that it could be taken away from him, it's bothering him immensely. Relax, Anakin, they won't kill you for touching the dark side, admonishes Obi-Wan, resting a hand on his brother's arm. Struggling with the dark side is something that every Jedi faces, even me. Anakin gives him a dubious look. Surely that's not possible. Obi-Wan is the perfect Jedi. He's the best Jedi in the Order. How could he struggle with the dark side? A chuckle escapes when Obi-Wan catches the look. Yes, Anakin, I have touched the dark side before. When Qui-Gon was killed, he explains, his expression becoming more solemn. Oh. Anakin had not known that. Inhaling slowly, Anakin tries to dispel his nervousness, reminding himself that it matters more that they defeat Sidious, than that he remains a Jedi. He agrees with Dooku's opinion that the Jedi have begun deviating from their original path, but that doesn't mean he wants to leave the Order. He steps towards the doors, trying to control his mounting fear and shielding himself as much as possible. If they sense his fear, they'll grow suspicious of him. That would be even worse because they may think he's hiding something. Anakin, whatever happens, just know that you've become a far greater Jedi than I could ever hope to be, and I'm very proud of you, Obi-Wan speaks, his tone both sincere and gentle. A feeling of warmth washes through him, and he looks down at the floor. He's unused to praise from Obi-Wan. Palpatine only ever said what he knew Anakin subconsciously wanted to hear. It's different coming from Obi-Wan because Anakin knows that he means it. He would never say something unless he truly means it. I don't know what to say, Anakin finally gets out. Nothing, Obi-Wan replies simply, we have a council meeting to attend unless I'm much mistaken. He raises an eyebrow questioning at Anakin, who finally relents. All right, fine. Let's go. The doors to the council chambers open, and Obi-Wan and Anakin walk inside. The murmurs of surprise begin immediately. Though the council had heard they were there, it's clear that no one was ready to believe it until they saw the truth with their own eyes. Anakin can't blame them. He probably would have felt the same in their places. They bow, remaining standing in the center of the room. Glad to see you both, I am. Yoda is the first to speak. We are understandably confused about what's happening, Windu informs them, eyes darting between them. Skywalker, you were thought dead. Kenobi, you were kidnapped by the Sith. He leans back in his seat waiting for them to speak. An almost panicked expression on his face, Anakin gives Obi-Wan a look, which he knows his brother will understand. Unless it's absolutely necessary, Anakin wants Obi-Wan to handle the conversation. Before I go into the details about what happened to us, I need to inform the council of something we have uncovered, begins Obi-Wan, resolutely meeting everyone's eyes. Chancellor Palpatine is the Sith Lord known as Darth Sidious, the one who started the Clone Wars. Whispers of shock circle in the room. Are you certain, Obi-Wan? These are serious accusations, Windu questions sternly, a note of skepticism in his voice. I am, Obi-Wan affirms, we confronted him, and after a long duel, he escaped the Senate. No doubt he has already fled the planet and gone to join the Separatists. You fought with him without asking the council, demands Windu, clearly upset. Anakin admires the way Obi-Wan looks at the other masters without backing down. It was necessary. We did not confront him alone. Count Dooku was with us. He has grown disillusioned with Sidious' actions and asked us to help him destroy his master. And you agreed? Queries Mundi, seeming surprised. Obi-Wan nods, he was being honest. I could sense it in the Force. The Jedi Masters exchange looks, and Windu pushes some buttons on a datapad of some sort. Explains the war, this revelation does, Yoda intones, looking around, his ears twitching slightly. Stop, Sidious must be. And fortunately for us, we have Count Dooku to help us, Obi-Wan adds. We can't trust him. Exclaims Windu, he is a Sith Lord. Anakin shifts, suddenly hard-pressed to remain silent. For an inexplicable reason, he wants to defend the Count and explain his motives. With the exception of Obi-Wan and himself, no one really understands the man. Sith Lord or not, his information will be invaluable, counters Obi-Wan. You're right, agrees Fisto, if Dooku can provide us with information, we can capture Sidious and end the war. How can we be certain you aren't working for Dooku? Questions Windu, his eyes narrowed. We're not working for Dooku, cries Anakin, outraged at the insinuation. We wouldn't betray the Jedi like that. We're not traitors. Anakin, Obi-Wan warns. That word is enough to make Anakin fall into a sullen silence once more. His former master's tone said everything that needed to be said. No one suggested that you were, replies Master Adi Gallia, soothingly, but we have a right to be suspicious. Obi-Wan was kidnapped by the Sith. It's PLO who raises the question Anakin was hoping no one would utter. And what of Dooku's apprentice, Vader? Utter silence meets his inquiry. Anakin resolutely keeps his mouth shut, suddenly no longer interested in talking. He hopes that no one can feel his fear skyrocketing out of control. Obi-Wan is still looking at the council, and he seems to be trying to formulate a response but is at a surprising loss of words. He would normally tell the truth, but that could seal Anakin's fate quicker than anything else could. And that Anakin suspects is why he's hesitating. Much darkness I sense in you, Skywalker, Yoda suddenly says, his eyes focused on Anakin. For a moment, Anakin can't breathe, his fear shooting completely out of control. He reaches out, touching Obi-Wan's Force signature briefly to regain a semblance of calm. He notices that his brother seems tenser than before. You know something you aren't saying, accuses Master Ithkoth, a Zabruk. He frowns. What is it, Obi-Wan? Anakin gets the feeling Obi-Wan is forcing himself not to glance at Anakin. Doing so might suggest they're keeping secrets which they are and would not end well for either of them. After another moment of silence, Obi-Wan seems to reach some sort of internal agreement. Straightening almost imperceptibly, he coolly meets everyone's gazes. Anakin has been struggling since I went on my undercover mission, he admits bluntly. It was something we should have foreseen. He should have been informed. You know why we couldn't tell him, argues Windu, it would have been too risky. It was riskier not to tell him, Obi-Wan replies, his voice hard. If he had known, he wouldn't have faced the risk of being manipulated by Sidious, who was simply waiting for the opportunity. I have no doubt that he would have convinced Anakin to go after me and try to kill me in the name of justice. That's what he wanted. He wanted me dead. We see that now, agrees PLO, but we had no way of knowing that the Chancellor was a Sith at the time we made our decision. But you knew or should have known how much my death, fake or not, would affect him, points out Obi-Wan. In this moment, Anakin truly admires how Obi-Wan is standing up for him. He understands Anakin's feelings, he really does, and that fact it means a lot to him. It's an attachment, Windu reminds everyone brusquely, we cannot encourage them. But you can't ignore them if they exist, counters Obi-Wan. Anakin has never been so grateful that Obi-Wan was his master. He doubts that any other master would have been willing to support him through all of this. And he's suddenly grateful for Obi-Wan negotiation skills. It seems the question about Vader has all but been forgotten. Suddenly, the doors to the council chambers open, and a Jedi steps inside, bowing to the council. Masters, you instructed me to bring you the security footage from the Chancellor's office. I have it here with me. He steps forward, passing a device to Windu. Windu nods, accepting it. Your haste is appreciated. I will speak with you later. Nodding, the Jedi bows once more before leaving the room. Anakin is frozen. He can't move. Or think. The council will see the whole fight? They'll see him using the dark side? He gives Obi-Wan a desperate, pleading look. His brother meets his gaze, silently communicating with him through the Force. I'm sorry, Anakin. There's nothing I can do. He's right. Force, Anakin should have known this would happen. Of course, the council would want to see the footage. That does little to calm his racing heart, or mounting fear. I will ask you to remain outside, Skywalker, Windu informs him. Anakin nods, and leaves the room in a daze, almost missing the final glance Obi-Wan gives him. Anakin paces outside the council chambers, knowing that the council could well be talking about him. And the worst part, is that there's nothing he can do about it. He did things he regrets, true, but he still harbors the fear that he'll be expelled for his mistakes. Unlike for the other Jedi, he always seems to be held to a higher standard, where nothing less than perfect is tolerated. He hates being afraid. Fear is a weakness, it means he's helpless, and there's nothing he hates more than that. If he can help it, he'd much rather not feel or confront his fears. He'd rather be upset at the person causing his fear, though it's not a conscious decision. Crossing his arms, Anakin stalks to the window and stares out, trying to find something to distract himself. He loathes waiting, especially when his future will be decided right here and now. The council will know everything, there's nothing Obi-Wan can do anymore to protect him. They'll know about his marriage to Padme. They'll know about his massacre of the Tusken Raiders. They'll know about his touching and using the dark side, though he rather suspects many of them already could sense that. Even now, surrounded by the light in the temple, he can feel the dark side calling to him. It wants him, but he's determined not to let it claim him. He can't fall. If he does, he could end up dooming the galaxy. He doesn't want to be responsible for the suffering of millions of beings. He doesn't. But what if he's destined to fall? Is that possible? No. He can't think like that. It's not going to help him or anyone, for that matter. Closing his eyes, he begins raging silently against the council. They don't care about his emotions, holding him to a perfect standard which he can't ever meet. He is human. He will feel emotions. He can be hurt. It's just not fair. He's not the object in some prophecy. He's a person, not a slave. How can any of this be right? He's so lost in his thoughts that he doesn't even recognize the approaching Force signature. Master. A soft familiar voice pulls him back to the present. Spinning around, a smile appears at the sight of his Padawan. Ahsoka, he greets her as she launches herself into his arms. I heard rumors you were back, she murmurs, head resting on his chest, arms wrapped around him. I missed you. I missed you too, he replies, letting her go. She steps back, looking him up and down. Where were you? He raises an eyebrow considering the question. Sereno, he answers at last. She just stares at him, a look of surprise entering her eyes. Isn't that separatist territory? Anakin shrugs. Yes, but I didn't have a problem considering I was the personal guest of Count Dooku. She looks at him, probably trying to figure out if he's joking. Start over, she demands. Why were you going with him? This is too much fun, but she really does deserve the whole story. Reluctantly, Anakin decides to just tell her a brief summary. Palpatine is a Sith Lord, Darth Sidious, he explains, smirking when she nearly gasps with shock. Dooku disagreed with what his master was trying to do, so he asked me to help stop him. We fought him in the Senate with Obi-Wan, but he escaped. What will you do now? She inquires. I want to help. Fearless as always. A quiet laugh escapes him. I knew you'd say that, snips, but I have a bigger problem. As he remembers what the council will soon discover, his amusement fades away, being replaced by cold trickles of fear. What's wrong, Sky Guy? Ahsoka asks quietly. Sighing, he leans back against the wall, a grim expression on his face. The council has uncovered some let's just say they've discovered some indiscretions on my part which they may or may not expel me for. What? Hisses the Togruta, they can't do that. His expression becomes weary if not slightly haunted, and he nods slightly. Yes, actually they can. He can see the questions in her eyes she desperately wants to ask. Well, if they do, she finally declares, I'm coming with you. Someone has to watch your back, especially if you'll be hunting down a Sith Lord. And how could you really go hunting Sith without me? There's a fake pout on her face, which makes him laugh. Obi-Wan has already told me he'll come with me, Anakin informs her, and hunting Sith is a dangerous task, young one. He gives her a warning look, it's not as easy as fighting Grievous. She gives him an impish grin which is soon replaced with a hesitant look. What did the council discover that they might expel you for? Wonderful. Just the question he'd been hoping she wouldn't ask. He doesn't want to tell her. The thought of the council hearing about it is enough to make him feel sick again. The guilt is slowly dragging him under. How can he tell Ahsoka he murdered out of revenge? How can he tell her that he's Vader? I'd rather not talk about it, he finally mutters, looking stonily across the hall. But Master, Ahsoka argues, I'll probably hear regardless. Wouldn't you rather tell me yourself than have me hear from someone else? And why does she have to be so right? It hurts. He doesn't want to say the words, almost as though saying them make them even more real. He doesn't want to acknowledge the depths of his crimes against the Jedi and against the galaxy. Reluctantly, he drags his gaze back to hers. She's waiting patiently for him to respond. She clearly knows he's going to tell her but realizes it's probably not easy for him to say. His mechanical hand clenches into a fist, and he reaches out with the force to ensure that no one is listening. He's not near enough to any security device which could record his words either. I don't know where to start, he mumbles under his breath, knowing that she'll still hear him. And he doesn't. This is far from easy. What will she do? Will she want to leave him? That thought makes him flinch. He can't lose her, his little sister. It wouldn't be as bad as Obi-Wan, true, but it will still hurt. Anywhere. Just start talking, she suggests. He closes his eyes, breathing in and trying to release some of the anxiety which is knotting up inside him. What will she take easiest? His touching the dark side, something which could be unforgivable for a Jedi? His marriage to Padme? His massacre of the Tusken Raiders? Finally, he just starts talking like she advised. They know about my relationship with Senator Amidala, he begins, eyes aimlessly tracing the structures in the hall. And why is she smirking about that? He raises an eyebrow, giving her a questioning look. I think everyone knows that you have feelings for her, Ahsoka loftily informs him. Were they really that transparent? A slight blush colors his cheeks, and he fixes her with a severe expression. Actually, he continues and finds himself suddenly unable to look at her anymore, we kinda married. That she clearly didn't anticipate. He senses a rush of surprise and amusement. Congratulations, Master, she drawls, smirking. Reaching out, she pats his arm. I doubt you'll be expelled simply for that though. He gives her a doubtful look but chooses not to express his misgivings aloud. I've used the dark side. I force. This is hard. He can't just come right out and say he could become a Sith. I'm too close to it, he finally explains. That should be sufficient. Everyone makes mistakes. Being a Jedi isn't easy, Ahsoka reminds him quietly. I think the council can understand that. If only it was that simple. I know, but I don't think they'll be particularly forgiving now that they know that I'm Vader, grumbles Anakin, meeting her gaze once more. She seems pensive though not surprised. Did she figure that out too? I don't know what they'll say about that, she admits, shaking her head slightly. I don't think they would expel you though. He can't look at her anymore, not when her unwavering faith is misplaced. He turns, looking out a window. He can't bring himself to confess his deepest crime. He doesn't even know if he regrets it. Some days, the guilt torments him, other days, he feels he was justified. It's in the past, but they'll judge him for it. He failed them. He failed everyone, and that fact will always haunt him. There was more, Anakin says at last, his voice low, and they will judge me for it. They don't understand. More than that, I don't know if I even regret it, he finishes barely above a whisper. I don't know what to say, Ahsoka murmurs, if they do expel you, I'm going with you. I mean it. She steps over to him, standing silently at his side and staring out the window with him. Neither of them speaks, each lost in their own thoughts. Obi-Wan expects the reactions to the security recordings from the Chancellor's office, but that doesn't prepare him for the fight. He knows it will be a hard fight to keep them from judging Anakin too harshly, even if he himself is stung by the realization that his brother murdered an entire tribe and never told him. The Council's fears that the Chosen One is falling are legitimate, though unfounded. A pity none of them will accept his reassurances. He is dangerous, Windu asserts firmly, we cannot condone this behavior. No one is suggesting we accept it, Obi-Wan points out, obviously he will face repercussions, but we never even heard his side of the story. We can't pass judgment without listening to him. Your attachment is clouding your judgment, Obi-Wan, warns Windu, the issue is not that he committed these acts, but that he kept them a secret from everyone, even you. How are we to know that he isn't hiding something else too? The murmurs of agreement are not reassuring. A grim determination fills Obi-Wan. Even if he has to leave the Order, he'll fight to his last breath to ensure Anakin gets justice. He understands his brother's grievance against the Council even if he'd never admit it aloud. It's true that they should have known better. This Anakin's fight against the dark side is their fault. I hardly think that is severe enough to warrant expulsion, retorts Obi-Wan. He's allying with Dooku, Mundi reminds him, your own allegiance to the Order has become clouded as a result. It is undeniable that you care deeply for Skywalker. You will always defend him. True that. Obi-Wan takes no offense to the words. If they're going to settle this matter, they must speak the complete truth, even if it will hurt. Expelled he should not be, Yoda intervenes, but care we must take. Dangerous times these are. Obi-Wan feels a sense of relief that Yoda supports him. It is unlikely the Council will overrule the Grand Master of the Order. That's what I was saying, Windu agrees, if Skywalker slips into the darkness without our noticing, think of how much untold damage he could cause without our knowledge. But he is the Chosen One. Protests Obi-Wan, how can he fulfill his destiny if we'll turn our backs on him because he's losing his way? As much as it hurts to acknowledge that Anakin is slipping, he knows it to be true. He saw the evidence in his brother's eyes, evidence he will not let the Council discover. Anakin needs help, not condemnation. They broke his trust once. Doing so again would only worsen his emotional state. We can still help him even if he's not in the Order, suggests Koth. We shouldn't expel him, demurs Shakti, a Togruta, he just needs some time to recover his balance. He's not evil, just misled. Remember that he's been manipulated by a Sith Lord. He's going to be struggling. Obi-Wan lets out a quiet sigh of relief. He's grateful to not be the only voice of reason on the Council. If the others see his side, they won't be as inclined to punish Anakin so harshly. We need to vote on whether or not Skywalker should be expelled, Windu announces, we've discussed this already in detail. And I do not feel that Obi-Wan should be allowed to vote. He has an emotional involvement and would not be unbiased. Obi-Wan is hard-pressed to suppress the flash of irritation at Windu's words. The man clearly has a grudge of sorts against Anakin. He's never thought that Anakin should be trained, and clearly, his opinion has not changed over the years. He's not surprised when the Council unanimously agrees with Windu. Obi-Wan will not vote, though they all know his opinion. He silently asks the Force to guide everyone to make the right choice, regardless of their personal stance on Anakin's behavior. If the Order abandons him, he'll only be that much closer to falling. Before they vote, he has one more thing to say to them. Hopefully, it will turn their opinions to be more lenient with Anakin, despite his actions. With Anakin being so close to the edge, we can't afford to be harsh. He needs our support, more now than ever. Obi-Wan begins, immediately drawing their attention. He meets everyone's eyes, his cool mask firmly in place. Anakin would call it his negotiator persona. Not only would expelling him be wrong, even if he broke the code, but it would also go against everything we've ever believed as Jedi. If this is what the Council decides, then I will accept it, but I am duty-bound to say that I feel Dooku is correct. The Jedi have become complacent. We have allowed our own arrogance and infallibility to blind us to the Sith Lord hiding before our very eyes. And if you decide to expel Anakin, then I cannot, in good faith, remain in an order which cannot help its own. He pauses as his words ring out in the now quiet room. If this is the path you choose, then I will leave the order and join Anakin. A surprised if not shocked silence fills the room as the other Jedi Masters look between one another. Obi-Wan has become one of the leading members of the Council, and the thought of him leaving is almost inconceivable. A silent resolve fills Obi-Wan. Maybe this must occur to allow the order to change for the better. Or maybe Dooku's vision of the Sith is correct. Perhaps it is the will of the Force that he and Anakin both join the newly reformed Sith Order. Decide this in haste. You should not, chides Yoda, to expel young Skywalker. We have not chosen. His ears twitch slightly as his eyes dart around the room. Vote on this we must. One by one, the council members cast their votes while Obi-Wan reaches into the Force's soothing currents, silently listening to its message. He might be a Jedi obligated to listen to the council, but first and foremost, he serves the Force. He gets the sinking feeling that Anakin's trails are far from over. Even before he knows the results, he just knows his brother will be expelled. Together, they will embark on a new journey and venture into the unknown. It has been decided, Windu states with finality, 6 in favor and 5 against. Skywalker will be expelled until he proves himself capable of the control necessary to remain firmly on the light side. We will call him in to hear our decision and see what he has to say on the matter. Despite his previous expectations, Obi-Wan still finds himself slightly surprised that the council voted against Yoda's opinion. The Grand Master is rarely in the minority. Glancing around the room, he senses that Yoda was joined by Plo, Fisto, Adi Gallia, and Shak Ti. A bittersweet feeling flits into his awareness, and he releases it to the Force. This is it's really the end. He'll be leaving the Order. The Order has always been his family, but he loves Anakin more than the rest of the Jedi. Anakin is his brother, his son. He won't let him face a life outside the Order with his shattered dreams without him. This all seems so wrong, but there's also a strange sense of rightness to it. Of finality. Perhaps this is where he's been being led this whole time. He doesn't want to leave, but he's not being left with a choice. He will have to speak with Ahsoka. He suspects that she will not want to remain in the Order if her master is being expelled. He knows how much she cares about Anakin and him. More than likely, she'll unofficially join them. Obi-Wan briefly wonders what Dooku's plans are, for the man surely has some. No doubt he'd expected this to occur, or at least prepared lest it come about. They will have to leave the planet before he's tracked down by the Council. Windu summons Anakin back into the Council chambers, and Obi-Wan silently braces himself for what he knows will be a tumultuous encounter. The Order has been Anakin's life. It's been his biggest dream to become the greatest Jedi, and Obi-Wan knows it. He knows this will not be easy, not for Anakin to hear or accept. Anakin enters the room, striding resolutely into the center before bowing to the Council. Obi-Wan shifts in his seat as he studies his brother's face. There are no traces of the emotional boy he's come to know. Anakin is wearing an emotionless mask, one he always wears during the heat of battle. He's clearly bracing himself for the worst, but Obi-Wan can see a faint flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. It's not overt, but having known him so well for so long, Obi-Wan knows it's there. It's in his posture too. He's holding himself in a way that tells Obi-Wan he's scared. He's terrified he'll be expelled, and now his worst fears are about to be realized. This is a huge mistake, and Obi-Wan doesn't think the Council even realizes what they're about to do. Anakin Skywalker, the Council has decided that until you restore your balance firmly in the light side, you will be expelled from the Order, announces Windu. To his credit, Anakin doesn't react visibly immediately, but Obi-Wan sees a flash of hurt in his eyes. He can feel the swell of pain and confusion in his brother. He reaches out towards Anakin, giving him his silent support. "What? How can you do that?" demands Anakin, a hard edge slipping into his tone. "We're doing what is best for the Order," Windu explains stiffly. "If you cannot control yourself, it's a risk for you to remain in a position where you can negatively influence others." Anakin's eyes narrow. Obi-Wan senses that he's becoming upset. Anakin can't handle being vulnerable very well, and he knows that's how his brother is feeling. "That's not fair," Anakin accuses. "You made me unbalanced." "Your lack of control allowed it to happen," counters Windu. Anakin's temper begins to rise. "Dooku was right," he yells, "the Jedi are corrupt. Maybe the Sith really are better." Skywalker," barks Windu, glowering at him, "you will not speak to the Council in such a manner." It isn't the rising anger that spurs Obi-Wan into action, it's the surge in the dark side. He knows that if he does nothing, the Council will see exactly how close Anakin is to falling, and he cannot let that happen. "Anakin, no!" exclaims Obi-Wan, managing to stand up without looking too frantic. He strides towards Anakin a little faster than normal, his urgency apparent. Reaching out, he rests both hands on Anakin's shoulders, forcing him to meet his gaze. Already, he can see streaks of yellow appearing. "Calm yourself," he admonishes gently, lacing his words with a Force suggestion and sending soothing emotions through the Force. He can feel Anakin struggling as his emotions spiral out of control. "Calm," he repeats quietly. Anakin pinches his eyes closed, his breathing ragged. He rests his left hand on Obi-Wan's arm, holding on like it's his only anchor to reality. His right hand clenches so hard, the gears squeal in protest of the pressure. No one moves or speaks, but Obi-Wan can sense the uncertainty, unease, and suspicion among the Council members. It doesn't matter. Not right now. He needs to give Anakin his full attention until he's under control again. "I'm sorry, Master," whispers Anakin, opening his eyes, guilt swirling within them. "You have nothing to be sorry for," Obi-Wan replies softly, his grip on Anakin's shoulders tightening. "It's not your fault this happened to you. It's mine." He blames himself, of course. He could have done something to prevent it. He should have, and because he didn't, Anakin is slipping far too close to the dark side. "It's not you can't blame yourself," retorts Anakin, frowning. "You couldn't have stopped this from happening. And about that, Anakin is wrong. Obi-Wan could have done something. He didn't need to let Anakin think him dead." "Yes, I could have." When he answers, his voice is firm. "I should have. You said it yourself," he adds, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. "It's all my fault." Anakin's hand tightens on Obi-Wan's arm, the look of guilt in his eyes only increasing. "If I'd tried, I could have." Obi-Wan cuts him off mid-sentence. "No, Anakin. You did everything you could. You did more than any Jedi in your position could have." Anakin doesn't respond to that declaration, his eyes dropping down to stare at the floor. If they weren't in front of the Council, Obi-Wan is certain he would have said something else, something he doesn't want anyone else to hear. Once that he's certain Anakin is under control, Obi-Wan turns to face the Council. "Will you reconsider?" he asks in a deceptively soft voice. "We already made our decision," Windu answers for the majority. Obi-Wan sees Yoda's expression shift slightly. It's clear he's not happy with the recent turn of events, but being in the minority, he can't speak against the Council. A low growl escapes Anakin. Whirling around, he storms out of the room, completely ignoring everyone. Obi-Wan watches him go, sighing quietly. This is really the end. Made a mistake we have, cautions Yoda after the door closes behind Anakin, helping him we are not. Hurting him more we are. That's what I've been telling you, Obi-Wan reminds them, making no move to return to his seat. The council has made a decision. Can we just undo it? Demands Mondi. If he can't even control himself, he shouldn't be in the order anymore. He could take a meditative retreat, Obi-Wan interjects. That's what Jedi do to help restore their balances. Anakin isn't the first, and he won't be the last. It's been happening more frequently, especially with the Clone Wars going on. We can't let him go, Windu speaks up. If he leaves, he'll join the Sith. Obi-Wan carefully neglects to mention that Anakin technically already joined them. Getting a Sith name seems to be the main induction into their order. We already expelled him, PLO interjects, we have no further control over him. And now I think it was a mistake, murmurs Windu, it might be better to keep him in seclusion here in the temple, so we can watch over him and ensure he doesn't turn to the dark side. You're going to imprison him? Demands Obi-Wan incredulously. This is going too far. He respects the council members immensely, but they can't do something so detrimental to Anakin. They truly have lost their way if they think that will be best. I think that would be best, Windu replies pensively. Obi-Wan narrows his eyes, that's cruel. They can do to him what they want, but he will not let them do that to Anakin. He reaches out through the Force, activating his bond with Anakin even though he knows the council members will know what he's doing. It's the only choice he has. Anakin, leave the temple immediately. The council is considering imprisoning you here. Leave. I know where to find you, he calls to him through their bond. He feels a surge of fury from Anakin, but his response is fairly level. I'm going, Master. Tell Ahsoka. She wants to come. When Anakin pulls back from their bond, Obi-Wan lets their connection go. Anakin will be safe. That's what matters most. You told him, Windu's voice is low, almost threatening. I saved him, Obi-Wan corrects coolly, holding the other master's gaze fearlessly, and I saved you too. I know him more than you ever will. What you're proposing wouldn't help him. It would destroy him. Correct Obi-Wan is, Yoda intercedes, casting an almost disapproving look at Windu. And now, continues Obi-Wan, I renounce my title of Jedi Master and my position on the Council. I am leaving the Order. He can almost feel a sense of tangible sadness in the Council. Welcome you always will be, Yoda speaks staring earnestly at him, if return you do, a seat you will still have on this Council. A murmur of agreement ripples through the room. Obi-Wan glances around the room for what could be the final time. Bowing, he turns and leaves the room. They obviously didn't take his lightsaber. Doing so would serve no purpose since he could easily make another. As he walks out of the council chambers, he gets the feeling that he will be back, possible sooner than he would expect. Now to find Ahsoka. If Anakin didn't get a chance to tell her what happened, she needs to be informed. He also needs to pack his and Anakin's belongings from their apartment. He has no doubt that Padme would be willing to let him leave them at her apartment, especially since Anakin is her husband. He'd not expected the nature of their relationship, but he definitely knew it existed. Neither of them is as discreet as they should be. Master Obi-Wan, he hears Ahsoka's voice behind him. He stops, turning to face the Padawan as she rushes up to him. What happened? He lets out a quiet sigh. The council expelled Anakin, so I have chosen to leave the order with him. He has escaped the temple and should be waiting at the meeting spot. Her blue eyes widen with surprise. You couldn't stop them. When he shakes his head in the negative, she frowns, a determined expression appearing on her face. I want to come with you. What the council did is wrong. They shouldn't have expelled my master. His lip quirk into a smile. Then come along. I need to collect Anakin and my belongings from our apartment. You should do likewise. We'll stop at Senator Amidala's apartment to leave what we don't need, and then we'll meet up with Anakin. You'll let me come? She asks hopefully. Obi-Wan chuckles quietly, Anakin, we need all the help we can get. I wouldn't dream of leaving you behind if you want to come. Thank you, she replies sincerely, a bright smile on her face. When they reach the apartments, they part ways, each to collect what they'll need. Anakin paces back and forth on the landing platform, grumbling under his breath. I simply cannot believe they would do that to me. He finally explodes, glaring holes into the ship. A quiet sigh follows his declaration. We need to plan, Skywalker, Dooku answers him firmly from his place next to the ship. I did not expect the Council would see my view, but it was worth the try. Now that you have left the Order along with Master Kenobi, we need to change our plans. I have no doubt that Sidious is currently on his way to defame me to the Separatists. We can no longer rely on them for support. I have contacted a number of key people and explained the situation to them. While we can be certain they will help, it will not be enough. Anakin stops pacing, turning to face the Count. So, what will we do? We can't just take a group of clones with us. He pauses, a thoughtful look on his face. Could we? As he turns his mind onto the problem at hand, the anger and frustration fade to the back of his thoughts. That was probably Dooku's intention from the beginning, but he knows he needs a distraction, so he lets it rest. Getting himself out of situations has become a specialty. Theoretically we could, Dooku admits, the clones are programmed by chips to follow orders from their superiors. I expect that your clones respect you enough to follow you once those restrictions are lifted. Anakin hums quietly, considering his clones. Everyone knows that the clones in the 501st are some of the best, especially since they are as unconventional as he is. That's why they're superior to droids. They can improvise. They have emotions. They can think through situations. He's never seen them as disposable. They're his comrades. They fight together. They protect one another. He would love to have them with him when they return to Sereno to begin their hunt for Sidious. Is there anything you can do about the chips? He inquires. You said they can be used to turn the clones on the Jedi. Sidious will have the ability to turn them against us. As a matter of fact, I do, Dooku answers. Before we came, I brought a device which will generally deactivate the chips permanently. In certain occasions, it can trigger them to react, in which case we will be unable to control them. I don't know what Obi-Wan will say, because we could face serious charges by taking Republic forces when we haven't been authorized to do so, Anakin remarks, but that doesn't concern me. Once Sidious is dead, the war will be over. That's what counts most right now. You're right, Dooku agrees, but we can use this to our favor. I intend to speak to the Senate, telling them what has transpired to try and achieve immunity in exchange for information. If we make it appear as though the Jedi Council has given us permission, it will not be a problem. Yes, but can you do it? Anakin counters, raising an eyebrow slightly. Perhaps, the Count answers, watching him carefully, I hope so. Anakin steps towards the ship. Very well. Let's go get the clones. He pauses, realizing that Dooku won't be able to leave. The landing platform is the safest place for him to stay at the moment. Dooku's expression says as much, though he doesn't say it aloud. Fine. Where's the device? Anakin asks, walking up the ramp. I'll give it to you, Dooku answers, following him. He enters the shuttle and opens a small, concealed compartment, withdrawing something that vaguely resembles a deactivator. That? Anakin questions skeptically as he takes it. How does it work? You have to do it on an individual basis, Dooku explains. Put it next to the back of their heads and pull the trigger. It shouldn't hurt them too much, but be careful. They might react or lash out at you or the others. I'll be careful, Anakin assures him as he walks down the ship's ramp, slipping the deactivator into a pocket. He walks away to find the speeder he used to get there. He doubts that the council will actually send someone to search for him, but he can't completely disregard the possibility. Hopefully, Obi-Wan will warn him if they do. He speeds away, heading straight for the barracks. He knows the 501st will still be there. He hasn't been gone that long relatively speaking, and they wouldn't be assigned a temporary general immediately. When he arrives, he goes in search of his commander, Rex. General Skywalker, Rex greets him, saluting, "We'd heard rumors you were dead, but we didn't believe them." Anakin grins despite himself. "I don't die that easy. I need to talk to you." He glances around, motioning for Rex to follow him to a more secluded spot. "What is it, General?" "A situation has arisen," Anakin begins cautiously so as not to provide too much information. He needs to say just enough for Rex to understand. "I have learned that the one behind the Clone Wars is Palpatine, who is a Sith Lord. The lines between friend and foe have begun to merge." He meets the clone's eyes, pausing for a moment to assure himself that Rex understands what he's saying. He's a good soldier. If he's surprised, he doesn't show it. "I know that the clones have chips installed which will likely stop you from following me over the Republic, but I can rectify that. The question is, are you willing to join me even against the Senate's desires to help put an end to this conflict?" Anakin waits while Rex considers the question. He doesn't for a moment doubt the man's loyalty. He will agree. Rex nods, "Yes, sir. I will be willing to join you. I might have a duty to the Republic, but I also have a duty to you. If you want me to come, I will." Anakin smiles slightly. He knew that would be Rex's response. "I will deactivate your chip, so you will no longer be forced to follow orders against your conscience," Anakin explains, lips quirking upwards when he considers the Council's reactions to learning what he's doing. He's helping end the war. They really should be happy. "Thank you, sir," Rex replies. "And contact Cody and ask him the same question," Anakin instructs. "If he agrees, I want both of you to collect about 3 dozen of your best men. Each of you needs to select someone trustworthy to remain in charge when we're gone." "Yes, sir," Rex answers, nodding. Anakin pulls out the deactivator before putting it near the back of Rex's head and pushing the trigger. He can sense a surge of energy shooting out from it, but Rex doesn't even flinch. He doubts the clone can even feel it. "Done," Anakin comments, stepping back. "If all went as planned, the chip will never work again. We'll have to borrow a ship since we technically don't have permission to leave." He notices Rex suppress a smile but chooses not to mention it. "We're teaming up with Dooku," he adds quietly. "He's flipped sides, but I think Obi-Wan and I are the only ones willing to accept it." "We'll be trusting Count Dooku?" Rex asks, a hint of incredulity in his tone. "I already did." A smirk plays on his lips. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing, Rex." Unlike the Jedi, Rex doesn't express any concern. He simply nods, accepting what Anakin said, despite his reservations. While Rex contacts Cody, Anakin leaves to commandeer a transport ship. Several dozen clones will need proper transportation. Only a few could fit in their shuttle. It doesn't take him nearly as long as he thought it might. A few mind tricks and carefully worded explanations work wonders, and less than 20 minutes later, Anakin has acquired several hyperspace-capable troop transport ships. He's also ready to deactivate the chips in the clones who will be coming with them to Sereno. It takes longer than he'd like, but when he's done, he reaches out to Obi-Wan through the Force. "Master, I'm ready to leave," he sends. "Thank the Force," Obi-Wan's dry reply enters his mind. "I was beginning to wonder if you'd gotten into trouble. Getting clones to help us really wasn't the greatest of ideas." "Tell that to Dooku," he shoots back. "I'll have to go with them. We're taking off now." "May the Force be with you, Anakin," Obi-Wan answers. "We'll leave now as well." Anakin straightens, looking at the clones facing him, completely loyal to their mission. Rex, have the men get on the ships. We need to leave now. Yes, sir, Rex replies, turning to his men and giving them the orders. In 10 minutes, they're exiting Coruscant's atmosphere and making the jump to hyperspace. It was easy. Maybe too easy, but Anakin knows the backlash won't be pretty. He only hopes that Dooku has plans of how they'll deal with it. Anakin stands in the cockpit, watching the stars streak by. Any minute they'll be exiting from hyperspace, and he'll have to contact the Separatist fleet protecting Sereno to inform them they have permission to land. A quiet sigh escapes him. Who could have thought that everything would come to this? He pulls the black hood up over his head. It's somewhat superfluous since his voice can still be recognized, but it still provides some measure of anonymity which he appreciates. The star streaks fade into the blackness of space as they exit hyperspace. Ahead, Anakin sees the looming fleet of Separatist ships guarding the planet. Sereno is a Separatist stronghold. It's obvious the planet would be heavily defended. It relieves him to know that Sidious hasn't been able to remove all their defenses. True, Dooku had promised to the contrary, but seeing and hearing are very, very different. Hail them, orders Anakin tensely. The clone pilot moves to follow the instructions. Identity yourselves, the words crackle through the COMM. This is Lord Vader demanding immediate entry to the planet, Anakin replies, a hard edge to his voice. He has to play the part of a Sith, right? Permission granted, the commander answers as the connection is disconnected. Land on the platform near Dooku's mansion, instructs Anakin. Yes, sir, the clones respond in unison. Turning, Anakin leaves the cockpit, re-entering the main area. He should be feeling something else, perhaps relief that they've almost reached their destination without incident, but he's not, and he doesn't know why. He feels moody, not that he'd ever admit it aloud. The dark side increases in its whisperings, urging him to do something with his feelings. He forces them aside, focusing his mind instead on feeling the vibrations of the ship, trying to find a semblance of calm. Dooku will notice, of course, he often seems to, and Obi-Wan will sense it as well. He doesn't want to deal with them right now with their questions or concerns. Now that they've reached their destination, he doesn't have any further distractions. There's nothing for him to plan without talking to the others, but it's not like he can keep his feelings at bay forever. It would come out eventually. He knows it, but that doesn't mean he's ready. What the council did, it was simply unexpected. Unthinkable. How could they do that to him? Did he really mean nothing to them? After all the sacrifices he's endured? This line of thinking, it's not helping. He needs to find something to distract himself. He can feel depression creeping up, but at least this time, he won't be facing it alone. As the ship comes to a stop, Anakin shakes off his thoughts, forcing himself to return to the present. He makes sure his hood is still in place as he steps off the transport ship and glances around. The shuttle still hasn't arrived. Probably, they left after the clones were safely in hyperspace. Reaching out to the Force, Anakin can sense Obi-Wan's Force signature not too far away. It shouldn't be long before they arrive. When I agreed to come here, I never said I would become a Sith. Protests Ahsoka, looking between the other three. It's either that, or you return to the temple to complete your Jedi training, Anakin points out, raising an eyebrow at her. I can't make you a Jedi anymore, snips. That's just wrong, what they did, the Togruta grumbles. My sentiments exactly, Obi-Wan agrees dryly, but that doesn't change the decision you need to make. By joining the Sith Order, you can help us start an order in which we can correct the mistakes the Jedi have made, Dooku continues smoothly, the choice is yours. Everyone is quiet, while Ahsoka contemplates their words. Anakin is fairly certain she'll agree, Obi-Wan already did. A feeling akin to excitement surges through him. This is their first step in taking on the task of repairing the galaxy. By creating a new Sith Order, Anakin hopes they'll actually succeed in making changes. Will I have to use a red lightsaber? Questions Ahsoka. No, Anakin and Dooku chorus, glancing at each other for a moment. The Count's is blue again, Obi-Wan explains, we'll get crystals the same way Jedi do. Okay, then yes, I'll join, she decides finally. Dooku and Anakin exchange another look. Neither Obi-Wan nor Ahsoka really have any idea how Sith get their names, and they will be getting them. Anakin had agreed it would be best to follow that tradition, at least for now. Slowly and deliberately, Dooku rises, and Anakin can feel the dark side flooding through him. Now that he's more attuned to the Sith Lord, Anakin senses that he's reaching deeply into the Force as a whole, not just the dark side. Master Kenobi, Dooku intones, sounding more like the Sith Lord he is, henceforth, you shall be known as Darth. He pauses as the Force surges. Anakin can almost hear it whispering to Dooku. Fidey. Anakin turns the name over in his mind. It fits. It matches Obi-Wan, just like the name Vader matches him. Dooku meets Anakin's eyes as Obi-Wan seems to be thoughtfully considering his new name. If he feels uncomfortable, it's well covered up under his stoic Jedi Master face, as Anakin likes to call it. Skywalker, I can lead you in naming your Padawan, Dooku speaks, it seems fitting that you name her. Anakin agrees. He rises slowly, standing near Dooku and facing Ahsoka. Embrace the Force in its entirety, murmurs the Count, let it tell you her name. He inhales, letting the Force flood through him, suppressing the call of the dark side. The lure is almost irresistible, and it takes all his self-control not to succumb. He reaches into the Force itself, asking it silently what an appropriate name for Ahsoka would be. The responding whisper strikes him with the rightness. Veritas. He meets Ahsoka's eyes as she watches him curiously. Henceforth, you shall be known as Darth Veritas, he speaks, noting how his voice sounds more like Vader's than his own. He pulls back from the depths of the Force as quickly as he can, trying to block off the persistent taunts of the dark side. He won't fall, no matter what the Council believes. He won't. Very well, you will need to wear a black hood or armor if you intend to move around inside, cautions Dooku. Skywalker does both. I'm not wearing armor, states Ahsoka firmly, crossing her arms, it will impede my movements and ability to fight. Anakin snorts. If only Dooku listened to those arguments when I tried them on him, but no. He gave it to me anyways, and then forced me to wear it. It was for your protection, interjects Dooku, giving Anakin a pointed look. I can have armor, Obi-Wan interrupts before an argument can break out. Dooku nods to him before turning to Ahsoka. If we'll be leaving the planet, I would really recommend armor. No, she replies stubbornly, a cloak can conceal my identity well enough. Anakin can tell that Dooku wants to argue but decides to concede the point. Good choice. Ahsoka can be as stubborn as Anakin, and he knows that when the topic came up with him, he wasn't in the mood to insist. Now is a totally different story. I will instruct the clones to use your Sith names when addressing you, Dooku continues, turning towards the door. Even though Sidious probably already knows you are with me, it will provide additional protection and hopefully prevent the Republic from discovering your identities. It goes without saying that is tantamount to our success. Everyone nods silently, letting Dooku continue. I will be giving a live address to the Senate very soon. Hopefully, I will be able to persuade them to our position. At least we won't have to concern ourselves with pursuit by Republic forces for obtaining the aid of the clones. That would be prudent, Obi-Wan agrees, a faintly amused expression on his face. As Anakin listens to the conversation, the dark side continues its relentless attack on him. Every time he uses it, the whispers grow exponentially stronger. Or maybe it's simply his guilt. Despite everything Dooku has said, he can't help but feel guilty on some level for succumbing to the power it provides. It goes against everything he's ever been taught, and he feels as though he's unworthy to be a Jedi. He failed everyone, didn't he? The Order doesn't care about him anymore. The Republic will just as soon demonize as praise him, and he's not stupid enough to think that he can't lose whatever hero status he has obtained in the public eye. People are too easily manipulated. What's the point of all this? To stop Sidious and save the galaxy, but is it really worth it? Anakin winces. Why is he even thinking that? Of course, it is. That's why he agreed to join Dooku in the first place. And he's wrong about failing everyone. He has to be. Surely Obi-Wan doesn't love him enough to stay with him if he failed. And maybe he does. He thinks Ahsoka does too. He reminds himself harshly that he's not alone. Not anymore. He has Obi-Wan and Ahsoka and Padme. And Dooku too, strange though that may be. Can I talk to you? Obi-Wan questions gently as he stands in Anakin's bedroom doorway. Late afternoon sunlight streams through the windows, giving the room a golden glow. Does he have a choice? Sure, Anakin replies with a half-hearted shrug. He shifts against the couch, eyes half closed. After finishing the meeting with Dooku, he'd come straight here, closing himself in his room. It's peaceful and quiet, giving him a chance to collect his thoughts. Obi-Wan sits down at the other end of the couch, regarding Anakin with a scrutiny that makes him slightly uncomfortable, not that it's unusual. His brother seems to have a way of seeing right through him, unlike everyone else. You could have told me. About Padme, I mean. When Obi-Wan finally speaks, there's nothing accusing in his tone. Instead, it seems almost resigned. Anakin doesn't look at him, his eyes aimlessly roaming across the scenery outside. I know, he agrees, because he does know. He would have if Palpatine hadn't carefully kept twisting doubts into his mind. But he can't blame it on someone else. In the end, it was his decision to keep their marriage a secret. So, why didn't you tell me? He's simply curious, and maybe a little hurt. Anakin winces at the barely noticeable undertone of pain he picks up. He didn't mean to upset Obi-Wan by keeping it a secret, yet, undeniably, he did. Anakin knows that he needs to answer honestly, so he gives himself a few minutes to think about it. Obi-Wan doesn't press him for a reply. He just waits, letting Anakin take his time. So, why? Why did he not say anything? Did he think that his brother wouldn't approve? That certainty contributed to his decision. And why? Because Obi-Wan is a perfect Jedi, isn't he? I thought you'd be disappointed, he finally admits, that you wouldn't understand. The silence drags on, forcing Anakin to shift uncomfortably. Obi-Wan's expression is thoughtful when he finally answers, "It's true. I wasn't happy when I realized you had a relationship, but I understood. I can understand what it's like to care for someone. Do you really think you're the only one to have feelings for another?" Oh. Is Obi-Wan really saying what Anakin thinks he is? Did he really have feelings for someone once? Curiosity blooms inside him, but Anakin can't bring himself to actually ask. It's not the kind of thing he would ask his brother. A memory worms its way into his mind. Obi-Wan and Satin. The way they acted. Oh yes. The Force tells him he's right. His former master cares for the Mandalorian Duchess, but he didn't marry her. He didn't even seem to have considered it. And now, Anakin remembers when they were protecting Satin, how he'd gently probed to see if he could trust his master with his secret about Padme. He'd been disappointed, left thinking that he couldn't because Obi-Wan would inform the council. It was his duty. I wouldn't have told anyone, Obi-Wan continues, almost as though reading Anakin's mind. I didn't tell my suspicions. I don't think I'm the only one. He pauses, glancing over at Anakin. I think some other council members have their suspicions. Master Yoda for sure. That floors him. He can understand Obi-Wan keeping it a secret, thinkable though it may be, but he can't imagine the same going for any other Jedi Master, least of all Yoda. But perhaps Yoda did know. It probably doesn't matter anymore. He's already been expelled from the order. All right, he mumbles at last, unsure what else to say. He feels compelled to tell Obi-Wan about the rest of his concerns. I wouldn't have thought you'd have feelings for someone, Master, he smirks, you're too much of a perfect Jedi. He's said it, and from the startled look on Obi-Wan's face, which disappears as quickly as it appears, Anakin knows he didn't expect that admission. Perfect Jedi, repeats Obi-Wan, a note of incredulity in his voice. Anakin, I'm not a perfect Jedi. Seems that way, Anakin mutters, unable to look at him. He feels more than hears Obi-Wan sigh. First of all, I'm altogether too prone to attachments. So was Qui-Gon. It was a trait we both shared, and I think a reason he never tried to break me of it. And second, he adds, a wry smile on his face, before I became a Padawan, I often had a hard time controlling my temper. Anakin looks at him incredulously, seriously. It's not impossible to learn to control your temper and emotions, in general. That's as close to an admission as Obi-Wan will go. This whole conversation is beginning to feel surreal. Obi-Wan has emotions? Who knew? Well, Anakin knew he had them, but he's always been so controlled, that anything less than emotionless is disturbing. If something affects Obi-Wan enough for him to lose control of himself, then it must be serious. Anakin is simply content to sit there silently, considering Obi-Wan's words, but his brother clearly isn't done. He shifts, turning slightly to face Anakin, his expression suddenly serious. Did you really kill everyone in that camp of Tusken Raiders? The question takes Anakin off guard and sends an icy rush of dread through him. No. He does not want to talk about this. Talking about Padme, that he can do. This, he cannot. But Obi-Wan is waiting for an answer, and he won't accept Anakin's refusal to discuss it. You can tell me anything, Obi-Wan's voice is firm and steady, I'm not leaving you. Maybe that's why he finally loses control when Obi-Wan shows he can remain serene, even if Anakin is clearly losing his calm. They deserved it. He explodes, clenching his fists and standing up, stalking to the window. They killed and tortured my mother. And it feels so good to finally say that aloud. She died in my arms, Obi-Wan. From Obi-Wan's expression, it's clear he didn't know, at least he didn't realize the details of her death. He wouldn't have. Anakin never told him. For a moment, he doesn't reply. I'm sorry, Anakin. Obi-Wan's voice is quiet as he rises, taking a few steps towards his brother. I know I never asked you what happened, but I thought you'd tell me when you were ready to talk about it. It's not easy to lose a parent. Anakin holds back a retort. He can't say Obi-Wan doesn't understand when he obviously does. He remembers Qui-Gon died in Obi-Wan's arms. Maybe he doesn't understand exactly how Anakin feels, but he knows enough to help. You never said you were waiting for me to come to you, Anakin points out accusingly, all I wanted was for you to say that you cared. You never did. And this is perhaps one of the things that's hurt him worst. All those years, he had hoped that Obi-Wan cared about him as much as Anakin loved him, but he never said that he did. Not once. Until now, Obi-Wan adds, gently reminding him of their conversations several days earlier. True, Anakin agrees grudgingly, before glaring at Obi-Wan, but that doesn't change the past. I can see it upset you, Obi-Wan concedes, stepping forward until he's right in front of Anakin, but we can't change the past. It wasn't until recently that I realized the Jedi are wrong about how they view emotions. And he's right again. Anakin really doesn't have a reason to be angry with him, but he can't hold back the resentment. He clenches his jaw, looking away from his brother. He can't explain why he's so upset. He's not even sure himself. For many minutes they stand there, Obi-Wan letting his proximity soothe Anakin's inner turmoil. Do you feel guilt over killing them, Anakin? There's something in Obi-Wan's voice that makes Anakin uncomfortable. Perhaps it's the seriousness of his tone which is quietly hinting that Anakin really should be able to answer affirmatively. He doesn't want to feel guilty. If he does, then he's admitting that what he did was wrong, and he doesn't want to face the consequences of that. He can't let himself bear the responsibility of murdering a tribe of beings, whether they deserved it or not. Maybe he will someday, but just not right now. He doesn't answer the question, remaining silent as he observes the gardens below. "Anakin," urges Obi-Wan, "do you?" And he's clearly not planning to give up, which means Anakin will have to give him a reply. An honest one. Obi-Wan will know if he's lying. "Sometimes," Anakin says at last, glancing sideways at Obi-Wan, "sometimes." Is it his imagination, or does some unnoticed tension really fade from his former master's body? He seemed relieved. "It's not bad if you feel guilty," Obi-Wan murmurs, understanding lacing his tone. "Just because you feel guilty, doesn't mean they didn't deserve it, but you killed them out of anger, and that's a cause for concern." He doesn't quite sound accusing or disappointed, though Anakin is sure he feels the latter emotion. Why wouldn't he? "You're not upset?" Anakin ventures cautiously. "I won't lie," Obi-Wan answers flatly, "I'm not happy, but I can understand where you're coming from and why you did it." It puts his mind at ease, giving him a vague sense of calm to know that he's not alone in this. Maybe they can talk about this later when Anakin's feeling up to it. It would help, but for now, Anakin is simply content to stand next to Obi-Wan as the sun slips ever nearer the horizon. Whispers are flying around the Senate, faster than the speed of light. The Chancellor has disappeared. Kidnapped, perhaps? It doesn't look that way from his office. Everything is showing signs of a fierce struggle. The Jedi did something, some people are murmuring insistently. Padme ignores them, as she always does. She knows that the Jedi would never attack the Chancellor. Why would they? They are loyal to the Republic. They wouldn't betray them like this. Regardless, Palpatine is gone, and now the Senate is left leaderless. Even if they can elect a new leader, this will be a delicate time for the Republic. A time ripe for exploitation by the Separatists. She shudders to think of it. "We must make efforts to discover the whereabouts of the Chancellor," argues Bail Organa, looking around at his colleagues. Of course, Padme agrees, but we cannot let everything else come to a standstill until he is found. "Excuse me, Senators," an aide steps into the room, but the Jedi Council has sent 2 representatives to speak to the Senate about the most recent occurrences. "Your presences are requested." Padme exchanges looks with Bail, a feeling of foreboding twisting inside her. For some reason, this doesn't sound good. Why would the Jedi Council know when no one else does? She's heard rumors that Anakin and Obi-Wan had been spotted in the Senate building, but she's not sure if she should believe them. It could be a lie, especially in this tumultuous time. Are the Jedi really involved in everything after all? She follows Bail and the other senators to the main chamber. Up on the podium, Windu and Yoda step forwards, an air of solemnity wrapped around them in an almost tangible manner. "We have uncovered some troubling information which will severely impact the future of the Republic," Windu begins, his voice emotionless as it often is. Padme suspects that he'll do all the talking. Yoda is usually simply present to represent the Jedi as a whole. "2 of our best Jedi have discovered the truth about Chancellor Palpatine's identity," the Jedi Master continues. Padme narrows her eyes as she listens, noting that he hesitated imperceptibly on the word Jedi. "So, are they Jedi or not?" "The Chancellor is the Sith Lord responsible for starting and prolonging the Clone Wars," Windu continues, pausing when the entire Senate erupts into exclamations of shock and vehement protests. Padme can barely restrain the gasp that slips from her mouth. Palpatine a Sith Lord? It would laughable if not for the identity of the informants. That's impossible. A senator yells from the other side of the Senate, "The Chancellor is concerned with the Republic. The Jedi are trying to impose themselves on us again." Protests another. "Who gave you this information?" demands a third. When the senators are finally quiet again, Windu doesn't speak immediately. He glances at Yoda as though quietly communicating with him. Anakin Skywalker and Obi-Wan Kenobi brought this information to us, he admits. They confronted the Chancellor along with his former Sith apprentice who wants to stop his master from destroying the Republic. Palpatine fought back and escaped. We do not know where he has gone, and we have started a search for him. A surge of shock renders Padme incapable of feeling anything else. She's oddly numb as the realization sinks in. Was this whole war solely to destroy the Republic? Could Palpatine really be so devious? Yes, she realizes, he could be. He was. It's a bitter truth. The man she'd respected, who had helped her so much when she was still a young queen, is really a Sith Lord. And his former apprentice? That must be Dooku. Just what are Anakin and Obi-Wan doing with him? And where are they now? She intends to talk to them as soon as she can. She needs to know how Anakin is doing. It's been too long since she's talked to him, and when she last saw him, he was not in a stable state of mind. And if her suspicions about Vader are right, then Anakin is in everything much further than she realized before. Why didn't she suspect that he'd try something so reckless? She snapped back to the present when a number of senators begin demanding proof of the allegations. Of course, Windu is saying, we are more than happy to show you some of the security footage demonstrating the Chancellor fighting the Jedi as a Sith. Padme can't see what he's doing from her position, but it's clear he's turning on something for everyone to see. The holo projector in front of her comes to life. The images show Anakin and Obi-Wan fighting side by side, pushing back against Palpatine, wielding a red lightsaber. Even though she'd accepted it to be the truth, she can't hold back the startled gasp that escapes. She watches with mounting horror as Obi-Wan is thrown across the room, and lightning arches towards him from Palpatine's left hand. The footage cuts off right as Obi-Wan is hit by it. No one seems to have any more denials. The proof is right before their eyes. Padme doesn't know much about lightsaber dueling, but she has to admit that Palpatine looked very powerful. Despite her best efforts, she can't hold back a sliver of worry. Did everyone escape the fight unharmed? Surely not. Pushing her worries aside, Padme turns her focus back to sorting out what steps the Senate should take next. Are the Jedi taking control of the Republic? An either very brave or foolish senator demands. Windu shakes his head immediately. No, he replies, the Jedi have no desire to lead the Republic. We will remain as defenders of liberty, and we will solely focus on capturing the former Chancellor so he can be brought to justice. It is up to the Senate to decide the fate of the Republic. With those words, he turns and leaves the podium. A recess is called so everyone has a chance to ponder the options ahead of them. Padme immediately goes to find the Jedi Masters, hoping to speak with them before they leave the Senate. Clearly, there was more that they were unwilling to say, and she's determined to find out what. She catches up with them before they've gone far. Master Jedi, might I have a word with you? She asks, falling in step next to Windu. Certainly, Senator Amidala, Windu replies graciously. Come to my office, she suggests, knowing what she has to say would be better kept a secret. They follow her, and in a few minutes, they're seated on chairs in her office. Padme looks between them both, carefully choosing her words. I was deeply troubled to hear what you shared with the Senate, but I get the feeling you're not telling everything. Is there a particular reason for that? It's as diplomatic as she can get. The Jedi share a look. It's for the safety of the Republic, Windu answers at last. We're not willing to pass along speculation. Right now, there's too many unknown factors. Something is troubling you, Padme notes as she studies his body language. Yoda seems completely serene, almost as though he doesn't have a care in the world, but she knows better. The way his ear twitches is a sure sign that she's onto something. The order is not in a good place, Windu admits grudgingly after receiving a pointed look from Yoda, obviously encouragement to tell her. We have experienced a disagreement with some of our members. She raises her eyebrows in surprise. Why are you telling me this, and what does it have to do with the Republic? Yoda chuckles, pretend do not, Senator. About you and Skywalker, we know. What? How? Skywalker has been expelled from the Order on account of some disturbing revelations that came to light when he was speaking with the former Chancellor, Windu explains, something akin to irritation in his eyes. You did what? Demands Padme, aghast. There's no way that they could be saying what she thinks they are. Anakin had told her many times that the Council would certainly expel him if they discovered his marriage, but she'd assured him they probably wouldn't act so rashly. Could she have been wrong? He was expelled from the Order, repeats Windu, his voice becoming colder if that's even possible, almost although he blames her for what happens. Not only did he break the code, but he is getting too close to the dark side. Padme can't suppress the surge of anger that rises in her. She's not only upset on behalf of herself, but she's outraged for Anakin. How can they do that? Arrogant. That's the best word she can find to describe Windu right now. She respects the Jedi true, but there is simply no excuse for their behavior. I see, she replies tightly, you decided that expelling him, destroying his life's dream, and leaving him in the hands of a Sith would bring him back to the light side? That's hypocritical. Even for you. Agreed with this decision, I did not, Yoda interjects, a serious mistake it was. He gives Windu another pointed look. Given the circumstances, it was our only option, Windu retorts, his expression as close to glaring as she's ever seen. He would have become a bad influence on the other Jedi if all his crimes had come to light and it became known we allowed him to remain in the Order. Those words completely push Padme over the edge. I thought, she grinds out, carefully enunciating each word, that Jedi helped people? How can you help others if you can't help your own? After giving him a fierce glare, she continues a bit less antagonistically, it might not be my place to say this, but I feel obligated to point out that you don't know how to deal with emotions in a healthy manner. What happened with Anakin could have happened to anyone. You didn't care about him enough to give him the help he's so badly needed. And what did he do? He came to me. You act like it's wrong for him to have feelings. Every sentient has feelings for others, but you act like you Jedi are above normal emotions. It's no wonder that Anakin listened to his heart instead of your teachings. I'm sure he's not the only one either. Her expression is practically daring either of them to contradict her. They don't. Windu seems to have been rendered speechless. It's Yoda who replies to her. Perhaps correct you are. Helped young Skywalker enough we did not, but alone he is not. With Kenobi and his Padawan he is. Friends he has. Guiding him the Force is. Windu looks completely scandalized for a brief moment, before fixing Padme with a stony expression. You don't understand, Senator, he replies loftily, giving in to his emotions and marrying you has made him more susceptible to the dark side. I don't think he would agree, she snaps coldly, and if you will only be justifying yourself, perhaps you should leave. Wise that would be, Yoda interjects before Windu can open his mouth again. Bowing, the two Jedi Masters depart from Padme's office, leaving her with a sense of outrage, which soon fades to concern. Oh, Ani! What have they done to you? How are you handling this? Please be okay. Don't do anything stupid. Skywalker and Kenobi are currently unavailable, Dooku informs Tano, regarding her carefully, it is your choice if you desire to remain in my office while I am addressing the Senate. She hesitates for only a moment. I want to stay, she insists emphatically. As you wish, he replies inclining his head slightly, turning and seating himself at his desk. You can make yourself comfortable in a chair over there, and I only ask that you remain quiet. Of course, she answers, sitting down in one of the indicated chairs. She seems a little uncomfortable, maybe on edge from being alone with him. He can understand her caution. She'd only met him for the first time several hours earlier. Until then, they'd been on opposing sides as far as she was concerned. Pushing those thoughts to the back of his mind, Dooku focuses on his impending speech to the Senate. He has to use all his charm and persuasion powers to ensure they listen to his offer. Getting immunity is an important step in their plans. He pushes the button to start the transmission. He'd already had a droid set it up. From the news reports he's heard, the Republic is in a turmoil. The Jedi Council informed the Senate what occurred, that Palpatine is a Sith Lord. At the moment, there is no Chancellor and elections are in order. Hopefully the chaos will make them more likely to be receptive to his offer. Of course, using light force suggestions will help as well, though he loathes to do so. It's too reminiscent of Sidious manipulations. It's not long before the transmission is connected, and Dooku finds himself facing someone he presumes is acting a temporary chancellor while the elections are occurring. Count Dooku? The man asks, surprise wafting around him. Dooku tips his head slightly. I must speak to the Senate about the recent revelations. I have something to add which is important for the Republic to hear. The man scrutinizes him before nodding. I'll put you on live. Dooku waits calmly until he knows his transmission is being broadcast to the entire Senate. I know it must be a surprise to receive this message, he begins, a faint smiling tugging at his lips, but I have something of importance to convey to the Senate. I am aware that the Jedi Council has informed you that former Chancellor Palpatine is the Sith Lord Darth Sidious. He was my master, but he never informed me in full of his plans, Dooku explains coolly, carefully maintaining his aloofness. When I became aware of his intent to destroy the Republic instead of reforming it, like he initially claimed, I knew he had to be stopped. Unfortunately, Sidious has escaped and is now at large. With that in mind, he continues, leaning forward slightly, I wish to make a proposal to the Senate. I am willing to offer whatever information about the Separatist alliance you request in exchange for immunity. As a token of my sincerity, I have agreed to have the presence of some Jedi and a group of clones to ensure I do not break my end of the deal. I will additionally work with whatever Separatist allies support me to bring a speedy end to the conflict to the best of my abilities. He inhales slowly, still perfectly calm as he prepares to launch into the next part of his speech. I also suggest that the Senate discuss the fate of the clone soldiers. For all intents and purposes, they are child soldiers. They are no better than slaves. Sidious has complete control over them through a brain implant. It is wrong to think of them as expendable. They are living beings also. Being a clone does not mean being identical. They each have their own personality. You must treat them as humans. I await your decision. With those words, he disconnects the transmission, knowing that it will be easy for the Senate to contact him once more. They probably already know that he's on Sereno. He's also guessing that the news will reach the media in minutes. That's what he was aiming for. He can only hope that his words had the desired impact. Everything is laid out according to plan. Now all he can do is wait for everything to fall into place. That was a great speech, Tano murmurs, looking at him with something akin to admiration in her eyes. I think the Senate will give you immunity. He presses his lips together. She's little more than a child. She doesn't understand the intricacies of politics. I think that to be a hasty decision, Padawan, he replies, a veiled reprimand in his words. Sidious might not be present, but he still very much controls the Senate. A sigh escapes her, of course. She doesn't seem angry at his admonishment, but he can sense a trace of irritation. Maybe she dislikes being thought of as a child. Settling back into his chair, Dooku prepares to wait for the next several hours, or however long it takes the Senate to reach its decision. He intends to contact some of his allies. They have important matters to discuss. V. What's the status? Inquires Anakin, wandering into the room, Obi-Wan following him. Dooku looks up from the datapad in front of him. Ahsoka is standing in front of the window, staring out into the night. The Senate has given me immunity, Dooku informs him, a smug note in his voice, and it has agreed to my suggestion that it seriously consider the fate of the clone troops after the war is over. So, you are anticipating a quick end to the hostilities? Questions Obi-Wan mildly, leaning against the door frame. Anakin mimics his posture, crossing his arms as he watches the count. I am hoping, Dooku confirms, I have spoken with a number of my allies. While I am awaiting further reports, it appears the Separatist alliance has been split in half. Half wishes to hold peace talks with the Republic. The other half is following Sidious, who is no doubt planning his next series of actions. But we're on the road to peace? Anakin asks. After a momentary hesitation, Dooku nods his head. I hope so. Everyone is on the alert. I have instructed that I be immediately informed if any sightings of Sidious have been made. It is crucial that we decide upon a means of rebuilding the systems following you, Obi-Wan points out. They have legitimate grievances, which must not be ignored. You are right, the Count agrees. Nothing is firmly decided as of yet, but I have spoken with the Duchess Satin, as she is the leader of all neutral systems. I am hoping that she will agree to accept the neutrality of my half of the Separatist alliance and offer aid to help them rebuild. He pauses, a sly smile appearing. Additionally, I have given instructions that funds be taken from the Trade Federation, which has pledged support to Sidious. These will be transferred to help. A good plan, if I may say so myself, Anakin asserts. Did you create this all now? I get the impression you've been planning for a while. Dooku chuckles quietly. Planning is the wrong word, Skywalker, but I have spent time envisioning alternative means of solving the problems the Republic is facing. I'm glad you're on our side, muses Ahsoka, turning away from the window. This is a much faster, less bloody way to end the war. Acknowledging her comment with a curt nod, Dooku turns his attention to Obi-Wan. I expect that Duchess Satin will desire to meet with me in person to discuss the details of aiding the systems which wish to join her in neutrality, especially since I am their official leader as of now. I was hoping you could accompany me if I go to Mandalore. I have heard you have cordial relations with the Duchess, and your negotiation skills will be useful. I would be happy to go with you, Obi-Wan replies finally. Good, now that this business has been attended to, it would be best for us to retire for the night, suggests Dooku. Tomorrow will be a long day, and we must immediately begin our search for Sidious. A group of clones can be dispatched to the most likely systems to start searching. They will be going as travelers, I presume, Anakin murmurs, frowning. Dooku nods. Of course. Disguises might also be helpful. It is possible that Sidious will have guards on the lookout for people resembling the clones. He knows our methods well, so we must be smarter. Do things he doesn't expect, muses Anakin, eyes lighting up. That will not be hard. Since you're involved, I wouldn't expect so, teases Obi-Wan, glancing his direction. We are the heroes of the Clone Wars, Ahsoka pipes up. If we can't find Sidious, then no one can. I don't believe he can hide from us for long. Anakin smirks, putting a hand on her shoulder. And nor do I, snips, but the Count is right. If we don't get rest tonight, it will make the search harder in the morning. Plumes of smoke waft through the air as Ahsoka slips back to consciousness, forcing her eyes open. A groan slips free as she pushes herself up. What happened? Lacerations and bruises cover her body as the memories slowly filter back. That's right. She had been talking to Obi-Wan in the control room when there was a massive explosion. She's been thrown and must have ended up here, wherever here is. Ahsoka pushes back the debris, her eyes quickly adjusting to the darkened surroundings, courtesy of her species. She must have ended up in a side room. Blocked by fallen rubble ahead is an entrance to the control room. She struggles towards it, prying a piece of metal aside and peering out. Small fires are visible, none of them major. They're already dying out with nothing to burn. From the light entering her enclosure, she realizes exactly how dire her predicament is. If she makes one wrong move, the steel that's blocking the entrance will come crashing down on her. She winces. It's not a pleasant thought. From somewhere else in the room, she hears coughing and Obi-Wan steps into her line of sight. Despite the dust covering him and blood from superficial scrapes, the Jedi Master looks relatively unharmed. He opens his mouth, maybe to call for her when something draws his attention. Striding into the room with an arrogant air she's never before seen is Anakin. It positively reeks of superiority, an attitude he's never given to Obi-Wan. And that, coupled with the darkness swirling around him, trigger alarm bells to start ringing in her head. Something is wrong. She reaches out, brushing him gently, only to be shoved backwards violently. Keep your senses to yourself, child. It's rude to poke at other people, a harsh voice sneers in her head. It doesn't quite sound like Anakin, but the voice is coming through their bond. What happened to him? She can only watch in horror, as a cruel smile twists up Anakin's face, his eyes glinting a sickening shade of yellow. Vader? Is this Vader? She shakes her head. It can't be. Vader is still Anakin. This thing doesn't seem anything like her master. Well, we meet again, Master Kenobi, Anakin sneers, chuckling as though enjoying some private joke. Obi-Wan's gaze becomes uneasy, shifting warily as though facing a spooked animal. He holds up his hands. Anakin, what's wrong? I don't understand. His voice is soothing, betraying his obvious concern. Ahsoka is certain he senses the change too, but simply isn't sure what to make of it. Anakin, though Ahsoka is sure it isn't Anakin, she doesn't know how else to refer to him, chuckles darkly, a blue blade hissing to life. He doesn't give a reply, instead lunging towards Obi-Wan, who brings his own lightsaber up just in time. Ahsoka watches in mounting panic and horror as their duel begins in earnest, though her sharp eye notes how Anakin is fighting much more sloppily than she's ever seen before. As she watches his movements, she can't help but notice that he seems almost unacclimated to his own body, and a disturbing thought worms its way into her mind. Is it possible that Anakin is being possessed? It fits too well, actually. Shuddering, she gathers the force, pushing back the rebel enough to crawl out. Whatever is happening, Anakin must be stopped, or she fears he may well kill Obi-Wan. She's never seen this streak of ruthlessness before. Stop! She yells, hoping desperately to bring a semblance of calm back to the two. If they hear her, they ignore her. Anakin doesn't stop his relentless attack, using she notes lightsaber styles she doesn't think her master has ever really learned. Obi-Wan continues his patient parrying, drawing on all the skill he's mastered to block his opponent. Groaning, she offers up a prayer to the Force, or whatever supernatural deity might be listening, praying that she is not forced to kill Anakin. Her two green blades hiss to life, and she charges towards them, determination flooding through her. A harsh laugh slips from Anakin as he whirls to block her. You'll have to do better if you want to kill me, he taunts, springing back, eyes alight with what seems to be a burning hatred. I don't! Cries Ahsoka, glaring at him, just snap out of it. You're better than this, Anakin. Don't let him get to you. Come back to us, Anakin, urges Obi-Wan, his tone more pleading than Ahsoka has ever heard. He freezes then, body going completely still, breathing ragged, almost as though there's an internal war going on within him. For a moment, she thinks a sliver of blue enters his eyes, but it's soon gone. Ah, how sweet, he scoffs, the Jedi are begging and pouring out all the emotions they shouldn't have. He laughs derisively. Now you admit it. You have attachments. Ahsoka can't help the sting of hurt at the words, even though she knows they aren't really Anakin's own thoughts. It's almost as though whoever is possessing him is being influenced by Anakin's mind. The words sound similar to his, but not exactly. There's no pain behind them. Moving as one, Obi-Wan and Ahsoka lunge towards him. A flick of his hand sends Ahsoka flying backwards. All the air is knocked from her lungs as she crashes into a wall, head slamming into it hard enough to nearly make her black out. She struggles, pushing back the sudden dizziness that overwhelms her as well as the anguish at seeing Obi-Wan fighting against Anakin. The combatants back further into the room, where the damage is worse, leaping over and around the flames which are slowly dying out, licking their way through whatever fuel they can find to survive. She closes her eyes, willing it all to be over, but the constant clash of lightsaber accompanied by the acrid smell of smoke tells her otherwise. Dazed, Ahsoka pulls herself to her feet, stumbling towards them. Somehow, she knows this won't end well, for any of them. Obi-Wan somehow manages to push Anakin off balance, and he tumbles to the ground, his lightsaber out of reach. Surrender, Obi-Wan's voice is oddly emotionless, though he's still tensed, as though anticipating resistance. Anakin only laughs, raising his hands. A burst of lightning shoots from his left hand. Clenching his jaw, Obi-Wan deflects it, holding his lightsaber steady. Attracted to the metal in Anakin's right arm, it sparks backwards, engulfing his body. The attack immediately ceases as Anakin's body twitches, fighting off the effects of electrocution. A gasp slips past Ahsoka's lips, and she forces herself to scramble towards them. "Why bother?" huffs Anakin, glowering at her. The bolt of lightning zapping towards her is completely unexpected. Burning agony engulfs her, and she barely registers being tossed back to the ground. "Anakin, please, don't let him win," pleads Obi-Wan, kneeling next to his friend's body. "Fight him," mutters Ahsoka, pushing herself up and seeking out his eyes. He's her brother, and she refuses to lose him to possession by a Sith Lord. "We're here with you," murmurs Obi-Wan, running his hand down Anakin's arm. Anakin pinches his eyes closed, his body going rigid. Ahsoka can almost feel him struggling as she shakily stands up and walks towards them. Suddenly, Anakin's eyes open, the torment in them obvious. Relief courses through her when she realizes that they are indeed blue again. His lightsaber flies to his hand, but he doesn't ignite it immediately. "I'm sorry, Master," he gasps out. Before anyone can stop him, he ignites the blade, plunging it through his own chest. Ahsoka screams, her legs buckling from under her in shock. She can see the pain in Anakin's eyes mixed with determination and resignation, but he doesn't make a sound. "Anakin." The raw pain in Obi-Wan's voice is like an additional blow to her heart. He pulls Anakin's body into his arms. "Why?" he whispers. "Couldn't stop him," mutters Anakin, shifting himself closer to Obi-Wan. Ahsoka crawls over to Anakin, crouching next to him, unable to hold back the tears clouding her vision. He's dying right in front of her, and there's nothing she can do to stop it. "Come on, Sky Guy," she chokes, "you can't leave me." His eyes find her, and she can see the sincere regret in them. "I'm sorry, Snips," he gasps out, his breath becoming labored. "Don't die on me now, Anakin," begs Obi-Wan, one of his hands absent-mindedly brushing through Anakin's hair, almost as though he's still a child. It sends a stabbing pain through Ahsoka again, and she holds back a sob. Anakin is, she supposes, like Obi-Wan's son. She couldn't imagine the pain he's experiencing seeing him die and knowing there's nothing he can do to stop it. "No, see choice," Anakin whispers. From his expression, she can tell it hurts to talk. His gaze is already drifting out of focus. He seems to be struggling to hold on as long as possible. "Help is coming," Obi-Wan murmurs, even though Ahsoka can tell that he knows it's too late. He's simply unable to accept it. "Didn't want to put you through this," Anakin gasps out, holding Obi-Wan's eyes. He glances over at Ahsoka, including her in his words. Ahsoka is rendered speechless, unable to even process her thoughts enough to put them into words. Watching her master die is tearing a hole inside her that she doubts can ever be filled. "Anakin," breathes Obi-Wan, his tone pleading. He holds his best friend's body closer. "Don't die now. We've won the war. You can't. His voice breaks, and he can't finish. I love you. Ahsoka isn't sure if she really heard him, but the ghost of a smile on Anakin's face indicates otherwise. Anakin shakes his head slowly, pain filling his eyes. Ahsoka can tell that he knows he's almost dead. She can feel his Force signature rapidly fading, weakening their bond. I love you, brother. It's all Anakin manages to get out before his body goes limp, last traces of life rapidly fading away. No! Screams Ahsoka, breaking down into sobs. Anakin stands on the landing platform, his hood pulled up over his head, watching as the ship lands. It's the middle of the night, but the initial report indicated the urgency of whatever information the clones had uncovered. Rex stands next to him silently as the ramp lowers. The two clones walk down the ramp saluting when they reach him. Gen Lord Vader, the first nods respectfully. Let's go inside, Anakin suggests, turning and striding into the mansion. He reaches out with the Force, sensing out any potential dangers or spies, and finds none. His concern assuaged, he remains in the hall, turning to face the clone troopers. We did not find any reports of Sidious's location, the first clone explains, but none of the Separatist troops have seen him with the possible exception of General Grievous. Wherever he is located away from all the action. So, somewhere isolated most likely, muses Anakin quietly. It's been 2 weeks, and they still have yet to find something pointing to where the Sith Lord is hiding. Yes, sir, he agrees. Rumors suggest that Sidious has a new apprentice, the second clone adds gravely. We did not actually see him, but I heard talk about a Zabrak with a red lightsaber having been seen on the planet. We have footage actually, but it may be fake. The source we obtained it from was not reliable. Let me see, demands Anakin, tensing. If Sidious has a new apprentice, the situation could easily become much more serious. The first clone withdraws a holodisc and activates it. The hologram appears. Anakin studies it. It's slightly blurred and out of focus, but he can clearly see a hooded figure creeping into the line of sight. He stands there before pushing back his hood, a red lightsaber appearing in his hand. He attacks the people standing there, striking them down with minimal resistance. Anakin can't stop the gasp. The escapes. Unless that's a clone, it looks just like the first Sith he ever saw. Maul. He clenches his fists, making a note to review the footage again with Obi-Wan and Dooku early in the morning, when it's actually a decent hour. Maul steps out of the line of sight, and everything becomes eerily quiet until a similar figure enters once more. The hood is raised, but the posture and movement are different. Somehow Anakin's not sure exactly how or why he thinks it's not Maul. After pausing and looking around, the figure turns and leaves. Though Anakin can't really see the man's face, he gets the impression that the facial tattoos are a different color. Savage? A sinking feeling weighs him down. Just what are they getting themselves into? What is Sidious doing? 1 apprentice is expected, but 2? Are there more? An involuntary shiver runs through his body. This is clearly much more serious than he's initially anticipated. Is there anything else? He wants to know, looking at the clones. No, sir, the second replies immediately. Very well, he nods, turning and striding away. You should get some rest. That's when he feels the surge of distress from his bond with Ahsoka. She doesn't seem to be in danger. She shouldn't be anyways. Nothing should have gotten past the security. Shaking off his concern over Sidious, Anakin turns his attention to Ahsoka. She seems to be facing some sort of turmoil, a nightmare most likely. He can't explain the surge of concern that sweeps through him when he realizes that. He hurries upstairs to her bedroom, brow furrowed in concentration as he feels her emotions through their bond. Whatever it is, it's not good. Pushing open her bedroom door, Anakin stops inside. Ahsoka is tossing and turning on her bed, pain entwining throughout her Force signature. Ahsoka, he calls, stepping next to her and putting a hand on her shoulder. shaking her gently. "Ahsoka, wake up!" Her eyes fly open, and she gasps quietly, blue eyes darting around the room. She seems terrified of something he's not sure what. Then, her gaze lands on him. "Sky Guy," she gasps out, throwing herself at him so fast he hardly has the presence of mind to catch her. She clutches onto him and buries her face on his shoulder. Anakin holds her protectively, waiting for her to calm down from whatever she'd seen in her dream. Or was it a vision? Her body trembles as tears soak through his tunic. "What's wrong, Snips?" he asks gently, concern lacing his words. She's his little sister, he hates seeing her so upset and scared. "I saw," she stammers out, her voice breaking. "You died, Master." He lets out a breath, sitting down on the edge of her bed, keeping his arms firmly around her. She's never had a nightmare this bad before, so it makes him wonder. Was it really a nightmare? Perhaps it was actually a vision. A vision of his death. That thought doesn't bother him as much as he thought it might. "What happened to me?" he inquires, sensing some underlying pain in her words. "He didn't just die. Something else happened. Something worse? I think it was Sidious," she chokes out. "He possessed you." She pulls back slightly, wiping her tears and peering up at him. A chill creeps through him. He'll have to talk to Dooku. He doesn't know if Sith are capable of possessing, but it wouldn't surprise him. "Tell me what else happened," he murmurs, stroking her back comfortingly. A sigh slips out of her, and she rests her head on his shoulder. I mean he fought Obi-Wan in your body. And me too. We told you to fight him. You did. And then her voice breaks again, the rest coming out in a shaky whisper. "Why you killed yourself to stop him?" Anakin freezes, almost unable to accept the implications in her words. The Force nudges against him, pushing him to accept her words. "It's a vision then." He closes his eyes, holding back any feelings of despair. "Force, it's true. It could happen, maybe it will, and there's nothing he can do to stop it either. When he had visions of his mother, he couldn't stop those." He closes his eyes, breathing in slowly. It won't help if he obsesses over it. He has to tell Obi-Wan and Dooku, they can help him. "We'll figure this out," he reassures his Padawan, sounding much more confident than he feels. "We'll discuss it in the morning. The Count should know if it's possible for a Sith to possess someone." He pauses, a smirk twisting up his lips. "I'm the chosen one. It won't be easy for Sidious to take over my mind." "I know," Ahsoka agrees, smiling slightly, the horrors from her vision slowly dissipating. The tension drains away from her, and she rests her head on Anakin's shoulder. "But I'm scared, Master," she murmurs. "I don't want something to happen to you." Anakin stares down at her. He's not afraid of death. He's only afraid of not being able to protect everyone. It's become easier to admit his fears, something which has permitted him to control them. He sighs, rising from his place and tugging Ahsoka to her feet. "Let's get you something to drink." It's the middle of the night and he pauses, searching for the time, "and I would suggest getting more rest." "K," mumbles Ahsoka, yawning. He notices that she clips her lightsabers in place before following him into the hallway, but he doesn't comment. He doesn't doubt that she's shaken over the vision. It's not an easy thing to forget. They walk in companionable silence down to the kitchen, only their footsteps breaking the quiet on the floor. "Let's see," murmurs Anakin, getting out 2 mugs and going in search of the ingredients he needs. "When I was a Padawan, I sometimes had trouble sleeping after nightmares, so Obi-Wan would make something warm for me to drink. And it worked." A faint smile hovers on his lips as he remembers. Ahsoka slips onto a chair, watching, chin resting on her palm as she leans on the table. With a speed showing familiarity, Anakin sets about getting the drink ready. In a few minutes, he slides a mug over to Ahsoka and sits down across from her. "Thanks, Sky Guy," whispers Ahsoka, probably trying not to disturb the silence too much. She takes a sip. I like this. Anakin hums quietly, smiling down at his own drink. Me too. They drink without speaking. Anakin notices that Ahsoka seems a bit distracted, almost lost in thought. He can feel her worry through their bond, and as much as he wants to help her, he doesn't think repeating what Obi-Wan always told him will help. But perhaps he could try a different approach. Don't stress over it too much, he finally tells her, it won't make it any more or less likely. If you focus on it excessively, you might act in a way to unintentionally bring it about. You don't sound like you believe it, Ahsoka muses, looking up at him, her expression clearer than it was a moment ago. He leans back thoughtfully, crossing his arms. I don't know, he admits, it makes sense, but he breaks off with a shrug, picking up his mug and finishing his drink. Are you ready to go back to your room? She hesitates for a second before nodding firmly. This helped. I think I can go back to sleep. Good, Anakin smiles, motioning for her to follow him. They've only stepped a few feet down the hallway when Anakin feels a surge of danger in the Force. Not even 2 seconds later, Anakin's COMM link goes off. He answers it immediately. General. Rex's voice exclaims, tight with agitation, 2 assassin droids have been spotted. My men chased them, but they managed to get into the lift before we could stop them. They are likely headed towards you. I got this, Anakin promises. Have your men remain on the lookout for further activity and find out how the droids got past the security. Yes, sir. The line goes dead, and Anakin is racing towards the lift, Ahsoka right behind him. He pushes the button to open the doors on their floor, hoping desperately that they haven't already gotten to the top floor with the bedrooms. His lightsaber is in his hand as the doors begin to open, blade ignited and positioned defensively. The 2 snap hisses behind him tell him that Ahsoka's lightsabers are ready as well. The first assassin droid starts firing the second the lift is opened. Anakin leaps towards it, swinging towards its firing arms, but it dodges out of the way, climbing up onto the ceiling. Cursing, Anakin uses the Force to open the double doors leading onto a patio. If they're going to be fighting, he really doesn't want to do it inside and risk damaging the interior design too much. Ahsoka is defending herself against the second assassin droid. She's successfully severed one of its arms. Anakin leaps across the room, Force shoving the first droid and sending it flying out through the doors. He follows, flipping over the railing down to the ground and using the Force to catch himself. The droid rushes towards him immediately, trying to get around him and back towards the mansion. Dodging a bolt, Anakin throws it backwards again, jumping towards it and stabbing his lightsaber through its legs and then higher, cutting off its firing mechanisms. Anakin steps back, just as the Force screams a warning. He has 1 second to instinctively spring away when the upper half of the assassin droid blows up, sending out a shockwave mingled with metal shards. Anakin is thrown back against the wall of the mansion hard enough to knock out his breath. Shaking his head to clear the ringing, he pulls himself back to his feet. In place of the droid, there is only a black crater. The explosive inside it was powerful, and clearly designed to kill Jedi. If he hadn't reacted as fast as he did, he knows he would have been seriously injured and possibly even killed. He only has minor scrapes and bruises, nothing potentially fatal. Only seconds later, the mutilated body of the second assassin droid comes sailing through the air towards the ground, exploding before it even lands. This time, he's far enough away to avoid being affected. He waits until some clones come to investigate. After instructing them to clean up the mess, he heads back inside to find Ahsoka and get an update from Rex. Rex, what's the status? Asks Anakin, spotting the clone captain inside the mansion. They were smuggled inside the ship which returned tonight, sir, Rex replies. Anakin shakes his head, running a hand through his hair. Well, make sure there aren't any more in the area. They seem to have been built specifically for Jedi. Rex purses his lips, Sidious, I presume. Anakin nods stiffly. Or one of his new apprentices. We need to be extra cautious for the time being. Call Dooku and Obi-Wan to let them know what happened. Yes, sir, Rex agrees. With one final glance around the room, Anakin enters the lift, pushing the buttons to take him to the kitchen floor. Just as he'd suspected, Ahsoka is waiting there, looking around at the damage with a frown. After surveying it for a moment, he turns his attention to his Padawan. I think we won't be encountering any more surprises tonight, he remarks with a smirk. Let's hope not. She looks him up and down before her lips twitch up in amusement. Well, I think we've just broken Dooku's first rule. Anakin stares at her in confusion before realizing that he wasn't wearing his hood when he ended up outside. I'll take it up with him in the morning, he answers, waving it off. Now, I'm tired, and I think it would do us both good to get some rest. Rex will be telling the others, so we can deal with it later. He belatedly realizes that he referred to Obi-Wan by name when talking to Rex and resists the urge to facepalm. It was bound to happen anyways. Being overly tired leads to inevitable sloppiness. Possession is not unheard of, but it's not common either, Dooku muses. Over time, the techniques have been lost to the Sith, or so Sidious told me. While the dark side can be used to implant persuasions in a person's mind, it is not easy with trained Force sensitives, especially Jedi. Anakin relaxes only minutely. And is it possible that he does know how? He questions stiffly. It is possible, Dooku concedes, but he would have been forced to uncover it in ancient Sith archives, probably on Korriban. He could have gotten access to Sith holocrons thought to no longer exist. Did he ever go there to Korriban, I mean? Asks Obi-Wan, leaning forward, arms resting on the table. Dooku hums quietly. He seems to be trying to remember. Finally, he nods hesitantly. Once or twice, but he didn't bring back anything to the best of my knowledge. So, you don't think Sidious, when you still knew him, was aware how to possess someone? Anakin clarifies. That is correct, Dooku confirms. A tense silence fills the room. What if he learned later on? Wonders Ahsoka hesitantly. It's clear that she doesn't want to express the thought, probably the same one everyone is sharing. It raises a multitude of questions, ones they have no way of answering. Is there a way to know if Sidious has been to Korriban since he fled the Senate? Anakin frowns, mind worrying. They need to find the Sith Lord, and soon. The attack last night only proves that he is willing to resort to almost any means to eliminate them. If he wants them dead, they can either defend themselves or launch an offensive. The latter option is definitely better, even if Obi-Wan would disagree. If they ferret out Sidious, they won't need to be as concerned with their own well-being. Besides, they are the only ones who are actually capable of restoring order to the galaxy. Not without going there, Dooku replies, sitting back in his chair. Yes. Anakin had expected as much. Then we should go there. At the very least, we might get other clues or some much-needed information which could help us in the long run. Obi-Wan doesn't look nearly so confident. I have little desire to go to a planet so strong in the dark side, he admits, but if it will help us, then we can go after Dooku and I return from Mandalore. We need to be leaving very soon to get there when the Duchess expects us, Dooku interjects. Rex said he'd come when it was time, murmurs Ahsoka, unconcerned. Should we go to Korriban when you get back then? Inquires Anakin, turning his gaze towards the Count. It would probably be wise, but it would be best to talk it over once we get back, he replies. All right, then that's settled, comments Obi-Wan, eyes focusing on Anakin, an inscrutable look on his face. Be careful while we're gone. His lips quirk into a smirk. I wouldn't want to come back and find that disaster has laid hold of the mansion while we're gone. If something happens, it won't be anything I can't handle, retorts Anakin, waving away his concerns, a feeling of warmth worming through him despite himself. Obi-Wan may not openly say that he's worried about Anakin, but he is. After everything that's happened, they still have each other, and he hopes that won't change. Ever. I'll be here too, pipes up Ahsoka cheerfully, and so will Rex. We'll be fine. Obi-Wan huffs a quiet laugh. I know you will be. A heavy, though not uncomfortable, silence blankets the room for a few minutes, broken only when the door opens and Rex steps inside. General Kenobi, the ship is ready. Cody, Waxer, and Boyle are waiting for you. Anakin glances at him. After he'd accidentally called Obi-Wan his name, Dooku agreed that it probably didn't matter if the clones use their real names when they're inside the mansion. Outside, only their Sith names can be used. It's guesswork to decide who even knows where they are. None of them have heard any rumors from the Republic about their whereabouts, though there's a lot of hype over whether or not the Senate should have accepted Dooku's assistance. We're coming, Obi-Wan replies. And here we part ways for a while, Dooku adds, giving Anakin a long look. Together, they rise from their chairs, turning towards the door to follow Rex. May the Force be with you, Master, Anakin calls after Obi-Wan, who stops to look at him before walking out the door. Anakin leads Ahsoka to a window to watch them depart below. In minutes, the ship is exiting the planet. With their absence, the mansion seems unusually quiet. Perhaps, it's simply the tension weighing him down, Anakin doesn't know. He will never admit to being nervous, but he is. Ahsoka's vision, which she repeated in detail to everyone in the morning, is disturbing him greatly. He's the chosen one. He can't be possessed by a Sith. And now, Obi-Wan isn't here either. He shouldn't need his former master to be there, but he's jumpy right now and on edge. He feels safer when Obi-Wan is there, even if it's only psychological. 1 week. It'll only be 1 week or less. He'll be fine. Ahsoka's here. Rex is here. Nothing will happen. It's just paranoia. If only he could convince himself of it, but the Force is calm, peaceful almost. There is no danger. Not right now. Sighing, Anakin shakes himself out of his thoughts, turning a crooked smile towards Ahsoka. Well, Snips, we've got plenty of time on our hands. Want to go spar? Her face immediately brightens. Sure. He chuckles quietly and heads towards the training room. If nothing else, he can eliminate some of his tension and regain control over his emotions. Welcome to Mandalore, Duchess Satin declares, as Dooku and Kenobi stop before her. Cody stands several paces behind them. I am pleased to see that you are not carrying weapons, she adds after a moment, a faint smile tugging at her lips. Of course not, Dooku hastens to assure her. I know that Mandalore does not permit weapons, so we left ours in a concealed compartment in the ship. She dips her head in a grateful nod, motioning them to follow her to the speeder which will be escorting them to the Duchess residence. I must confess, Master Kenobi, she murmurs after they are seated, that I am mildly surprised to see you here with Count Dooku. I would not have expected you to form an alliance with him. Her expression is distinctly curious, though Dooku can see an underlying cautiousness. The former Jedi Master shifts, though his calm demeanor doesn't change. I am not a Jedi anymore, Duchess, he replies at last, and her eyebrows rise in surprise. You do not need to call me Master Kenobi. He pauses, giving Dooku a sideways glance. The Council took actions I could not agree with, so I left the Order and have joined the Sith. I thought Sith were long-term enemies of the Jedi, she remarks. I heard one killed your master. Kenobi nods. That is correct, but Dooku is reforming the Sith Order. Over time, they, too, have lost their way. We are striving to create balance within ourselves, instead of sticking solely to the narrow-minded view of the Council. Dooku can sense Kenobi is choosing his words carefully. That doesn't stop the irrational surge of pride at his admission. It is true that the Council had become narrow-minded, but Dooku had never expected Kenobi would openly admit it. I see, Duchess Satin replies, her posture becoming slightly more relaxed. might I ask what it is that changed your mind? The last time we spoke, I was under the impression that you would not leave the order. I left the order for Anakin, Kenobi tells her bluntly. The council expelled him, and I could not, in good conscience, abandon him. I know the Jedi would consider it an attachment, but he pauses, shaking his head slowly. I kept him from falling to the dark side. My position as a Jedi Master would have meant nothing if I'd let that happen to him. This happened recently. She wonders, I have not heard anything about it. Kenobi hesitates, and for the first seems unsure of himself. Finally, he nods. It was after I faked my death, he confesses. The Duchess' expression tightens, concealed anger in her eyes. Don't ever do that again, she warns quietly. It was not easy to think you dead, even if only for a short time. Dooku reins in his amusement. So, he was right. She does have feelings for Kenobi, feelings which may well be reciprocated. I'm sorry, he replies contritely. It was not a decision I made lightly. Someone needed to uncover the plot to kidnap the Chancellor, and at the time, we had no idea who he really was. She huffs quietly but accepts his apology with grace. What should I call you, in public I mean? She queries. My Sith name, Lord Fide, Kenobi answers quietly, tugging his hood closer over his face. Since the meeting is supposed to be in private, Dooku agreed that the former Jedi Master did not need to wear his armor to conceal his identity. A simple hood could keep his face covered when outside of closed doors. She gives him a shrewd look. Tell me a little about the Sith. What are the differences between them and the Jedi? Dooku takes that as his cue to start talking. The Sith were initially created to restore the Jedi's original values. They tried to create balance by using both the light and dark sides of the Force. They also do not believe in the current Jedi idea of suppressing emotions. They permit attachments, she states for clarification, and Dooku nods. She hums quietly but doesn't question further. If we have enough systems on our side, then we won't need the Trade Federation or banking clan, Dooku explains. We will be able to trade with one another without external help. The large corporations have been given too much power in the Republic. The Separatists sought to change that, but Sidious manipulated the situation for his own gain. He looks between Duchess Satin and Kenobi. And you have obtained resources from the Trade Federation to help all the neutral systems which have aligned with Mandalore, the Duchess adds. That is correct, Dooku replies. The fate of the clones is important as well, Kenobi inserts, glancing sideways at Dooku. There are millions of lives in our hands. We cannot continue to treat them as slaves. Admittedly, the Republic was under pressure at the time to defend itself, but they should never have been forced to be soldiers. The Duchess nods slowly. You mentioned as much. I am willing to offer a home to all the clone children who have not yet been grown into soldiers. If they are not trained as warriors, they can remain here, whether or not they are adopted or raised with their brothers. That is more than we could have expected, Dooku admits. The clones will, of course, be permitted to make their own choices. I do not doubt that many will prefer to leave the army and work as civilians. We will be happy to welcome them here, the Duchess replies, a faint smile on her face. The war has gone on for too long. Violence is not the answer, and Mandalore is willing to accept the clones as fellow beings equal and not lesser to the rest of us. This is how we will choose to fight against the war. Dooku nods, understanding. Despite the bid to remain neutral, Duchess Satin is willing to openly show her opposition to the war by accepting the clones and giving them refuge in her system if they so choose. It's a perfect move politically, one which will no doubt bring even more systems onto her side. He can readily see why someone like Kenobi would like her. She's strong-willed and idealistic to the point of accepting martyrdom over war. It takes a certain courage to act as she is, standing in opposition to the war dividing the rest of the galaxy, fighting against it for peace. Fighting for peace. It's what the Jedi claim to be doing, but in reality, they are not. Had the Jedi Council chosen to stand as she is, the war would never have continued raging. Sidious's designs would have been for naught, and he wonders briefly what such a world would have been like. B. How was the mission? Asks Anakin, looking between Obi-Wan and Dooku. It went well, Obi-Wan replies, launching into a short breakdown of their accomplishments. The clones have a home now. Even if the Republic refuses to acknowledge them, all the neutral systems under Duchess Satin are willing to grant them their rights. They will be recognized as humans, not slaves, or simply clones. Anakin breathes out a sigh of relief. Good, he murmurs, good. We should tell the clones. Once we manage to destroy Sidious, they will be able to choose what they wish to do. I think they would like to have time to consider their options. I concur, agrees Obi-Wan. They have spent so long being told what to do, that having a choice will be overwhelming. Perhaps, he looks at Ahsoka, Ahsoka can call Rex and Cody in. I can tell them the news, and they can tell the others. Of course, announces Ahsoka cheerfully, I'll get them. She turns and leaves the room, Obi-Wan following behind her. Anakin steps after them, but a motion from Dooku stops him. What is it? He asks, giving the Count a quizzical look. What could Dooku have to say that he doesn't want the others to hear? His voice is barely above a whisper, and Anakin can clearly see amusement dancing in his blue eyes. I just thought you should know that the Duchess has feelings for Kenobi. They may or may not have privately discussed entering into a relationship. Anakin can't restrain a snort. Who would have guessed? Obi-Wan has a girlfriend. The last sentence comes out a little louder. Skywalker, hisses Dooku, giving him a flat look, I did not tell you with the intent that you begin teasing your former master. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you really think I would pass it up? Retorts Anakin, giving Dooku a smirk. I most certainly do not have a girlfriend, huffs Obi-Wan, glowering at Anakin. He'd apparently overheard the conversation and re-entered the room without Anakin even noticing. Sure you don't, Master, grins Anakin unrepentantly. She's not my girlfriend, insists Obi-Wan, and though Anakin can sense the truth of the statement in the Force, he only gives him a cocky grin before walking out of the room to find Ahsoka. Behind him, he hears Obi-Wan groan quietly.